Chapter 39. The evil demons attacked very suddenly. In a very short period of time, they occupied many cities in Jinwu. Some cities have already turned into death zones. Apart from those who managed to escape, the others have all been brutally killed by the evil demons, said Lin Feng. Zhong said at first. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He ground his teeth and said, "These demons are really abominable. During the Middle Ages, we didn't exterminate them. We were already merciful, but these demons still want to cause trouble and kill people. They really deserve to die." After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, "Which group do these beasts belong to?" Lin Feng asked because there were many different branches of the evil demon sect. Most of the demons lived in the dark and damp underground world. As for the demons, they were divided into 108 regions where they lived. Every place where the demon clan lived was filled with experts. Some of these regions were located in the overseas world, while others were located in the Tian clan's continent. I heard that this time, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Raging Flame Demon King's subordinates worked together to wreak havoc in the East County. Jinwu country is only one of the countries affected. I heard that the situation in the surrounding countries is even worse. The demons wreaking havoc in Jinxian country directly threatened the country's capital. Zhong said at first. What does the college plan to do now? Asked Lin Feng. The college plans to follow the orders of the imperial family of Jinwu country. We'll gather our forces and besiege the demons who invaded Jinwu country. We'll drive them all out of Jinwu country and restore Jinwu country to its former glory. Zhong said at first. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. I'm willing to use my Qingfeng sword to drink the blood of these demons. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Brother, I'm also planning to do the same. I heard that the college is giving out rewards for killing demons. Killing an ordinary demon will give you 1,000 points. Killing 10 commander-level demons will give you 10,000 points. Killing 100 commander-level demons will give you 100,000 points. Killing 1,000 commander-level demons will give you 1,000,000 points. If you can kill 10,000 commander-level demons, you'll get 10,000,000 points. Zhong said at first. The students of Jialan College could use their points to enter the cultivation pagoda. Therefore, when the college announced the rewards, it caused a huge uproar. The academy really put in a lot of effort. Lin Feng nodded. Now that Lin Feng was poor, he could take advantage of this hunt to accumulate points. In the future, he could enter the cultivation pagoda to cultivate in seclusion. Zhongqi said, "Junior brother, I'll go find a few of my fellow disciples. Let's go out together so we can take care of each other." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Zhongqi arrived with his 5 fellow disciples. These 5 people were all students of Chenghe Branch Academy and had a close relationship with Zhong Shili. Because Lin Feng lived with Zhong Shili, he was also very familiar with them. The handsome student in purple was called Wang Xianming. The slightly plump student was called Zhong Muji. The skinny student was called Li Kuan. The short student was nicknamed Mouse. Her real name was Ouyang Li. The student with a medium build was called Su Zimo. They had originally planned to go out and hunt demons, so they were very excited to be able to go out with Lin Feng. That afternoon, Lin Feng's group of 5 left Jialan Academy on a warhorse each. In the desolate forest, a large group of people stopped not far from a lake. This lake was where Serpent Wing lived in seclusion. It was also here that Lin Feng killed the young commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, Duanmu Feiyang. The most eye-catching thing about this large group was that there was actually a group of 100 cavalrymen in this group. These cavalrymen were not riding warhorses, but giant wolves. These giant wolves were usually 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. They were huge and extremely ferocious. These were all heavenly wolves. They were a type of demon wolf in the wilderness. The middle-aged man in the lead was riding a demon wolf that was even larger. It was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, and it was extremely ferocious. This person was the commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, Duanmu Tianlang. Duanmu Tianlang had subdued a small demon wolf tribe and formed the Demon Wolf Guards. Since then, the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had become famous. Did Fei Yang die here? Duanmu Tian Lang asked coldly. Sir, the young commander did die here. A mercenary replied. Have you found out who did it? Duanmu Tian Lang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Commander, we have already found some clues. Give us some time and we will definitely find out who the murderer is. The mercenary replied. Good, quickly find out who it is. I will crush his bones and scatter his ashes to avenge my son. Duanmu Tian Lang roared and waved the blood-red saber in his hand. Swoosh! A dazzling saber light flashed. In the distance, a 3,000-meter-tall mountain was cut in half by Duanmu Tian Lang's saber chi. There was a rumbling sound. The mountain collapsed with a loud bang. Go, go, go! In the forest, Lin Feng and the others were riding warhorses at high speed. They were rushing to the battlefield at full speed. When they passed by a small town, the town had already become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Demons were wreaking havoc and countless people had died tragically. As for the hundreds of mercenaries, they were fighting against the fiendish demons. It's the Quanglong mercenary group. I heard that the commander of the Quanglong mercenary group used to be a general, but because he committed a grave mistake, he was almost beheaded. However, the emperor spared his life and demoted him to a commoner. Later on, he formed the Quanglong mercenary group. These mercenaries usually put benefits above everything else. Who would have thought that they would risk their lives to hunt demons? Su Zimo said in surprise. Zhongqi continued, after all, their commander used to be a soldier and has a patriotic heart. Let's go and help them kill demons. Lin Feng nodded and said, let's go and kill these demons. The 7 of them rode their warhorses into the town and fought against the demons. A large number of demons were killed. Haha, so you are students from Jialan Academy. You must be careful, these demons are not easy to deal with. A mercenary leader shouted. Don't worry, we will be careful. Lin Feng and the others replied. The 7 of them rode their warhorses and charged forward with great force. The demons that rushed forward were all killed. Roar. A roar was heard and a demon commander looked coldly at Lin Feng and the others. The fiendish demon commander waved its enormous claws, and instantly, dozens of Azura demons covered in dense scales charged forward. These Azura demons had fierce faces and sharp claws. They used their sharp claws to claw at Lin Feng and the others. Kill! Lin Feng and the others shouted and fought against the dozens of Azura demons. However, they soon fell into a bitter battle. These Azura demons had amazing defense and it was extremely difficult to kill them. Fut fut fut, ripping sounds were heard. The war horses that Lin Feng and the others were sitting on were pierced by the Azura demons and died tragically under their sharp claws. The dozens of Azura demons surrounded Lin Feng and the others. They were all injured by the sharp claws of these Azura demons. Their faces turned pale. Now, they finally understood the power of these fiendish demons. Although these demons did not know martial arts, their bodies were strong and they were fast. Moreover, there were too many of them. Once they were surrounded, the cultivators would be in danger. Kill these humans and suck their blood dry. An Azura demon roared and the dozens of Azura demons attacked in a frenzy. Zhong Chengyi, Su Zimo, Wang Shenming, and the others were all pale. What powerful Azura demons! Retreat, I'll kill them. Lin Feng shouted. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated a few meters. Rising sun. Lin Feng roared and used the blazing sun sword technique to the extreme. Suddenly, a blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Although the blazing sun sword technique consumed a lot of energy, its power was terrifying. The blazing sun rose into the sky and a blinding light shot out. Ah! My eyes! The Azura demons could not help but scream. The blinding light made them unable to open their eyes. Fart! Ripping sounds were heard. The light dissipated and the Azura demons fell into a pool of blood. The dozens of Azura demons were all dead. Chapter 40. This little brother is really powerful. Cries of surprise came from afar. Clearly, the Mad Dragon mercenary group's mercenaries had also seen the scene of Lin Feng killing the Azura demon. They were all shocked, amazed, and impressed. Lin Feng roared, I really don't dare. I already used all my strength in that attack. Although he was modest, Lin Feng had already charged towards the other demons with his sword in hand. Su Zimo and the rest came back to their senses and quickly charged over. After a fierce battle, the fiendish demons were defeated and forced to flee. Haha, how carefree. I'm Fan Wei, how should I address you? The leader of the mercenaries cupped his fists and asked straightforwardly. Lin Feng. So it's Brother Lin. I really want to have a good drink with a young hero like Brother Lin, but the demons are wreaking havoc. Now that time is tight, I can only look forward to our next gathering. Fan Wei said regretfully. If we meet again, we will definitely drink to our heart's content. Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. Let's go. Fan Wei and the rest did not stay for long and quickly left. Lin Feng and the rest did not stay for long either. Now that the war horses have been killed, our walking speed is too slow. On the way, Lin Feng frowned slightly and said. Su Zimo said, there's a small town 100 miles from here. We can go there and buy a few war horses. All right, I'll have to trouble Brother Su to lead the way. Lin Feng nodded. The 7 of them set off towards the small town that Su Zimo mentioned. The land of Zhenwu country was very vast. It spanned 300,000 kilometers from east to west and 700,000 kilometers from north to south. It was vast and rich in resources, but it was sparsely populated. Usually, one would not necessarily see a small town after walking for a few days. The next day, Lin Feng and the rest finally arrived at the small town that Su Zimo mentioned. When they arrived, they saw that the town was shrouded in a bloody light. Their expressions changed slightly. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, I'm afraid that there are demons causing trouble in the town. Let's take action. Whoosh. The 7 of them quickly rushed towards the small town. When they entered, they saw that the entire town had turned into a bloody land. Corpses lay on the ground one after another. They had all been sucked dry. There were even carcasses of livestock. These demons, humans, and beasts were not spared. Ah! Screams could be heard from the depths of the town. Lin Feng and the rest quickly rushed over and saw more than 100 demons surrounding a manor. The surrounding environment of this small town was not bad. Some of the big families in the surrounding cities would often build their mansions in such places. If their clansmen were to pass by or go hunting in the mountains, they could rest in such places. The mansion this time was quite luxurious and grand. It was very likely that it was built by some big family in the city. Dozens of guards were defending against the encirclement of the demons, but they were constantly being killed. The situation was dire. There are still people alive. Brothers, be careful when you attack. Don't let these beasts hurt you, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Don't worry, we'll take care of ourselves. Zhong and the others nodded at first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 7 of them quickly rushed towards the hundreds of demons. Lin Feng took the lead. Zhong, Su Zimo, and Wang Xianming formed a group. Zhong, Li Kuan, and Ouyang Li formed a group. The 3 of them formed a triangle, attacking and defending each other. They were able to take care of each other. This was a joint attack passed down from Changhe Branch College. It was called the humanoid sword formation. The 3 of them formed a triangle, which was how the formation got its name. There are still human cultivators behind us. Their blood is so strong. Kill them and drink their blood, an earth demon said hoarsely. Swish. After that, 40 to 50 asuras, earthen demons, minotaurs and so on threw themselves at Lin Feng and the others. Madam, they're from Jialan Academy, a sharp-eyed guard said. He recognized Lin Feng and the others' clothes. A beautiful woman hiding in the room said, Everyone, the experts from Jialan Academy are here. If we hold on a little longer, we'll definitely be able to escape. Her voice was soft and gentle. It was very pleasant to the ears. Her figure was voluptuous, and her face was exquisite. She was definitely a rare beauty. Beside her was a young girl around 15 or 16 years old. She wore a light yellow dress and was tall and beautiful. Mother, are we going to be saved? The young girl's pale face regained some color. She was pleasantly surprised. The woman nodded and said, Don't be afraid, Dong-er. The students from Jalan Academy are here. We'll be saved. The guards' morale was also greatly boosted. Despicable little human, we'll suck your blood and flesh dry, said a dozen beasts, throwing themselves at Lin Feng. Scorching sun sword technique. Divine sword unsheathed. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he unsheathed his sword. The scorching sun rose into the sky. Ah, my eyes. When the blinding light shone on them, the evil demons roared in pain. They couldn't even open their eyes. The scorching sun sword technique was the embodiment of the scorching sun. It was the best way to restrain evil beings. These demons belonged to the category of evil beings. They were restrained by Lin Feng's scorching sun sword technique. Phut, Lin Feng's sword was as fast as lightning. A cold light flashed, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Ripping sounds could be heard. One by one, the demons were killed by Lin Feng's sword. On the other side, Zhong Shi, Su Zimo, and Wang Xianming also went on a killing spree, killing more than 10 fiendish demons. Zhong Muji, Li Kuan, and Ouyang Li also displayed their prowess. They killed more than 10 demons that were attacking them. Although the 6 of them weren't as strong as Lin Feng, they were still students of Jalan Academy's inner court. They were all geniuses. They weren't weak. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 demons were killed by Lin Feng and the rest. They directly leaped into the mansion and joined forces with the guards to besiege the remaining 50 or so fiendish demons. Ah, run! The demons saw that the situation was bad and wanted to escape. Where do you think you're going? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then rushed forwards and killed a ferocious beast with his sword. With the help of Zhong Shiqi and the others, all the ferocious beasts were killed. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Dead. These monsters are all dead. Thank you for saving our lives. The guards thanked Lin Feng and the rest profusely. Don't mention it. Lin Feng waved his hand. Young hero, we are unable to repay your kindness. Here is 1,000,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. The beautiful woman came out and took out the money to thank Lin Feng. The girl had seen Lin Feng's prowess and was deeply impressed. She stole glances at Lin Feng from time to time, her face blushing. What a beautiful mother and daughter pair. When Lin Feng saw the mother and daughter, he was surprised. The beautiful woman was mature and charming. She was extremely alluring. The girl was pure and pure. She was also a beauty. Lin Feng remained composed and refused. Killing ferocious beasts is our duty. Unfortunately, we were too late. Thousands of people in the town were all slaughtered. The woman said, "Young hero, you are a righteous man. You will need some money to travel when you come out to hunt demons. You can buy some necessities when you reach a big city." The woman insisted that Lin Feng accept the money. Lin Feng tried to refuse, but seeing that he couldn't refuse, he accepted the money. Zhong Shili asked, "The demon army has already reached this area. Where did they go?" "The demons are entrenched in the mountains in the northeast. The leader is a yaksha. There are more than 1,000 of them. They are wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. Many towns have been slaughtered." The woman explained. Damned demons. Lin Feng's expression turned cold and murderous. He turned to the woman and said, "You should all hide in Sangharan City before daybreak. We'll pack up now. The Yin clan of Jalan City, if you have time, you can come and visit us. We'll be able to repay you for saving our lives," said the Yin clan of Jalan City. The woman said, "If I have the chance, I will definitely pay you a visit." Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Zhong Shili and the others. They went straight to where the demons were gathering. When she saw Lin Feng leave, the girl called Dong was somewhat reluctant. She said, "Mother, I also want to join Sangharan Academy to cultivate." The woman nodded. "When we return to Sangharan City, I will find someone to send you to Sangharan Academy to cultivate." "That's great." Yin Dong smiled. Zhong Zimo asked, "Junior brother Lin, what are your plans?" They all looked at Lin Feng. Obviously, they all followed Lin Feng's lead. "We have to get rid of these beasts, otherwise, they'll cause too much trouble. Tonight, we'll sneak into the place where the beasts gather. We'll capture the leader first. As long as we kill that yaksha, the other beasts will collapse. Lin Feng said. That's what we were thinking. Zhong Shili and the others nodded. Lin Feng's group of 7 arrived at the demons' gathering place in the evening. Chapter 41. As night fell, even the chirping of insects disappeared from the forest. The area within a radius of 30 miles where the demons gathered was a land of dead silence. In the darkness, 7 agile figures leaped quickly through the forest. These 7 people were the inner courtyard students of Jialan Academy, led by Lin Feng. They took advantage of the night to sneak into the demon gathering place. Look, there's a huge cave over there. What a terrifying aura. There must be a powerful demon in that cave. Ouyang Li pointed to the top of the mountain. There was a huge cave at the top of the mountain. There were demons patrolling around the cave. There were flying asuras, white-haired asuras, earth demons, and giant demons that were 7 or 8 meters tall. It seems that the demon in the cave is not simple. Lin Feng sneered. Junior brother Lin, what should we do now? Zhong Muji asked. We'll sneak into the cave. I'll deal with the Yaksha commander. The 6 of you will help me block the other demons. Don't let them disturb my battle with the Yaksha commander. Lin Feng said. No problem. Zhong Muji nodded. The 7 of them took advantage of the darkness and hid their aura. They quietly hid outside the cave. Finally, they found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and sneaked into the cave. There were no demons in the cave. It seemed that the demons were patrolling outside. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others entered the depths of the cave. They saw a huge mountain in front of them. A middle-aged cultivator in a black robe sat cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the black robe was resting. Damn, this Yaksha has transformed into a human. It's at least a martial master. No wonder it dares to stir up trouble. Lin Feng was shocked. Some demons had spiritual intelligence and knew how to cultivate. They could transform into a human. Such a fiendish demon could disguise itself as a sinister and cunning person. Swoosh. Lin Feng unsheathed his long sword and rushed towards the beast. The demon's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp. When Lin Feng made his move, he actually woke up in an instant. A human cultivator dares to enter my cave. You're courting death. The fiendish demon let out an eerie cry. He soared into the air and transformed into a pair of huge black wings. In an instant, he turned into a huge flying yaksha. This flying yaksha had a wingspan of 5 meters. It had a green face and sharp fangs, and was extremely ugly. It was completely different from the human appearance from before. The flying yaksha extended its sharp claws and clawed at Lin Feng. How dare you, demon? How dare you wreak havoc in Zhenwu country? Today, I've come to kill you. Lin Feng sneered. He was not afraid at all. Wielding his sword, he charged towards the flying yaksha commander. Clang! The long sword in Lin Feng's hand clashed with the sharp claws of the flying yaksha commander, producing a series of clanging sounds. Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying force. It shook him and sent him flying more than 10 meters before he stopped. It really has the strength of a martial master. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The flying yaksha's strength had reached the martial master realm. The only difference between it and a human cultivator was that it did not cultivate the various martial techniques of a human cultivator, such as sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, etc. Its attacks still relied on brute force. Roar! The demons outside heard the commotion in the cave and let out a deafening roar. More than 300 beasts swarmed into the hall. Originally, there were more than 1,000 demons in the cave. But now, many of them had gone out to wreak havoc. Only 300 demons were left to guard the cave. Seeing so many demons rushing in, Zhong Shichi and the others turned pale. After all, they were too few in number. Block the cave. Don't let these demons in. Zhong Shichi was the calmest and shouted loudly. The cave was not particularly big. At most, a dozen demons could rush in at once. Hence, Zhong Shichi and the others could easily block these demons. The 6 of them rushed to the entrance of the cave and fought with the demons. Lowly human brat, no matter how you struggle, only death awaits you. The flying Yaksha commander let out a sinister cry. Swoosh! It spread its wings and rushed towards Lin Feng again. The flying Yaksha commander's weapon was its pair of razor-sharp claws. It only needed to scratch Lin Feng lightly and Lin Feng would be poisoned. Then, he would die under the Yaksha's claws. Clang! 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 Lin Feng held his sword and fought with the flying Yaksha commander. They fought for more than 10 rounds, but Lin Feng did not gain any advantage. Suddenly, the flying Yaksha commander seized an opportunity and rushed forward. Its sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng's chest. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retreated more than 10 meters before the danger approached. Lin Feng successfully dodged the flying Yaksha commander's attack. Keikakik, brat, next time, I'll definitely take your life. The flying Yaksha commander let out a sinister laugh. It rushed towards Lin Feng again. Those sharp claws flickered with an eerie cold light, as if they were the most powerful sharp blades. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held his sword in front of him. Sun sword technique. Boom! In the face of the flying Yaksha commander's attack, Lin Feng did not hold back either. The sun rose into the sky and its blinding light shone on the ground. Brat, it's useless. Today, you'll definitely die. The flying Yaksha commander let out a sinister laugh. The dazzling light did not affect his vision too much. That was because the monster's strength was too tyrannical. The flying Yaksha commander rushed in front of Lin Feng and clawed at him with its sharp claws. Lin Feng slashed at the flying Yaksha commander with his sword. Clang! The long sword and the flying Yaksha commander's claws collided violently. The flying Yaksha smirked. It grabbed Lin Feng's long sword with one claw and grabbed Lin Feng with the other. At this critical moment, Lin Feng sneered. Devouring martial spirit. Boom! Lin Feng channeled his martial spirit. His devouring martial spirit flew out and turned into a black hole. The black hole distorted the heavens and the earth and shrouded the Yaksha. The Yaksha's speed was greatly reduced. Brat, your martial spirit is very special, but it's useless. You can't stop me. The flying Yaksha laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Lin Feng sneered. Triple devouring martial spirit. Boom boom. Lin Feng channeled the second and third devouring martial spirits. The 3 devouring martial souls overlapped and enveloped the flying Yaksha commander. The flying Yaksha commander's body could not move. Ah, how is this possible? Is this your martial spirit? How can there be 3 identical martial spirits? The flying Yaksha commander shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held the sword in his right hand and slapped the hilt with his left hand. A powerful force exploded. Puff! The sword broke free from the flying Yaksha commander's claws and pierced through the flying Yaksha commander's chest. Chapter 42. The vampire bat commander is dead. That demonic blood-sucking bat commander is as strong as a cultivator of the martial arts layer, but it was killed by Brother Lin. Brother Lin's strength is unfathomable. Yeah, I didn't think that junior Brother Lin would be so strong. Zhong Shiqi and the others were astonished. Lin Feng had killed the vampire bat commander, which boosted their morale. They were even more ferocious now. Lin Feng quickly cut off the vampire bat commander's left ear and took the blood pill. Then, he put the 2 items away. The left ear was used to exchange for points, and the blood pill was made of the vampire bat commander's blood essence. It was extremely precious. Our commander is dead. Kill these despicable humans and avenge our commander. When the demons outside saw that the vampire bat commander had been killed by Lin Feng, they roared furiously. Roar! 3 7 or 8 meter tall giant rock demons rushed towards Zhong Shiqi and the others with stone sticks in their hands. They smashed the sticks in their hands towards Zhong Shiqi and the others. Hurry up and retreat. Zhong Shiqi and the others' faces changed. They quickly retreated into the 3rd palace. The fiendish demons swarmed in and entered the 3rd palace. Take revenge for Lord Commander, some ferocious beasts shouted hoarsely and threw themselves at Lin Feng, including a giant rock demon. It was holding a huge stone stick and smashed it towards Lin Feng. The power of this attack was unimaginably terrifying. It was as if the stone club could smash a mountain into smithereens. The power of this attack was unimaginable. There were also dozens of demons assisting the giant rock demon. Lin Feng was in a very bad situation. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng sneered and jumped out. He instantly arrived in front of a group of demons. He held a long sword in his hand and stabbed forward. A ferocious beast was immediately killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved through the group of demons. Wherever his long sword went, sword chi shot out. Poof! Poof! Ripping sounds could be heard as one demon after another was slain by Lin Feng, dying on the spot. Not long after, a group of dead demons lay on the ground. Roar! The giant rock demon's roar shook the heavens as it swung its huge stone club towards Lin Feng. Facing the giant rock demon's attack, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He immediately used the scorching sun swordsmanship. As the sun rose into the sky, the divine sword was unsheathed. Lin Feng's sword pierced through the giant rock demon's chest. The giant rock demon's huge body collapsed and died on the spot. Lin Feng joined the battle and started a massacre. Although these fiendish demons had the advantage in numbers, they were forced to retreat under the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. The ground was littered with fiendish demon corpses. Run! After more than 100 fiendish demons died, some of them screamed in horror and turned to run outside. As soon as the first fiendish demon fled, a second fiendish demon followed suit. These fiendish demons swarmed out in groups. Should we give chase? Zhong Yi, who was in the mood to kill, asked. Don't chase a cornered enemy, Lin Feng said. How dare you? How dare you wreak havoc in the Zhenwu country? All of you deserve to die. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the castle. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky and flew into the castle. He saw that it was a young prince, handsome and extraordinary, wearing a daoist robe. It was said that the robe had runes drawn by a spirit array master. Once activated, one could use the robe to fly in the air for a short period of time. The young man floated in the air and took out a flying sword. The flying sword quickly flew out and flew in the void. Puff! 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 The flying sword was too fast, like a bolt of lightning. It moved freely between heaven and earth. One by one, the fiendish demons were killed. Ah, a flying sword. It's a human's flying sword. Run, run, run. These fiendish demons fled pathetically, crazily rushing out of the castle. However, the flying sword was too fast. The flying swords shot out horizontally in the air, and each arc would bring about a bloody light. One by one, the fiendish demons were killed. They died on the spot. 200 fiendish demons were killed in the blink of an eye. The young man landed in the palace. At this moment, a group of people rushed in from outside. Senior Brother Bai's imperial sword technique has reached perfection. It's unfathomable. A group of more than 10 people said respectfully. The young man in white was called Bai Ilong, and he was a martial master expert. He was also a direct descendant of the Bai family in Jialan City. Bai Ilong was obviously very happy with everyone's flattery. He smiled and said, "My imperial sword technique was created by a yin-yang expert. It can be used to kill enemies in a single breath. What a powerful sword technique. With this technique, Senior Brother Bai will definitely shine in the great competition of the 4 academies." The group of people flattered him. Ha, the great competition of the 4 academies? There's not much time left. I'll make sure to rank higher in the great competition of the 4 academies. With this imperial sword technique, I might even be able to rank in the top 20. Bai Ilong had a confident smile on his face. Let's go. Lin Feng saw Bai Ilong and the others, but Lin Feng didn't know him. He walked outside with Zhong Qi and the others. They seemed to be from Changhe branch. Someone said. The disciples of Changhe branch are really reckless. They actually dared to come here. Someone curled his lips and looked at them mockingly. Lin Feng and the others didn't want to cause trouble, so they didn't pay attention to them. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing voice came from the crowd. Lin Feng, it's you, it's you. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he turned his head and frowned. The person who had spoken was Duanmu Lei. He was a genius of the inner courtyard and was known as the strongest person under the martial master level. Of course, he had been defeated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Bai Yilong also looked over, and when he saw Lin Feng, his face immediately became gloomy. It's that little brat. Some of the students next to Bai Yilong said in a cold voice. Those people were following Bai Yilong's lead. They obviously knew about the enmity between Lin Feng and the Bai clan. At that moment, in the middle of a castle in the middle of nowhere, it could be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. That's right, it's me. What do you want? Lin Feng looked at Duanmu Lei indifferently. Lin Feng didn't care about Duanmu Lei, who he had defeated before. What he was really afraid of was Bai Yilong, who was a martial master and had a flying sword. Little brat, you've bumped into me here and you're asking me what I want. A sinister smile appeared on Duanmu Lei's face. You must have never thought that you would be so unlucky, right? Get your ass over here, kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. Then slap your own face and I might consider letting you live. Duanmu Lei looked at Lin Feng in amusement. Next to him was Bai Yilong, a Zun master-level cultivator. Duanmu Lei was filled with confidence. It seemed like he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Chapter 43. Sichu Lei hated Lin Feng to the bone. Since he had met Lin Feng in this isolated town, he had never intended to let Lin Feng go. Saying that Lin Feng had knelt down and begged for mercy was also a lie. He only wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew this as well. Brat, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing? What are you waiting for? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. The rest of the people shouted as well, waiting to watch a good show. In their opinion, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even if he had wings. The grudge between Lin Feng and the Bai clan was too deep. Bai Yilong would definitely not let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy, his eyes flashing with coldness. Seeing that Lin Feng did not kneel down, a disciple named Dong Yilong said. A disciple named Dong Qi sneered, "Dog, I told you to kneel and kowtow to senior brother Bai and apologize. Didn't you hear me?" Dong Qi was sure that Lin Feng would not dare to make a move because Bai Yilong was here. If Lin Feng made a move, wouldn't he be courting death? Therefore, Dong Qi was extremely arrogant. You dare to scold me? I think you're tired of living. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Dong Qi. Dong Qi scolded, I'm tired of living? I think you're the one who's dying. Dong Qi sneered again and again. He raised his right leg and kicked towards Lin Feng's knee. It seemed that he wanted to kick Lin Feng to the ground. Dong Qi clearly wanted to show off in front of Bai Yilong. Dong Qi's kick was about to hit Lin Feng's knee. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. With a light dodge, he dodged Dong Qi's kick. Dong Qi was shocked. He did not think that Lin Feng would dare to dodge. Lin Feng's face was cold. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed Dong Qi's neck, and lifted him up. No one thought that Lin Feng would suddenly make a move. Bai Yilong was the same. Perhaps it could be said that no one present had thought that Lin Feng would dare to make a move. After all, the strength of Bai Yilong's side was really too strong. According to the understanding of ordinary people, Lin Feng must be thinking of ways to curry favor with them. However, Lin Feng did the exact opposite. He attacked Dong Qi. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng, how dare you? Many people began to berate him. Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He didn't care at all. He sneered, you dare to insult me? No one in this world can save you. Dong Qi struggled violently, but he couldn't break free. He was lifted up like a little chick by Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. Even now, Dong Qi still felt that Lin Feng was bluffing. With Bai Yilong here, what could this brat do to him? Sichu Lei shouted coldly, Lin Feng, let go of Dong Qi, or you're dead. Haha, do you think that I, Lin Feng, am so scared? Lin Feng sneered. He didn't care about what Sichu Lei said. Lin Feng, with Senior Bai here, you dare to be so impudent. After being caught by Lin Feng, Dong Qi actually dared to threaten Lin Feng. You reckless thing. If I was afraid of Bai Yilong, would I still attack? Lin Feng sneered, you dare insult me? I'll let you know the consequences of being cheap. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng attacked. Slap, 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 slap. Dong Qi howled in pain. Zhong Xingqi and the others watched on with their blood boiling. They were naturally on Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng's unyielding attitude had stimulated their blood. What if they fought today? What was there to fear? Slap, 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 slap. Lin Feng slapped Dong Qi 10 times in a row. Dong Qi's face was smashed, and his bones were exposed in many places. Get lost. Chapter 44. Seeing Lin Feng beat up Dong Qi, Zhong Qi and the others were terrified. After all, Dong Qi had a lot of people and Bai Yilong was a martial master. But even so, Zhong Qi and the others were still very satisfied. They could see that even though Lin Feng was young, he was domineering and fearless. A man should straighten his back. Men should defend their dignity. Men should never surrender. Men should never be cowards. Ah, avenge me, avenge me. Dong Qi was lying on the ground, howling in grief. You're courting death, you're courting death, Lin Feng. Sai Tu Lei had a sinister expression on his face. What? You want to be beaten up too? Lin Feng looked at Sai Tu Lei coldly. When he felt Lin Feng's cold gaze, Sai Tu Lei was so scared that he shrank back. Sai Tu Lei was extremely strong. Before he had met Lin Feng, he had been invincible under the martial master layer. But when he had met Lin Feng, he had been unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Feng had left a huge shadow in Sai Tu Lei's heart. Therefore, although Sai Tu Lei was shouting happily, he was actually afraid of Lin Feng. He didn't have the courage to fight against Lin Feng. He didn't have the courage to fight against Lin Feng. What are you afraid of? Sai Tu Lei, go beat him up. Beat him up fiercely. Let's see if he dares to resist. If he dares to resist, I'll personally kill him. At that moment, Bai Yilong opened his mouth. Bai Yilong didn't intend to let Lin Feng off. However, before he killed Lin Feng, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. With Bai Yilong's guarantee, Sai Tu Lei felt as if he had eaten a pill of reassurance. He immediately became more courageous. Sai Tu Lei walked towards Lin Feng with an evil smile on his face. He wanted to slap Lin Feng. Obviously, Sai Tu Lei didn't believe that Lin Feng would dare to attack him at that moment. After all, Bai Yilong, an exalted martial master, had already spoken. Would Lin Feng dare to go against Bai Yilong's words? Bai Yilong gave Situ Lei courage. Furthermore, Bai Yilong had indeed used his powerful aura to lock onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel Bai Yilong's aura enveloping him. It was as if as long as he moved, Bai Yilong's thunderous killing move would attack. At this time, Situ Lei's slap was about to land on Lin Feng's face. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved. He moved like thunder and was as fast as lightning. Lin Feng opened his hand and slapped towards Situ Lei. You dare to fight back? Situ Lei was shocked and wanted to retreat quickly. None of the people present had expected that Lin Feng would actually dare to fight back at this time. It was truly unexpected. Lin Feng's attack speed was too fast, directly slapping Situ Lei back repeatedly with a palm. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Situ Lei's neck, lifting him up. Lin Feng, are you courting death? Bai Yilong reacted and shouted coldly. Haha, Bai Yilong, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? What a joke. Lin Feng, am a dignified 7 feet tall man, why would I be afraid of you? Lin Feng sneered, you want to let trash like Situ Lei humiliate me? That's wishful thinking. Slap. Lin Feng ruthlessly slapped Situ Lei's face. Situ Lei was beaten until he cried out miserably. This slap was no different from a slap on Bai Yilong's face. Bai Yilong's expression was extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, Situ Lei was in Lin Feng's hands, and he did not dare to act rashly. Quick, send out the signal. Sumo nodded. Su Zimo nodded and shot up into the sky. In the darkness, it was extremely bright. Seeing this, Bai Yilong's expression became even more gloomy. These signal flares would attract the attention of the surrounding students of Jialan Academy. Lin Feng knew that once the signal was sent out, Bai Elong would not dare to act rashly. Bai Elong, I'll return this trash to you. Lin Feng sneered and threw Sichu Lei away. Plop! Sichu Lei fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Good, good, good. Lin Feng, you're very good. Bai Elong's expression was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Senior brother, should we kill them? Someone asked softly. Bai Elong said, once the signal is sent out, the students of Jialan Academy will definitely come. It's too late. Bai Elong looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, Lin Feng, the competition between the 4 academies is in half a year. You better pray that you don't meet me during the competition, because if you do, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He sneered back, the competition between the 4 academies? All right, I'll wait. Bai Elong sneered and quickly left with a group of people. Let's go too. After Bai Elong and the rest left, Lin Feng and the rest mourned as they collected the corpses of the Jialan Academy students. They erected a simple tombstone and buried them together, bowed 3 times, and left. More and more students of Jialan Academy arrived one after another. When they saw the graves of the Jialan Academy students, many of them were filled with grief. An elder of the academy came and said in a low voice, if we can't eradicate the demons, the ones who will die in the future will be our family members, friends, and loved ones. We will fight the demons to the end. I'm willing to sacrifice my blood to the divine sword and slay all the demons that have wreaked havoc on Jinwu country. Many of the Jialan Academy students roared with grief and indignation. A bonfire burned. Lin Feng and the rest sat in front of the bonfire. However, even though they had witnessed the tragic deaths of the Jialan Academy students, Lin Feng and the rest did not say anything. The atmosphere was very solemn. Su Zimo felt that they should talk about something, so he said, Junior brother Lin, Bai Elong is one of the top experts of the Bai family's younger generation. You must be careful of him. If you meet him during the competition, you can only choose to avoid him temporarily. The rest nodded, obviously thinking that it was best to avoid him for now. Lin Feng said, there's still half a year before the competition. You don't have to worry about me. When it comes, it'll be hard to say who will die. Everybody was speechless. They were surprised by Lin Feng's self-confidence, but then they thought about Lin Feng's natural abilities. Maybe in half a year during the great competition of the 4 universities, Lin Feng would really be able to defeat Bai Elong. Zhong Xingqi and the rest could not help but look forward to it. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in front of the bonfire. He was fixedly staring at the bonfire. In his mind, Bai Elong had killed hundreds of ferocious beasts with his sword. Lin Feng was still astonished. Bai Elong was extremely difficult to deal with. His sword technique was godly. However, Lin Feng was not worried. Lin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. With his talent and the Archean dragonesque elephant art, he could defeat Bai Elong easily. Defeating Bai Elong in half a year's time would not be difficult. The night was cold as water. In the latter half of the night, dark clouds covered the sky. In the distance, endless blood light surged into the heavens. A tall figure suddenly stood up. Chapter 45. What's that? Zhong Shichi and the rest were jolted awake from their dreams. They looked at the gigantic figure in the distance and exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng's eyes glinted. I read a story in the classic of mountains and seas. It says that when a cultivator reaches the legendary yin-yang realm, they can manifest a Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. That Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth has the power of gods and demons. This should be a Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. What? A Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth? That powerful? Could it be that there's a yin-yang expert among the fiendish demons? Heavens, that level of existence is high and mighty, like a god looking down on the common people. Our country of true martial has been established for thousands of years, but there hasn't been such an expert. How could there be a yin-yang expert in our country? Wang Shenming exclaimed in shock. Let's go and see what's going on. Lin Feng said. The 7 of them traveled through the night. Along the way, they killed many fiendish demons. Half a month later, they arrived at a huge underground fissure. There were many people gathered here. There were students from Jalan Academy, itinerant cultivators, adventurers, mercenaries, and so on. These adventurers and mercenaries had received missions to hunt fiendish demons or enter the underground world to search for treasures. They weren't serving the country. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived, there were even some adventurers and mercenaries who had sinister smiles on their faces. They looked at Lin Feng and the rest with malice in their eyes. These people would do anything for their own interests. They had killed and plundered many times. Lin Feng and the rest were a group of youths. They didn't have any guards with them, so it was normal for them to be targeted. Lin Feng frowned. It seems that there are all sorts of people here. We have to be careful at all times. If we enter the underground world, not only do we have to be wary of fiendish demons, but we also have to be wary of unknown cultivators to avoid being ambushed. Zhong and the rest nodded. I'll go and find out about that Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth from a few days ago. Go ahead. Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, he returned. What did you find out? Li Kuan asked impatiently. That's where the battle took place. It said that the 9th disciple of the Demon King of Raging Flames, the Scarlet Flame Great Beast, fought against Liu Piao Shui, a peerless genius from Sun Moon City. Su Zimo said. Sun Moon City was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the Divine Prefecture of the East County. It was on par with Heaven Saint City and had an ancient force guarding it. Its strength was unimaginable. It was a holy land for cultivation. It was said that the founding divine ancestor of the Zhenwu country was an outer disciple of one of the ancient powers in Sun Moon City. This sounded very unimaginable, but it was the truth. It was enough to show how terrifying Sun Moon City was. An ordinary outer disciple was able to establish an immortal nation that lasted for thousands of years. The foundation of the ancient forces was unimaginable. As for the true martial country, it also submitted to the Sun Moon City. Every year, it would pay tribute to the Sun Moon City. On the other hand, Sun Moon City would protect the true martial country. Who is Liu Piaoshui? Lin Feng asked. Su Zimo said, Liu Piaoshui is the leader of the younger generation in Sun Moon City. Among the younger generation in the Divine Prefecture of the East County, she's one of the strongest monsters. Although Liu Piaoshui is only 20 years old, she's already broken through to the Yin-Yang realm. 20 years old. Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He looked extremely shocked. Su Zimo smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother, this isn't a big deal. The founding divine ancestor of the Zhenwu country was just an ordinary outer disciple in Sun Moon City. From this, you can see how terrifying an ancient force like Sun Moon City is. The difference is really too big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Originally, Lin Feng had thought that he was already a genius among geniuses since he had already cultivated to the 9th firmament of the warrior realm at the age of 15. But now, Lin Feng realized that he had been a frog in a well. A 20-year-old Yin-Yang realm expert had actually appeared in a place like Sun Moon City. Only now did Lin Feng realize how big the difference was between him and these top geniuses. However, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. Instead, this stimulated Lin Feng's endless fighting spirit. Lin Feng believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to catch up. Sooner or later, he would also break through to the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, he would be able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There would be nothing he couldn't do. He would be able to spit fire from his mouth, ride on the clouds, turn stone into gold, and master divine abilities. Someone has already gone down. Let's go down too, Lin Feng said. Okay, let's go to the underground world to take a look. It's rumored that demons wreak havoc in the underground world. However, there are also many treasures that the surface world doesn't have. I wonder if we'll have the opportunity to obtain some of the underground world's treasures, Ouyang Li said. She was looking forward to it. Lin Feng's group of 7 entered the underground world. The underground world was damp and dark. The vegetation here was abnormally tall, but many of them were highly poisonous and couldn't be casually touched. In fact, there were even many enormous man-eating flowers growing here. These man-eating flowers would usually hide underground, and when someone came, they would quickly emerge and swallow the person who passed by. Then, they would use their poison to paralyze the person before slowly digesting them. Besides the harsh environment, there were also many demons hiding in the shadows and attacking cultivators who entered the underground world. On the second day in the underground world, Lin Feng and the others heard the sounds of battle as they passed through a forest. They sneaked over to watch and saw a dozen young people being surrounded by a group of mercenaries. The mercenaries attacked ferociously, and with their numbers, the young people couldn't withstand their attacks at all. Pu. People were constantly being killed. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, the elders of Ocean of Clouds Academy, will avenge us. The last student cursed with resentment. Pu. His chest was pierced by the spear of a Heavenly Wolf knight riding a huge Heavenly Wolf. Lin Feng and the others wanted to save him, but they couldn't. If you die, will Ocean of Clouds Academy know who killed you? The leader of the mercenaries sneered and ordered, "Take everything from them." "Yes, sir." Soon, over 100 mercenaries left. Lin Feng and the others walked out of their hiding place and arrived before the corpses of the young people. They checked them, but none of them were alive. These mercenaries are really despicable. Now that demons are causing trouble in the true martial empire, they don't want to kill the demons. Instead, they want to rob and kill the cultivators of the true martial empire. Zhong Qian spoke with righteous indignation. Lin Feng frowned slightly. These mercenaries were from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. If he remembered correctly, Duanmu Feiyang, who he killed in the forest, was the young commander of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. These are all students of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Don't let their corpses lie in the wilderness. Let's bury them, said Lin Feng. He dug a deep hole next to the corpses. After burying the corpses, they left. On the third day, Lin Feng and the others heard some news. 100 li away, there was a river in the underworld. It was said that the water of the underworld came from that river. It was said that the Yellow Spring stream was one of the most precious spirit liquids in the world. It was a peerless spirit treasure. Cultivating with the Yellow Spring stream could greatly increase one's strength. After hearing this, Lin Feng, Zhong Qian, and the others quickly rushed to the Yellow Spring stream. However, they were ambushed on the way. Arrows shot towards them, but Lin Feng and the others had to dodge them in a sorry state. "Oh, you have some skills." Cold laughter resounded as over 100 mercenaries appeared. There were even a dozen of them riding heavenly wolves. They surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The faces of Zhong Yi, Su Zimo, and the rest turned pale. These people were the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries that they had seen earlier. Chapter 46. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were vicious and merciless. They killed without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng and the rest had witnessed the deaths of the Yunhai Academy students. They did not expect that they would be surrounded by the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries so soon. "Everyone, we have no grudges in the past, nor do we have any enmity today. Could it be that you want to rob and kill us? Why don't we bury the hatchet today? In the future, we might even be able to help each other," Su Zimo said with a smile. He was proficient in interpersonal relationships. After all, he was the young master of the Su family, one of the top 10 families in Sangharan City. He was knowledgeable and knew how to deal with people. Furthermore, one would not slap a smiling face. Su Zimo's beaming face made him look even more cheerful. However, these mercenaries were different from ordinary people. One of the mercenaries sneered. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with us?" Su Zimo wanted to speak but was stopped by Lin Feng. These people would not listen to him at all. If they knew how to negotiate, the Yunhai Academy students would not have been killed so cruelly. "My sword won't be stained with the blood of nameless people. The Celestial Wolf mercenary group is very famous, but you're still not strong enough to deal with us. If you piss off now, you can still live, otherwise, I'll kill you all," Lin Feng said coldly. Everyone was stunned on the spot. No one expected Lin Feng to be so audacious. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf knights and more than 100 mercenaries. Lin Feng, on the other hand, only had 7 people. In the eyes of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, Lin Feng was courting death. Zhongqi and the rest had bitter smiles on their faces. They were all amazed that their junior brother Lin was not afraid of anything. "Brat, are you courting death? Men, capture this brat. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." The leader of the mercenaries laughed sinisterly. There was a scar on his face that looked like a centipede. It was ferocious and terrifying. "Yes, sir." After receiving Scarface's order, a person immediately jumped out and walked towards Lin Feng. "Brat, who do you think you are? You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of us." Boom. The mercenary from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps laughed sinisterly as he punched towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He swung his right fist and directly punched out. Meet force with force. A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the Celestial Wolves mercenaries were ferociously fighting against each other. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The mercenaries who fought with Lin Feng had their arms broken. Lin Feng's powerful punch smashed into the chest of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's mercenary. The mercenary's chest caved in as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out even contained some internal organs. The mercenary fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng didn't feel any guilt for killing the mercenary with one punch. Although the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were called mercenaries, they were actually no different from bandits. They killed the innocent and were extremely repulsive. Killing them was also a good thing for the people. "Shui Laoliu is dead," someone exclaimed. Lin Feng's killing of Shui Laoliu with one punch caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps. A Heavenly Wolf Knight rode a huge wolf and walked out step by step. "Brat, you deserve to die 10,000 times for killing my men." Roar. The Heavenly Wolf let out a deep roar, then moved its thick limbs and charged towards Lin Feng. Besides, the Knight of the Celestial Wolves was holding a long spear in his hand and immediately threw it towards Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to kill Lin Feng while he was still in the air. Lin Feng sneered and didn't dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to rush forward. He moved a few steps to the left and dodged the Heavenly Wolf Knight's terrifying attack. Crack. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the Heavenly Wolf Knight's spear and with a shake of his right hand, the Heavenly Wolf Knight's spear flew out of his hand. Lin Feng held the spear in his hand as if he was holding a heaven-splitting axe and directly swung it down. Bang! The attack fiercely hit the Heavenly Wolf Knight's body. Even the Heavenly Wolf under him was directly killed by Lin Feng's attack. Isn't he too powerful? Even Zhong Shiqi and the others stared at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. This brat is not simple. Let's attack together and kill him. Scarface's face was filled with killing intent. Then, more than 10 Heavenly Wolf Knights charged towards Lin Feng. The rest of the mercenaries charged towards Zhong Shiqi and the others. "Be careful," Lin Feng shouted. "Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves," Zhong Shiqi and the others replied, but their expressions were also very serious. Being surrounded by so many mercenaries, if they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. "Brat, no one in the world can save your life today," Scarface laughed sinisterly. He held a blood-red saber in his hand and took the lead to attack Lin Feng. "Is that so?" Lin Feng threw away his spear. Even though he was surrounded by more than 10 Heavenly Wolf Knights, he was still calm and composed. Boom! Lin Feng moved. He charged into the midst of the Heavenly Wolf Knights, and at the same time, Lin Feng activated his 3 black holes. When his martial soul was activated, a powerful magnetic field was formed around Lin Feng in a radius of more than 10 meters. This was the confinement effect of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. All the Heavenly Wolf Knights who entered this area were unable to move. "Ah, what's going on? I can't move. What happened? This brat knows demonic arts." The Heavenly Wolf Knights cried out in fear. This was the first time Lin Feng had revealed his trump card in a group battle. However, the effect was obvious. When his 3 devouring martial souls were activated, a powerful confinement force was produced. It was enough to restrict the movements of the Heavenly Wolf Knights and the Heavenly Wolf Knights. Awoo! The Heavenly Wolves let out low growls. They struggled with all their might, trying to move. However, they were unable to move at all. The originally ferocious heavenly wolf's eyes were now filled with fear. "Sir, we were wrong. We apologize to you. No discord, no concord. How about we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk?" Scarface cried out in fear. He wanted to slap his own mouth. How could he have provoked such a terrifying person? Lin Feng's expression was cold. He ignored them. These people had committed heinous crimes and deserved to die. Swoosh. A cold light flashed. His sword was unsheathed. Poof, poof, poof. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the Heavenly Wolf Knights were stabbed to death by Lin Feng. More than 10 powerful Heavenly Wolf Knights were unable to resist Lin Feng's attacks. In less than 10 breaths, the powerful Heavenly Wolf Knights were all killed by Lin Feng. Chapter 47. They're all dead. They're all dead. How could this be? That kid is too powerful. He killed more than a dozen of them. Run. Run. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries who were besieging Zhongshichi and the others were all scared out of their wits when they saw Lin Feng kill more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen in a short time. The weakest of the Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen was at level 9 of the martial realm. Scarface was even at level 10 of the martial realm. Coupled with the powerful charge of the Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen, even a level 10 of the martial realm would die if they weren't careful. However, Lin Feng had killed so many strong cultivators in the blink of an eye. These ordinary mercenaries were almost scared to death. They didn't dare to continue besieging Zhongshichi and the others. They turned around and ran away. With so many people, there was no way to catch up. Although Zhongshichi and the others knew that Lin Feng was powerful, they were still shocked when they saw Lin Feng kill more than a dozen Heavenly Wolf cavalrymen in a short time. If we ride these Heavenly Wolves, our speed will be much faster. Lin Feng jumped on a Heavenly Wolf. These Heavenly Wolves were ferocious. However, they were all trembling now. Lin Feng's ferocious power had already intimidated these Heavenly Wolves. Zhongshichi and the others also jumped on the Heavenly Wolves. The 7 of them rode the Heavenly Wolves into the depths of the forest. However, a day later, someone caught up with them. It was a young man in his 20s. He was riding an even larger Heavenly Wolf and holding a black iron spear. "You killed my Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. You all deserve to die." The young man's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. "Duanmu Yang!" Ouyang Li exclaimed. "Someone knows me." Duanmu Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Zimo exclaimed, "His Duanmu Yang? He's the eldest son of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries leader. He's a martial master." The leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had 3 sons. The third son was Duanmu Feiyang, who had been killed by Lin Feng. The eldest son was the most talented of the 3 brothers. "You guys go first. I'll hold him back," Lin Feng said. But Zhongqi and the others wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Lin Feng. "Do you still not believe in my strength? We're a burden here, but you have to be careful." Zhong Shisui and the others warned him and left on the Heavenly Wolf. "Brat, you're courting death," Duanmu Yang shouted coldly. He held the black iron spear in his hand and urged the Heavenly Wolf to charge towards Lin Feng. The black spear in his hand stabbed towards Lin Feng. "Kill." Lin Feng patted Sky Wolf's head. The Heavenly Wolf beneath him also let out a low growl and charged towards Duanmu Yang. Whoosh! Lin Feng pulled out his sword and slashed at Duanmu Yang. Clang, 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 the black spear and Lin Feng's sword collided and emitted a metallic sound. Duanmu Yang's strength was monstrous. Each time he attacked, a terrifying strength would penetrate through Lin Feng's sword and penetrate into his body. Even a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer would have died if they had been struck by such an attack. But Lin Feng had practiced the ancient Dracophant formula. Even though he had only broken through to the 9th Qi layer, his physical body was already comparable to that of a real cultivator of the Qi layer. Besides, when the terrifying strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng had immediately used the ancient Dracophant formula to disperse the strength. Therefore, he had not been injured. Damn it! Duanmu Yang's face was extremely gloomy. He, a Zun master cultivator, had attacked Lin Feng continuously for more than 10 rounds. However, he still hadn't been able to defeat a small martial master cultivator. Duanmu Yang felt a deep sense of humiliation. The black spear in his hand fiercely stabbed towards Lin Feng. This attack contained over 1,000,000 jin of strength. This was the first time Duanmu Yang had used his full strength. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. He quickly retreated. This attack hadn't been able to hit Lin Feng, but it had fiercely smashed into the Heavenly Wolf's body. The Heavenly Wolf had been smashed into meat paste by Duanmu Yang's attack. This showed how terrifying this attack was. "Today, I will stop playing with you. I won't keep you company," said Lin Feng while laughing. He jumped into the forest and quickly disappeared without a trace. Duanmu Yang looked for him but couldn't find him. He was so angry that he kept roaring. In the forest, a young man with a sword on his back was quickly flying. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had benefited a lot from the fight with Duanmu Yang. A martial master cultivator couldn't be compared to a martial master cultivator. This had stimulated Lin Feng's fighting spirit even more. Martial Master Realm. This was Lin Feng's first goal. 5 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Yellow Springs stream. It was said that the yellow springs of the 9th Netherworld had appeared there. The 9th Netherworld was a corner of the Hell World. The Yellow Springs was a kind of holy water that flowed in the Yellow Springs River. The Yellow Springs water was also called the Water of Forgetfulness. According to legends, Meng Po would give the souls of the past to drink Meng Po's soup. After drinking it, they would forget their previous lives. Meng Po's soup was made by adding some ingredients to the Yellow Springs water. Of course, these were just legends. But the real Yellow Springs water was a spirit treasure in the world and was extremely rare. When Lin Feng arrived at the Yellow Springs stream, he heard the sound of a fierce battle. He sneaked into the Yellow Springs stream. In the Yellow Springs stream, 2 groups of people were fighting. On one side was a group of demons. The leader was a demon with white hair and was extremely ugly. It was a white-haired Asura. This was a demon cultivator. The white-haired Asuras had the strength of a martial master. On the other side was the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group. The leader was Duanmu Yang, whom he had fought with a few days ago. On the ground, there were hundreds of corpses. There were demon corpses, Heavenly Wolf mercenary group corpses, some rogue cultivators, and even some academy students. During this time, many people had come to the Yellow Springs stream to fight for the Yellow Springs water. Today, the Yellow Springs water had appeared. The 2 strongest forces, the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and the underground demons, had appeared and killed all the cultivators in the Yellow Springs stream. Then, the 2 sides fought fiercely. Lin Feng scanned the corpses. He was relieved when he didn't find the corpses of Zhong Shidi and the others. It seemed that Zhong Shidi and the others didn't come here. They had probably changed their plans. Just as the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and the underground demons were locked in battle, a powerful wave of energy suddenly came from the depths of the Yellow Springs stream. There was a cave in the depths of the Yellow Springs stream. It was said to be called the Death Cave. Rumor had it that Yin-Yang realm cultivators would definitely die if they entered. However, every 1,000 years, some gas would escape from the Death Cave. This gas would turn into liquid when it came into contact with the air outside. It was the legendary Yellow Springs water of the 9 underworlds. It was widely rumored that the Death Cave was connected to Hell. The Yellow Springs water in the Death Cave came from the Yellow Springs River. At this moment, a cloud of mist flew out from the Death Cave and condensed into a pale yellow liquid. It floated in mid-air. The liquid contained a shocking energy wave. Chapter 48. The ball of pale yellow liquid floating in the air was emitting a shocking fluctuation. It was so attractive that people couldn't help but want to touch it and obtain it. The 9 nether Yellow Spring water, the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, had finally appeared. Haha, the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs is mine. The white-haired Azura laughed and rushed towards the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs. If you want to steal the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs, you have to ask me first. Duanmu Tian sneered. At that moment, Duanmu Tian attacked the white-haired Azura. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were fighting against the beasts and demons. Blood flowed like a river. It was a tragic scene. Screams rang out one after another. People died constantly, and so did demons. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk the white-haired Azura and Duan Mu Tian were fighting. The white-haired Azura was terrifyingly strong. He was as strong as a martial master. He used a stone hammer as a weapon. It was a weapon made of stone. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary stone, it was a stone that contained meteorites. It was much harder than ordinary stones. The white-haired Azura used his stone hammer to fight against Duan Mu Tian. Lin Feng had fought against Duan Mu Tian before, so he knew how terrifying he was. Duan Mu Tian and the white-haired Azura's battle was going to be difficult to determine in a short time. So, Lin Feng silently moved towards the 9 Netherworld Yellow Springs. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. For Lin Feng, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Crazy God Hammer Technique. The white-haired Azura let out a low roar. He held the hammer with both hands and attacked fiercely. He was like a madman, smashing hammer after hammer at Duan Mu Tian. Duan Mu Tian looked indifferent. He used his black spear to block the attacks. After a dozen attacks, Duan Mu Tian managed to block them all. The white-haired Azura's attacks didn't work. He needed to rest and his attacks immediately weakened. At that moment, Duan Mu Tian sneered, "Crazy God Hammer Technique? Do you think you're qualified to practice human skills? Today, I'll let you have a taste of what a real martial skill is." Overlord's 3 spears. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Mu Tian leaped out with a black spear in his hand, thrusting it toward the white-haired Azura. Duan Mu Tian attacked, domineering and domineering. This was the essence of the Overlord's 3 spears. This was an incomparably tyrannical spear technique. Duan Mu Tian had already mastered the essence of the Mad Tyrant's 3 spear strikes. With the first strike, the white-haired Azura was forced to retreat. With the second strike, the white-haired Azura was almost stabbed. The white-haired Azura was unable to dodge the third strike, and his shoulder was pierced by Duan Mu Tian. "Ah!" The white-haired Azura let out a miserable cry. Duan Mu Tian sneered. He held his spear with one hand and wanted to kill the white-haired Azura in midair. In this critical moment of life and death, the white-haired Azura was ruthless enough to himself. He grabbed Duan Mu Tian's black spear and pulled it out with a sudden force. Then, the white-haired Azura retreated more than 10 meters. Dozens of demons surrounded him, protecting him. "Scram!" Duan Mu Tian said coldly. The white-haired Azura was unwilling to accept this, but he was heavily injured. He was no match for Duan Mu Tian. Even if he was unwilling, what could he do? He could only choose to leave. "Human cultivator, I will remember you. You will not leave the underground world alive." The white-haired Azura glared at Duan Mu Tian, then led the demons away. Duan Mu Tian naturally scoffed at the white-haired Azura's threat. After obtaining the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring, he planned to leave. Who could stop him? After the white-haired Azura left, Duan Mu Tian was so excited that his whole body trembled. The 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring was about to belong to him. Duan Mu Tian flew towards the valley, wanting to collect the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. But at this moment, he saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. A young man came out of the forest and came to the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. He took out a porcelain bottle and collected all the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. That young man was none other than Lin Feng. "Ah, I want your life." Duan Mu Tian's eyes turned red when he saw this. He roared furiously, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Chapter 49. Duan Mu Tian had paid a huge price to kill over 100 cultivators who had come to snatch the 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water. He had also fought a bloody battle with the underground demons. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had lost close to 200 experts, and he had also spent a lot of effort to defeat the underground demons led by White Azura. He was about to reap the fruits of his labor. But at that moment, Lin Feng appeared. In the end, he had paid a huge price, but it was all for naught. It was a maddening feeling. "Haha, this 9th Underworld Yellow Spring water is mine." Lin Feng directly put the 9th underworld yellow spring water into his storage ring. Shoot! Kill him! Duanmu Tian roared furiously. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group quickly took out their bows and arrows. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk a dense number of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was already in the middle of the forest. He hid behind a gigantic tree and all the arrows missed him. Then, he jumped into the forest and disappeared. Chase! Chase him! You must catch him! I want to tear him to pieces! Duanmu Tian roared hysterically. The hatred between him and Lin Feng was both new and old. Previously, Lin Feng had killed more than 10 Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. He had fought with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had successfully escaped. Duanmu Tian had been extremely angry at that time. A mere cultivator had actually escaped from the hands of a martial master expert. Duanmu Tian had felt humiliated. But in just a few days, Lin Feng had snatched away the 9th underworld yellow spring water that originally belonged to him. Duanmu Tian had gone completely mad. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had all moved out to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. But if a dragon entered the sea, who could do anything? In a hidden cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He took out the bottle containing the 9th underworld yellow spring water, and his face was full of joy. The mountain and sea scripture says that this is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It can temper the body and increase one's cultivation. I wonder if the contents of the mountain and sea scripture are true? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. However, he did not hesitate and opened the cork. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He gulped down the netherworld yellow spring water in 3 mouthfuls. Boom. As soon as the 9 underworld yellow springs water entered his body, an unimaginably terrifying power exploded within his body. That power was simply too explosive. Pu. Lin Feng was shaken to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Lin Feng could clearly feel the power of the 9 nether yellow springs wreaking havoc in his body, as if it was about to explode. In truth, Lin Feng did not know that the yellow springs of the 9 serenities could not be consumed directly. The medicinal properties of this thing were too violent. A cultivator's body would not be able to withstand it. Many medicinal ingredients would have to be added to ease the violent medicinal properties. However, Lin Feng didn't know anything about the netherworld yellow spring. The only bit of understanding he had was from the classic of mountains and seas, which recorded myths and folklore. Now that Lin Feng had consumed the 9 nether yellow springs water directly, there was indeed a terrifying situation. Lin Feng felt that his body would explode at any time from the violent power within his body. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground with strong willpower. Then, he began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. Archean Dragonesque Elephant, suppressing the world. Roar. In Lin Feng's dantian, the shadow of an Archean Dragonesque Elephant condensed. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant stepped on the ground with its head above the sky. With a loud roar, billions of spacetime collapsed. The violent power in Lin Feng's body suddenly became gentle. Lin Feng, who had a painful expression, also calmed down. The energy of the 9 nether yellow springs began to be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. One day later, boom! A terrifying aura came out of the cave. Haha, I've finally broken through to the warrior 10th heaven. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He rushed out of the cave and arrived in front of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Ha! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw a punch at the mountain. There was a rumbling sound. The entire mountain was shattered into pieces and collapsed to the ground. One punch. Just one punch. A 1,000-meter-tall mountain was shattered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. After breaking through, his strength had reached 128,000 jin. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, his strength could reach a terrifying 384,000 jin. This 9 nether yellow springs water is really good. It allowed me to break through directly. I'm getting closer and closer to breaking through to the martial master realm. Lin Feng's face was filled with a smile. He did not stop and quickly left. Lin Feng did not leave the underground world. He continued to walk towards the depths of the underground world. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard. In the forest, 3 10-meter-tall giant demons appeared. They were holding giant axes and they smashed towards Lin Feng. Subterranean giant demons. Lin Feng was shocked. These subterranean giant demons had low intelligence but great strength. They were perfect for attacking cities. During this period of time, many cities in the country of Zhenwu had been attacked by the demons. These subterranean giant demons had played a huge role. These monsters had huge bodies and immense strength. With the huge axes in their hands, they could smash a hole in the city walls with just one swing. Facing the subterranean giant demon's attack, Lin Feng jumped lightly and stepped on the subterranean giant demon's arm. Then, he suddenly shot up and reached the same height as the subterranean giant demon. Swoosh! The cold sword was unsheathed. Puff! A cold light flashed and blood splattered. Lin Feng's sword directly tore open the subterranean giant demon's neck. Roar! The subterranean giant demon let out a painful roar. Then, its huge body fell to the ground and it died. The second and third subterranean giant demons also attacked. Lin Feng also relied on his agile body to deal with the subterranean giant demons. These monsters had great strength, but because of their huge bodies, their movements were clumsy. Lin Feng grasped the subterranean giant demon's weakness and continuously dodged their attacks. Then, he stabbed 2 more times. Puff! Puff! The 2 consecutive stabs directly tore open the necks of 2 subterranean giant demons. Blood splattered. The 2 subterranean giant demons' huge bodies fell to the ground. After twitching violently a few times, they died. Lin Feng walked up and cut off the left ears of the 3 subterranean giant demons. This was the Academy's requirement. Cutting off a demon's left ear would give you the corresponding points. After Lin Feng put away the left ears of the 3 subterranean giant demons, he continued on his way to the depths of the subterranean world. At night, Lin Feng rested beside a small stream. He jumped onto a tree and slept. Su su su. In the middle of the night, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard from afar. Lin Feng was startled awake. He saw 3 fiery balls of light flying towards him. Cultivators? So powerful. They can actually fly. Are they yin-yang experts? Chapter 50. 3 silhouettes landed next to a small stream. They took out water bags and filled them with water. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they still needed to drink water. Lin Feng was hiding in a tree when he saw the 3 of them. They were middle-aged cultivators with swords on their backs. They looked like sword immortals. Said one of them. This time, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Raging Flame Beast King are planning something big. They want to awaken the last remnant of the Netherworld Emperor's soul and create a demonic body for him. The Netherworld Emperor was one of the 72 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. If he comes back to life, he'll definitely cause a calamity. Right now, the Heavenly Saint City's City Lord, Murong Tsangqiong, is personally holding back the Netherworld Emperor, while the Sun Moon City's City Lord, Liu Zihua, is holding back the Inferno Demon King, so the 2 of them can't come to the Netherworld Emperor's resurrection ceremony. Right now, the one in charge of the ceremony is the Blood Demon Emperor's eldest disciple, the 9-headed Azura. We have to stop him. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them soared into the sky and quickly disappeared without a trace. The Netherworld Emperor's resurrection? Lin Feng was astonished. According to the classic of mountains and seas, during the Middle Ages, the demonic beasts had caused chaos and engulfed the entire Tianwu continent. This calamity had caused countless lives to be lost. Countless human powers had been destroyed, and the demonic devils had practically taken over the entire Martial Heaven continent. On the demon side, there were 72 demon emperors, and one of them was the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor was extremely terrifying. He was ranked 3rd amongst the 72 demon emperors. Back then, the human race had been in imminent danger. At the critical moment, 8 strong cultivators had suddenly appeared and led the human race in a counterattack. They had defeated the demonic beasts. These 8 human ancestors were known as the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the strong cultivators of the Middle Ages had long since died. However, the demon race had some terrifying secret techniques that could revive the dead. If the Netherworld Emperor was revived, it would definitely be a disaster. Let's go. I'll go and take a look. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree and headed towards the depths of the underground world. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived in front of an ancient city. This ancient city was extremely huge, like a prehistoric beast that resided on the ground. It was heavy and oppressive. Countless fiendish demons were patrolling around the ancient city. For example, vampire bats, flying asuras, undying yakshas, and so on. The entire ancient city was tightly guarded. There were also many cultivators hiding in the forest. As expected, this is the nest of the demons. Do they want to revive the Netherworld Great Emperor here? Lin Feng also hid in the forest and looked at the ancient city. In the forest, the atmosphere was oppressive. Clearly, many powerful forces had come from the divine prefecture of the East County, but these forces were still waiting for an opportunity to attack the city. At this moment, in the depths of the ancient city, there was a huge mansion that was heavily guarded. In a large hall, a tall expert with 9 heads stood with his hands behind his back as he read a piece of paper. There were 9 men dressed in imperial robes on the painting. The 9 men in the picture were very lifelike, like 9 holy emperors. When people looked at them, they felt like prostrating themselves before them. Thump, thump. A dozen fiendish demons looked at the picture and couldn't withstand the pressure. They knelt down on the ground. "Master, what picture is that?" asked a strong demon standing next to the 9-headed Azura. That person hadn't knelt down because of the pressure, which meant that he was terrifyingly strong. "It's the immemorial 9 Emperor's picture," said the 9-headed Azura. "Master," said the 9-headed Azura. "Ah! The immemorial 9 Emperor's picture? It's that treasure. The 9 people in the picture are the 9 holy emperors of the demon race?" asked the strong demon, astonished. "Indeed, they are the 9 holy emperors of the demon race. According to legends, the 9 emperors' picture contains a great secret. I've studied it for a long time, but I haven't been able to understand its mysteries. The 9 emperors' picture is a treasure that disappeared with the Netherworld Great Emperor. Now, it's reappeared in the world. When the Netherworld Great Emperor is revived, I'll give it to him," said the 9-headed Azura. "I'll give it to him," said the 9-headed Azura. "Master, why don't you take it for yourself?" asked the fiendish demon next to him. The 9-headed Azura looked hesitant. He said, "Let's revive the Netherworld Great Emperor first, then we'll talk about other things. How's the 9 heavens resurrection formation? It should be almost done, right?" asked the fiendish demon. "Master," someone said. At that moment, someone arrived. "Come in," said the 9-headed Azura. "Come in," said the 9-headed Azura. A skinny old beast came in and said, "Master, the 9 heavens resurrection formation is ready." "Very good, I'll take care of it now," said the 9-headed Azura. The 9-headed Azura walked outside. "Master, should we put the 9 emperors' picture away?" asked the leader of the fiendish demons. "Haha, no need. That's a treasure of the demon race. Anyone who touches it will die. Even if Murong Tsangcheong comes, he'll die if he dares touch the 9 emperors' picture. I hope that the strong cultivators of the human race will come and fight for the 9 emperors' picture. Then, the 9 emperors' picture will be able to kill the strong cultivators of the human race and save us a lot of effort," said the 9-headed Azura. The 9-headed Azura laughed out loud before turning into a streak of light and dashing out. The fiendish demons were astonished. They hadn't thought that the 9 emperors' picture would be so powerful. "Let's go and protect the master," shouted the leader of the fiendish demons. A group of powerful fiendish demons also rushed out. There was a gigantic altar in the center of the ancient city. There were 9 pitch-black cauldrons in the center of the altar. Earth fire was burning under the cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons were arranged in the shape of the 8 trigrams, and there was an ancient formation around the altar. This was a heaven-defying formation called the 9 Heavens Soul Resurrection Formation. It was also an extremely vicious formation. This was because the activation of the Nine Heavens Soul Resurrection Formation required the souls of 199,999 people as fuel. Not one more, not one less. Therefore, every time the Nine Heavens Resurrection Formation was activated, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. But now, the fiendish demons had invaded the East Country and massacred countless people. It was all for the sake of activating the Nine Heavens Resurrection Formation to revive the Netherworld Emperor. Nine-headed Azura floated above the 9 cauldrons and took out a gourd. Then, Nine-headed Azura opened the gourd. A large number of souls flew out. "Ah, I died so miserably. Why? I don't want to die." Miserable screams could be heard. Ghosts wept and gods howled, and a cold wind swept through the area. Even Lin Feng, who was hiding in the forest outside the city, could hear the mournful cries. What's going on in the ancient city? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. The 9-headed Asuras poured their souls into the 9 demonic tripod. 9 cauldrons burn the souls, reverse destiny, summon the heavens, and revive the netherworld. 9-headed Azura suddenly roared. 9 Heavens Resurrection Formation, activate. 9-headed Azura's roar shook the sky. The 9 cauldrons emitted an extremely powerful energy that poured into the formation around them. Buzz. An ancient and mysterious evil formation was activated. An endless amount of demonic chi soared into the sky. Within the demonic chi, there was an aura that could destroy the entire world. A deep roar could be heard. Who is awakening the Netherworld Emperor's soul that has been sleeping for countless years? A deep roar could be heard. The Netherworld Emperor is really reviving the Netherworld Emperor. Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 51. The demons are causing chaos and killing people. The people have no way to make a living. Cultivators of Sky Saint City, we must lead the world and kill all the demons. It was at this moment that a long howl shook the heavens and earth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several figures sprang into the sky. These people were all standing on flying swords. They were like sword immortals as they charged towards the ancient city. The sun and moon rise from the east, and the bright moon illuminates my heart. Cultivators of Sun Moon City, slay the demons and protect the peace of the Divine Prefecture in the East County. Just as the cultivators of Heaven Divine City flew out, more experts appeared. More than 100 figures appeared. These people were wearing Dharma robes and could use the power of the Dharma robes to fly in the air. They also flew towards the ancient city. The demons have wreaked havoc in our lands. The Verdant Tiger Legion will slay all the demons and defend our land. A loud roar was heard as a burly man riding a giant tiger appeared. He held a blood-colored axe in his hand. Behind him, shouts shook the heavens as a dense army appeared. Tiger Legion. Lin Feng was shocked. No one in the Zhenwu Empire didn't know about the Verdant Tiger Legion. It was the most powerful army in the Zhenwu Empire. Ever since the establishment of the Zhenwu Empire, the Verdant Tiger Legion had been established. For the past 3,000 years, the Verdant Tiger Legion had been unhindered in all directions. They had fought against empires hundreds of times and had never been defeated. It was the Zhenwu Empire's illustrious and undefeatable legion. Although the soldiers of the Tiger Legion were not as strong as the cultivators of Sky Saint City and Sun Moon City, they had crawled out from piles of corpses on the battlefield, so they were full of vitality. The 3,000 Mang Tiger army moved out. That powerful blood chi condensed together and actually formed a blood cloud. The blood cloud was like an incomparably huge pillar that spiraled in the sky. A huge blood-colored wolf condensed and howled. Vital essence smoke. Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. According to the classic of mountains and seas, when a cultivator's blood, chi, and soul essence were condensed to the limit, they could form essence chi smoke. If one were to encounter such a person, they would have to stay far away. This kind of person was unafraid of death. The 3,000 Mang Tiger army was prepared to face death. They wanted to wipe out the demons and devils and protect the great rivers and mountains of the true martial country. Looking at the 3,000 Mang Tiger army, Lin Feng also felt his blood boil. Lin Feng was also a citizen of the true martial country. His father, grandfather, and relatives were all citizens of the true martial country. This spirit of sacrificing one's life to protect the country infected Lin Feng and stimulated his courage. Wild Dragon Mercenary Group, Starry Pavilion, one powerful force after another appeared. Countless cultivators rushed out and charged towards the ancient city. Obviously, many forces had come. In the divine land of the East County, other than the 10 ancient cities, there were countless forces of various sizes. Now that the resurrection of the Netherworld Great Emperor was very serious, many great powers had sent out experts to encircle and annihilate him. We have to stop the attack of the humans. The 9-headed Azura roared. Yes, sir. The experts of the monster race and demon race also rushed towards the experts of the human race. Kill. Battle cries could be heard everywhere. The army of demons and the experts of the human race were engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng pulled out his sword and also rushed into the ancient city. It was just like what Lin Feng had said to Zhong Chichi before. He was willing to use his 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword to drink the blood of the demons. Roar. A gigantic demon's roar shook the earth. It was holding a gigantic stone club and was moving towards Lin Feng. If the club hit him, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. However, it was not easy to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped up and dodged the underground giant demon's attack. After a few jumps, he jumped into the air and pierced the underground giant demon's neck with his sword. There was a rumbling sound. The underground giant demon's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was dead. Little brother, you're good. You killed an underground giant demon so easily. A cultivator in the distance laughed. Hehe, I was just lucky. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The cultivators of the human race broke through the gate of the ancient city and charged into the city. This battle was extremely tragic. Blood flowed like a river. Fellow cultivators of the Yin-Yang realm, let's attack the 9 Heavens Resurrection Array together. We must stop the 9-headed Azura. Okay. More than 10 figures rushed into the sky. They were all Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. Yin-Yang realm cultivators were rumored to have a lifespan of 1,000 years. They could fly and burrow into the ground. To ordinary people, they were like gods. Stop them. The 9-headed Azura roared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Powerful demons also rushed into the sky and charged towards the Yin-Yang realm cultivators. As for the fiendish demons, they were also filled with experts. Lin Feng did not have the ability to stop the 9-headed Azura from reviving the Netherworld Emperor. Therefore, he did his best to kill the demons. Those who kill the human race should be killed. Those who bully the human race should be killed. Those who humiliate the human race should be killed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One demon after another was killed by Lin Feng. Suddenly, the mysterious demonic orb in Lin Feng's dantian emitted a shocking fluctuation. Huh? What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. The mysterious demonic orb rarely changed. Now that it had changed in the ancient city, Lin Feng was alarmed. The mysterious demonic orb emitted a powerful aura that led Lin Feng deeper into the ancient city. Lin Feng went deep into the ancient city and finally arrived outside a huge mansion. This is the mansion. Why is the mysterious demonic orb emitting such a powerful fluctuation? Why is it leading me here? Lin Feng was shocked. This mansion was indeed different. There were dozens of demons guarding it. Other places were not guarded by demons. Lin Feng jumped into the mansion, but he was discovered by the demons. A huge battle broke out. Die, human boy. Dozens of ferocious beasts surrounded Lin Feng. You'll be the ones to die. Lin Feng went berserk. He circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art, and an endless amount of power poured into the 3 black holes. The 3 black holes were activated, and a magnetic field formed around Lin Feng, restricting the demon's movements. Lin Feng displayed his godly strength and slaughtered all the beasts. Then, Lin Feng rushed into the main hall. His gaze was instantly attracted by a picture hanging in the middle of the hall. On the picture were 9 sage emperors. Some of them had the body of a snake and the head of a human, while others looked like a Chileen. When Lin Feng looked at the picture, he sensed a monstrous pressure enveloping his entire body. That pressure was so oppressive that Lin Feng almost knelt down on the ground. What picture is this? I only took a look, and it's forcing me to kneel. How terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He muttered, the mysterious demonic orb is acting strangely. It must be because of this picture. I think it's called the Nine Emperors picture. It must be a treasure. Whatever, I'll take it first. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to grab the Nine Emperors picture. Impudent. At that moment, a dignified voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind. A terrifying aura spread out from the Nine Emperors picture and rushed towards Lin Feng. That aura wanted to crush Lin Feng's body. It was too terrifying. Chapter 52. Lin Feng had never experienced such a terrifying thing. He felt as if his body was about to explode. This kind of power was simply unstoppable. This was the power of the Nine Emperors diagram. The Nine Emperors diagram was indeed terrifying. No matter who wanted to steal it, they would be attacked by it. Archean dragon-esque elephant, protect my true body. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng crazily circulated the Archean dragon-esque elephant skill, hoping to resist the pressure of the Nine Emperors diagram. When the Archean dragon-esque elephant skill circulated, the power of the Archean dragon-esque elephant flowed through his body. Lin Feng immediately felt that the violent power in his body that was about to explode began to calm down. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. The Archean dragon-esque elephant skill was indeed effective. It was worthy of being called the #1 Archean forbidden divine skill. However, the attack of the Nine Emperors diagram was obviously not that simple. Those who blaspheme the holy emperors shall die. The cold voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Boom. Lin Feng only felt his body shake. In his mind, 9 mysterious and terrifying existences appeared. One of them had the body of a snake and 3 eyes. One of them was the size of a cow and looked like a tiger. It had the fur of a hedgehog and wings. One of them looked like a human, but it had 18 pairs of wings. One of them was the shape of a great rock. One of them was the body of a tiger and its entire body was snow white. It was the white tiger beast. One of them was surrounded by flames and was the phoenix divine bird that had been reborn in flames. One of them was the shape of a chileen and had a huge mouth that could swallow an entire planet. One of them was the shape of a gigantic beast that was extremely huge and could travel through the void. It was the legendary void beast. One of them was the combination of a tortoise and a snake. It was the black tortoise. There were 9 of them. The 9 holy emperors of the holy emperors diagram. Lin Feng was shocked. The existences that appeared in his mind were the 9 holy emperors of the holy emperors diagram. They were existences from the ancient era. Every sage emperor possessed the power to destroy the heavens. It was unknown what kind of earth-shattering figure had painted the faces of the 9 saint emperors on the 9 emperors portrait. Even after hundreds of millions of years, the divine might of the 9 saint emperors still swept across the heavens. Anyone who dared to spy on the 9 emperors diagram would be attacked by the 9 saint emperors. Just like what Lin Feng was experiencing now. The 9 saint emperors appeared in his mind. The saint emperors were powerful, mysterious, and dignified. They emitted an aura that caused one's soul to tremble. Lin Feng's soul. He was trembling. Compared to these ancient sacred sovereigns, Lin Feng was still too weak. Despicable ant, how dare you touch the 9 emperors painting? You'll pay with your life. A deep roar resounded in Lin Feng's mind. One of the saint kings attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng's soul. Boom. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the danger of death. Danger, danger, danger. At this moment of extreme danger, suddenly, the void trembled, and a mysterious demonic pearl appeared in the air above Lin Feng's mind. When the Saint Emperor's attack came, all of its energy was devoured by the mysterious pearl. Demonic pearl. Seeing the pearl fly out at this crucial moment, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The origin of this demonic pearl was mysterious, and it was filled with countless secrets. He had found the 9 emperors' portrait because of the pearl's guidance. Now that the 9 saint emperors had appeared, the mysterious pearl had also appeared. How can this be? Impossible. It hasn't been destroyed yet. These demon sacred rulers seemed to recognize the origin of the mysterious demonic bead. When they saw the mysterious demonic bead, the 9 lofty sacred rulers actually had a look of fear in their eyes. Destroy it. The 9 saint emperors roared. They all attacked at once. The earth-shattering attack blasted towards the mysterious demonic bead. Ancient dragonesque elephant, Saint Emperor descend. Just as the 9 saint emperors attacked, a deep roar resounded through the world. Demonic chi filled the sky within the mysterious pearl. Above the mysterious pearl, the body of an ancient dragonesque elephant condensed. This ancient dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground, and above its head was a sea of stars. Its eyes seemed to be able to shatter the universe. The ancient dragonesque elephant has appeared. Lin Feng looked at the ancient dragonesque elephant floating above his mind in shock. When Lin Feng had first obtained the mysterious pearl, his divine consciousness had entered the space formed by the mysterious pearl. Within the mysterious pearl, Lin Feng saw an ancient dragonesque elephant bound by huge chains. It roared at the sky, trying to break free from the chains. However, the ancient dragonesque elephant failed. After that, Lin Feng's divine consciousness was expelled from the mysterious pearl. Lin Feng didn't know if what he saw was real, but Lin Feng knew that this mysterious pearl was definitely related to the ancient dragonesque elephant. This mysterious demonic orb was hiding a huge secret. Now that the mysterious pearl had manifested the ancient dragonesque elephant, Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all. When the ancient dragonesque elephant appeared, Lin Feng felt as if the entire world had stopped. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a step forward. The 9 saint emperors' attacks instantly collapsed. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a second step. The 9 saint emperors were sent flying. Ah, ancient dragonesque elephant, we are willing to submit. Don't destroy our remnant will in the 9 emperors diagram. The 9 saint emperors actually cried out in fear. As strong as they were, they couldn't withstand the ancient dragonesque elephant's attack. Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder he almost died. It turned out that the 9 emperors diagram contained the will of the 9 saint emperors. Even if a yin-yang powerhouse came and wanted to steal the 9 emperors diagram, he would be instantly defeated by the will of the 9 saint emperors diagram, right? The ancient dragonesque elephant had no intention of letting the 9 saint emperors go. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a third step. Boom! The 9 saint emperors' bodies directly exploded. Whoosh! The ancient dragonesque elephant suddenly inhaled, and the energy of the 9 saint emperors after they were blasted was all devoured by the ancient dragonesque elephant. At the same time, after absorbing the energy of the 9 saint emperors, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the mysterious pearl was emitting an extremely terrifying energy wave. This energy wave swept across the heavens and earth, shaking the surroundings. It made the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the sun and moon lose their light. This energy seemed to be able to destroy the heavens. However, it was only for a moment, and the mysterious pearl returned to its calm state. The ancient dragonesque elephant floating above his mind also disappeared without a trace. Phew, Lin Feng panted heavily. It was really a close call just now. He was almost destroyed by the will of the 9 saint emperors diagram, but fortunately, the mysterious pearl was powerful. Chapter 53. In the darkness, Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the city. The 9 emperors diagram was a treasure of the demons. Now that Lin Feng had stolen it, he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. If the demons found out, it would be troublesome. But now, the demons didn't have time to care about him, so it was the best time for him to leave. Now, the smoke of war engulfed the entire ancient city. The demons kept attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was holding a long sword in his hand. He had finally arrived at the outskirts of the ancient city. Haha, I'm out. The 9 emperors diagram is mine. Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, the battle in the ancient city had reached its climax. The experts from both sides were fighting fiercely. The void was about to be torn apart. The experts of the yin-yang realm had the power to move the stars. This kind of battle was extremely terrifying. A yin-yang realm expert could collapse a mountain range. This was the terrifying part of the yin-yang realm experts. Roar. At this moment, a deep roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng looked into the ancient city and was shocked. A 3,000-meter tall figure stood up. He was shrouded in darkness, as if he was the ruler of the darkness. "O great Nether Emperor, I, your lowly servant, am willing to sacrifice countless lives to awaken your undying spirit." The nine-headed Asura knelt on the ground and prayed excitedly. If the Netherworld Emperor could really be revived, the nine-headed Asura would have done a great service. With the Netherworld Emperor's strength, he could even help the nine-headed Asura change his fate and break through the shackles of the yin-yang realm. "I can feel the power of life," the mountain-like being said in a deep voice. He opened his bloody mouth and took a deep breath. In the Nine Supremes' demonic cauldrons, the densely packed souls were all devoured by the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's body emitted a terrifying aura. It swept through the sky as if it was going to destroy everything. That aura made people's souls tremble. "Stop him. We have to stop the Netherworld Emperor," an expert from Sun Moon City roared. Holding a long sword in his hand, he soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. "Ignite my battle blood, forge my battle sword, and slay all demons." The experts from Sun Moon City took the initiative to attack the Netherworld Emperor. Following that, another 5 or 6 experts from Sun Moon City soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Emperor. After the experts from Sun Moon City made their move, 6 or 7 people from Sky Saint City also shot into the sky. These were usually mysterious yin-yang realm experts. In the eyes of countless people, cultivators at their level were like immortals, unfathomable. Dozens of yin-yang realm experts all charged towards Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor sneered, "Despicable ants, you think you can stop my resurrection? You're dreaming." Rumble. Netherworld Emperor waved his right hand, and his mountain-like right hand blasted towards the dozen yin-yang experts. Bang! The sound of a violent collision resounded through the sky. More than a dozen yin-yang realm experts were sent flying by the Netherworld Emperor. Puff. Even though they were extremely strong, they still coughed up blood. The Netherworld Emperor was truly too terrifying. Even though he hadn't really resurrected, his strength had already surpassed the strength of yin-yang realm cultivators. Actually, this wasn't something that couldn't be understood. All those years ago, the Netherworld Emperor was a figure that was ranked in the top 3 amongst the 72 Devil Emperors. He'd turned the heavens upside down, grabbed the stars in the outer realm with his bare hands, and was capable of blasting apart an outer realm with a single punch. That was the Netherworld Emperor. Can't we stop him? The yin-yang realm cultivators from Sun Moon City and Sky Saint City were extremely pale. Everyone stared at the 3,000 feet tall figure in astonishment. There was only fear left in everyone's heart. The Netherworld Emperor is really terrifying. Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. "Billions of galaxies, rebuild my body, the Netherworld Emperor will not die, rebuild my godly body." The Netherworld Emperor let out a deep roar. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, countless stars appeared. Endless starlight poured down from the starry river and poured into the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's chi was becoming stronger and stronger. He was using the essence of the sun and the moon to rebuild his body. The Netherworld Emperor was really going to resurrect. The Great Emperor will never die. The Great Emperor will never die. Countless beasts and demons knelt on the ground. The human cultivators trembled when they sensed the Netherworld Emperor's chi. This was fear that burst out from the depths of his soul. They couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. "Netherworld Emperor, you're already dead. Why do you have to go against the will of the heavens?" said a cold voice at that moment. "Who is it? Who's hiding in the dark?" said the Netherworld Emperor coldly. He looked around, and his huge eyes shot out a cold light. "I see you, human ant. Die." Boom boom boom. The Netherworld Emperor stretched out his right hand and threw a punch. Even the sky collapsed in an instant. The aura that emanated from it shattered the entire mountain range. The strength of the Netherworld Emperor was really formidable to an unfathomable extent. BZZZ. However, when the Netherworld Emperor was about to attack, the void trembled. A beam of sword chi flew out from the void. It was a golden sword chi. No one could describe how terrifying that sword chi was. A sword chi. The sword chi pierced through the void and slashed towards the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor wanted to destroy the sword chi with a punch. However, that sword chi actually directly chopped off the Netherworld Emperor's arm. Moreover, the Netherworld Great Emperor didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued flying towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. Icebound world. The Netherworld Great Emperor's roar shook the heavens. He exhaled a mouthful of air, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. However, the sword chi was too terrifying. It tore apart the icebound world. The sword chi pierced through the Netherworld Emperor's body. What kind of sword chi is this? The Netherworld Emperor looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. That sword chi blasted his body apart. A sword that kills. In the darkness, the mysterious person spoke. His voice came to an abrupt stop. It was as if he had never appeared. Bang! The Netherworld Emperor's body exploded. His body disappeared. So strong. Who said that the sword Dao is a small Dao? Lin Feng felt his blood boil. The sword Dao could reach the heavens. Any Dao that was cultivated to the peak was terrifying. Sooner or later, I will be able to use a sword chi like that. Lin Feng clenched his fists and flew away. Very quickly, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. Chapter 54. The demonic Blood Emperor had teamed up with the Flaming Demon King in an attempt to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 3 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. But in the end, the demonic Blood Emperor and the Flaming Demon King had failed. The mysterious expert had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul with a single slash. This incident had caused a huge uproar in the Eastern Divine region. Lin Feng returned to the Changhe branch. The students of the Changhe branch had been discussing this incident for the past few days. Among the 4 branches of the Jialan Academy, the Changhe branch was known for its swordsmanship. Hence, it was regarded as an unorthodox branch and had the lowest status among the 4 branches. But now, the mysterious sword cultivator had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul, bringing glory to the sword cultivators. The students of the Changhe branch were excited. Lin Feng handed over the demon's left ear and exchanged it for 90 million points. These points were enough for him to cultivate on the 12th level of the cultivation pagoda for 3 months. Lin Feng was now a martial artist level 10 martial artist. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it was not easy to break through to the martial master realm. There were many geniuses in the Jialan Academy. But there were only 72 students in the martial master realm. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the martial master realm. In the entire Jialan Academy, there were a total of 100,000 students in the inner and outer houses. 72 students who had broken through to the martial master realm were too few. Only by luck could one have a chance of breaking through. Nightfall. In his room, Lin Feng was studying the 9 Emperors diagram. The 9 Emperors diagram had been devoured by the primordial dragon-esque elephant. The 9 Emperors diagram could no longer harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng dripped his blood on the 9 Emperors diagram. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a strange connection between himself and the 9 Emperors diagram. When he tried to communicate with the 9 Emperors diagram, Lin Feng felt the world spin. In the next moment, he arrived in a mysterious world. This world was ancient and boundless, like the primordial era. Who was the master of this boundless world? 9 ancient existences were entrenched in the 9 heavens. They were like immortal gods, causing people to have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. 9 demonic saint emperors. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the world of the 9 emperors diagram. Heaven and earth, to reverse the cycle of life and death. Gods and demons are extinguished. A deep voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng gave a horrible shriek and fainted. Lin Feng woke up. He was lying on the bed with the 9 emperors painting beside him. His head was still in excruciating pain. The 9 emperors scroll gave me so much information. Lin Feng was speechless. His godly consciousness entered the world of the 9 emperors diagram. The world of the 9 emperors diagram gave Lin Feng a huge amount of information. Lin Feng's soul almost collapsed. Lin Feng carefully recalled the information. It was very complicated. Some of it introduced the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. It even introduced what they had experienced. Most of these memories were from the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked surprised. Because Lin Feng had read a shocking piece of information. This piece of information recorded a method to create clones. It said, "This is a secret technique created by the 9 demonic Saint Emperors before they died. It can create 9 clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. The clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors possess the terrifying strength of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors when they were alive. If you find the remnant souls of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors in the universe, you will be able to control all their magical powers. When the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors devour all the remnant souls of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors, they will be able to reach the strength of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors when they were alive." Isn't that too shocking? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. The 9 demonic Saint Emperors, any one of them, they were like ancient gods, worshipped by the people of the world. This secret technique required one to create 9 clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. Most importantly, the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors could absorb the remnant souls of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors in the universe until they reached the same level as the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. Does that mean that if I create 9 clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors, I will be able to create 9 more clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors? Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. It was rumored that many powerful cultivators would refine clones of themselves. These clones were equivalent to a cultivator's second life. It was said that if the cultivator's original body was killed, they could use the clones to revive. The clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were probably a way to refine clones of themselves. You need to gather arcane spirit stones, earthly fiend stones, and 81 other materials. Then, find a place with dense yin energy and follow the instructions below. Lin Feng carefully read the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. First, he needed to gather all the materials. Next, he needed to find a place with dense yin energy. Such a place was easy to find. The West Mountain of Jialan Academy was the burial ground of the Academy's ancestors. Due to the large number of people buried there, it was a place with dense yin energy. Even if one went there during the day, the place would be filled with yin winds, let alone at night. When one went there at night, one could even hear the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Lin Feng spent 3 days to gather all the materials he needed. Then, he took advantage of the night and quietly went to the West Mountain. There were still students patrolling the West Mountain during the day. However, at night, it was quiet and devoid of human activity. This was the first time Lin Feng had come to the West Mountain at night. As he entered the West Mountain, he could feel the yin winds blowing. There were clusters of ghostly flames in the distance. Woo woo woo, the sound of the wind was mixed with a hair-raising sound. It sounded like the cries of ghosts. Even though Lin Feng was skilled and bold, coming here alone in the middle of the night and looking at the graves made his scalp tingle. However, if he wanted to refine the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors, he could only do it at night. During the day, he was too obvious and would be easily discovered. Lin Feng braced himself and went to the deepest part of the West Mountain. The graves here were one after another, making one's hair stand on end. However, this was the place with the densest yin energy. Lin Feng followed the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. He found 9 places with the densest yin energy and buried the materials underground. Then, he left the West Mountain. Next, he would have to wait for some time. These materials would gather the yin energy and condense it into the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. It would take about 3 months to half a year. After Lin Feng left the West Mountain, he entered the cultivation pagoda the next day to cultivate. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Feng's cultivation had risen to the peak of the martial realm 10th firmament. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. However, Lin Feng knew that breaking through to the martial master realm required an opportunity. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng went to take a look at the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. Now that the yin energy had gathered, the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were about to be condensed. This made Lin Feng very excited. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined. Once the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined, Lin Feng could borrow the power of the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. His combat strength would definitely soar. Chapter 55. There was a market in Jialan City called the Black Street. It was bustling with people coming and going. In the Black Street, there were all kinds of things that the outside world couldn't see the light of day. Many people liked to come to the Black Street to look for treasures. Lin Feng arrived at the Black Street. He planned to sell a demonic blood pill. Lin Feng had killed a demonic vampire bat in the past. Demonic vampire bats were very rare in the demon race. Demonic vampire bats that had cultivated to the martial master realm were even rarer. A demonic vampire bat of that level could condense a blood pill in its body. This blood pill contained the essence of the demonic vampire bat's blood. Demonic vampire bats were monsters that specialized in sucking blood. They could automatically condense essence. This blood pill contained an unimaginable amount of essence. If Lin Feng directly refined this blood pill, he might even try to break through to the martial master realm. However, the demonic vampire bat's blood pill contained the demonic vampire bat's poison, so cultivators couldn't directly refine it. Only an alchemist would be able to neutralize the toxins within it using a special method. The demonic vampire bat's demonic core was a necessity for refining many high-level pills. Lin Feng planned to sell this blood pill in the Black Street. He went to a few shops and asked them. They all bought it for around 1 million. The shops in the Black Street were all bought at a low price and sold at a high price. Lin Feng didn't plan to sell the blood pill in these shops. He went to the northeast corner of the Black Street. This was a place where cultivators could freely set up stalls in the Black Street. Cultivators could set up stalls here to sell whatever they wanted. Little brother, take a look at my chi replenishing pills. These chi replenishing pills are made from 72 different spiritual herbs. Each pill only costs 1,000 silver taels. Little brother, I just unearthed some treasures left behind by a yin-yang realm cultivator. Maybe there are some immortal treasures. Come and pick a few to protect yourself. Many people were trying to sell their things to Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored them and walked to a corner where a young man was sitting cross-legged. This young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was thin, his eyes were closed, and his face was flushed. He seemed to have suffered some injuries. In front of him, there was a jet black root. It was unknown what it was. Lin Feng sat down beside the young man. He took out the blood pill and placed it in front of him. Is this an ebony root? A middle-aged cultivator asked the young cultivator beside Lin Feng. The young cultivator opened his eyes and said, "This is a black spirit root." What? Black spirit root? Little brother, you're not lying to me, are you? As far as I know, the black spirit root is the root of the black spirit tree, and it is guarded by powerful ferocious beasts. How did you get the black spirit root? The middle-aged man questioned. If you don't believe me, you can leave. The young cultivator said coldly. Black spirit root? Is it really a black spirit root? When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all gathered around and looked at the thumb-sized root. An old man observed it for a while and said, "It really is a black spirit root. It's the root of a black spirit tree that can produce mysterious underworld dark flame fruits." Black underworld dark flame fruit? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas that the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit was one of the world's spirit fruits. It was said that this kind of spirit fruit contained a mysterious and powerful energy. After a cultivator consumed it, they could use the energy of the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit to break through their cultivation. However, the root of the black spirit tree was not very useful, but it had a certain medicinal value. Plus, it was relatively rare, so it should be able to sell for a high price. Little brother, how much do you plan to sell this black spirit root? A cultivator asked. 5 million taels of silver. The young cultivator said. A black spirit root is not a mysterious underworld dark flame fruit. How can you sell it for 5 million taels of silver? Even though it's rare, it's only worth 200,000 taels of silver at most. How about this? I'll give you 30,000 taels of silver. How about it? An old man said. I'm only selling to people who know their stuff. I won't sell it for less than 5 million taels of silver. The young cultivator closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Chumph, how preposterous. 5 million taels of silver. You won't be able to sell it even if you spend your entire life. It's just a root, and he dares to sell it for 5 million taels of silver. He's really crazy about money. The surrounding people gradually dispersed. Lin Feng was also somewhat apprehensive. He did not understand why this person insisted on selling it for 5 million taels of silver. It was obviously not worth it. However, Lin Feng suspected that the young cultivator was injured. Could it be that he wanted to buy some kind of healing panacea? If that was the case, then it would explain why the young cultivator insisted on selling it for 500 taels of silver. However, Lin Feng only smiled indifferently. It was most likely the young cultivator's excuse. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people walked over from afar. The leader was a young man. They stopped in front of Lin Feng's small stall. Hey, is that a blood pill? The young man looked at the blood pill in front of Lin Feng in astonishment. What? A blood pill? The blood pill of a demonic vampire bat? This thing is not common. I've only heard of it, but never seen it. Many people cried out in alarm when they heard this, and Lin Feng was completely surrounded. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, this is indeed a blood pill. A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat. A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat?" The young man's eyes lit up. He said, "A year ago, I saw a blood pill in an elder's medicine room, but its quality was not as good as yours. It was condensed from a demonic vampire bat at the 9th heavenly layer. I want your blood pill. Men, give me the money." "Yes, sir." Immediately, a guard walked over and took out a stack of banknotes, handing them to Lin Feng. Each banknote was worth 100,000 taels, and there were 10 banknotes in total, which was 1,000,000 taels. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "A martial master level blood pill costs 5 million taels outside, and it's priceless. I heard that a martial master level blood pill was sold at an auction many years ago, and the price was 12 million taels. I didn't want to go to an auction because it was too troublesome, so I brought it here to sell. If you really want it, you can have it for 10 million taels. Your 1 million taels won't be enough to buy my blood pill." The young man smiled and said, "This is the Black Street, not an auction house. What's the price? I have the final say, not you. You have the final say on the price of my things?" "Are you joking?" said Lin Feng indifferently. "Of course not, I'm serious. I want this blood pill for 1,000,000 taels." "All right, take the money and leave," said the young man in an indisputable tone. "How ridiculous. You can't leave without 10 million taels," said Lin Feng coldly. The young man smiled coldly. "Little brat, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it." Chapter 56. That young man looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Maybe he was confident in his own strength, that's why he had dared to use force to buy and sell, and even humiliate Lin Feng. "Hey, that's Shen Yuan Yu from the Shen Yuan clan?" "Indeed, that's Shen Yuan Yu. I've heard that he's been studying cultivation with an incredible alchemist. But I've also heard that he's very aggressive. He's tried to force people to buy and sell on the black streets a few times, but he's from the Shen Yuan clan. The Shen Yuan clan is one of the 10 great clans of Jialan City. They're extremely strong. But Shen Yuan Yu is too arrogant, but there's nothing he can do about it. He's strong, after all. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Hehe, that little boy is really unlucky. Shen Yuan Yu managed to steal a blood pill for a cheap price of 1,000,000. He's going to lose everything." Everybody was talking. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with pity. They all thought that Lin Feng was going to suffer. "Oh, you're Shen Yuan Yu, right? You're from the Shen Yuan clan. You think you can force people to buy and sell just because you're from a great clan? You think you can humiliate me?" Slap yourself 10 times. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the Shen Yuan clan teach their disciples how to behave. Lin Feng looked at Shen Yuan Yu icily. When he said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people were staring at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. Was that guy crazy? How dare he talk to Shen Yuan Yu like that? How dare he ask Shen Yuan Yu to slap himself? Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a madman. How dare he offend Shen Yuan Yu so brazenly? Was he courting death? Good, good, good. Someone dares talk to me like that. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Shen Yuan Yu was furious. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. He didn't try to hide his coldness at all. Shen Yuan Yu waved his hand and said, "Break his legs. Let him know that there are some people he can't afford to offend." "Yes, sir." One of Shen Yuan Yu's guards immediately stepped forward. "They're going to attack. That brat offended Shen Yuan Yu. I'm afraid he's going to die today." Many people began to discuss, looking at Lin Feng with pity. Today's matter was caused by Shen Yuan Yu's coercion. Everyone naturally felt sympathy for Lin Feng. However, no one dared to meddle in Shen Yuan Yu's affairs. "Brat, you dare to offend our young master? You really don't know what's good for you." The guard who stepped out had a hideous grin on his face as he threw a punch at Lin Feng. His punch was as fast as lightning and his movements were as fierce as a tiger. His strength had reached the 9th celestial layer. Many people felt the guard's strength and their expressions changed slightly. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist. After all, Lin Feng looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. How could he resist Shen Yuan Yu's guard? Me. At that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Everyone saw that Lin Feng had moved. He was like a shadow, extremely fast. Bang! In an instant, Lin Feng and Shen Yuan Yu's guard collided. A silhouette was sent flying. Whoa! He coughed up blood in the air. What? How is that possible? Killed in one move. Many people cried out in surprise. All the onlookers were shocked. They looked at the handsome young man in disbelief. Shen Yuan Yu's guard. He was an expert of the 9th celestial layer. He hadn't even been able to resist one move. Was that young man really that strong? There was a thump. Shen Yuan Yu's guard fell to the ground. He held his broken arm and wailed. Looking at the injured guard, Shen Yuan Yu's face became gloomy. As the saying goes, before beating a dog, one has to look at its owner. Lin Feng had injured his guard. Shen Yuan Yu's heart became colder. "Take him down." Shen Yuan Yu said coldly. "Yes, young master." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. This time, more than a dozen guards beside Shen Yuan Yu moved out and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed drastically. None of these guards were weak. Although Lin Feng had defeated one of Shen Yuan Yu's guards, it was only a one-on-one battle. But now, Lin Feng was about to be surrounded. From the onlookers' point of view, this was destined to be a battle without any suspense. More than a dozen guards quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. Some punched, some palms. They were coming at him ferociously. Lin Feng revealed a cold expression. At that moment, he also moved. Swoosh. Like a bolt of lightning. Like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng moved as fast as a cunning rabbit. He flashed through the crowd. Slap, 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 slap. Along with the resounding slap, blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. One figure after another was sent flying backward. They were all Shen Yuan Yu's guards. These guards were sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. They couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators were shocked by the scene before them. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. Who would have thought that a young man would have such a powerful cultivation? Could he be a genius from Jialan Academy? Someone whispered. Lin Feng was obviously not a disciple of an aristocratic family in Jialan City. The people of Jialan City knew clearly which geniuses were among the disciples of aristocratic families. There was only one explanation. Lin Feng was from Jialan Academy. That was a place where geniuses gathered. Lin Feng walked toward Shen Yuan Yu step by step. Shen Yuan Yu was under great pressure. Shen Yuan Yu was an apprentice of an alchemist who specialized in alchemy. That was why his cultivation wasn't very strong. However, Shen Yuan Yu wasn't afraid of Lin Feng, even though the situation wasn't good. He said coldly, "Did you know that my elder brother is Shen Yuan Zhon? He's the second-ranked genius of Jialan Academy." Lin Feng naturally knew of Shen Yuan Zhon's name. It was said that he was invincible in Jialan Academy. Even some elders were no match for him. Apart from the mysterious first-ranked genius, no one else in Jialan Academy was a match for Shen Yuan Zhon. So what? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile that wasn't a smile. "You're a student of Jialan Academy, right? You must apologize to me for what happened today. Otherwise, you can imagine what you'll experience in Jialan Academy." Shen Yuan Yu threatened directly. It seemed like he had expected that Lin Feng would choose to submit. He was looking at Lin Feng in a condescending way. Bang! Lin Feng sneered and kicked Shen Yuan Yu, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Shen Yuan Yu fell to the ground in a sorry state. Lin Feng strode over and stepped on Shen Yuan Yu's body. He looked at Shen Yuan Yu coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me?" Chapter 57. What? The onlookers stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be so strong as to send Shen Yuan Yu flying with a single kick. Could it be that this fellow was not worried about Shen Yuan Zhon in Jialan Academy? "Brat, you." Shen Yuan Yu's face darkened. He had never felt so humiliated before as Yang Fan was stepping on him. Shen Yuan Yu had never felt so humiliated in his life. "Take out 15 million taels of silver and I'll give the Shen Yuan clan some face and spare you today," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Shen Yuan Yu coldly. Shen Yuan Yu wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But he knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Feng. Besides, this little brat didn't seem to have any scruples. Shen Yuan Zhon couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background. Shen Yuan Yu knew that there were many powerful groups outside of Jialan City. Jialan City was only one of the main cities in Zhenwu country. It wasn't ranked very high. The groups in Jialan City weren't ranked very high in Zhenwu country. They were just local tyrants. Therefore, Shen Yuan Yu decided to give in for the time being and investigate Lin Feng's background before deciding how to deal with Lin Feng. After all, revenge was a dish best served cold. Shen Yuan Yu found an excuse to comfort himself. He suppressed his anger and said, "All right, I'll give you the money." Lin Feng withdrew his foot from Shen Yuan Yu's body. Shen Yuan Yu crawled up from the ground and took out 15 million taels of silver. Before Shen Yuan Yu had left, the elders of his family had asked him to buy a large amount of spiritual medicine. But now, he had no choice but to give it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the money and looked at Shen Yuan Yu coldly. "You can scram now." Shen Yuan Yu's heart was filled with hatred, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Yang Kai. He had no choice but to hide his hatred. He quickly walked away and disappeared without a trace. The onlookers also gradually dispersed, but many people were still discussing spiritedly. The battle just now was really brilliant. Who would have thought that Shen Yuan Yu, the young master of a big clan, would actually suffer such a big loss in that battle? Lin Feng came to the side of the young cultivator who was peddling the black spirit root, took out 5 million taels of silver and handed it to him. Then, Lin Feng kept the black spirit root. "How should I address you?" The young cultivator was obviously surprised. He did not expect that someone would really spend 5 million taels of silver to purchase a black spirit root. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Jialan Academy, Lin Feng." The young cultivator nodded, turned around, and walked away. "Little brother, you've been tricked. A black spirit root is worth at most 300,000 taels of silver. It's not worth 5 million taels of silver." "That's right, little brother. That guy is obviously trying to extort you." Many people were talking at once. Lin Feng smiled and bid farewell to everyone. How could he not know that a black spirit root was not worth 5 million taels of silver? However, Lin Feng was naturally kind and open-minded. When he saw that the young cultivator was in trouble, he helped him. It could be considered as accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. After that, the days returned to normal. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day, hoping to break through to the martial master realm. However, it was obvious that breaking through to the martial master realm was not an easy task. There are only 2 more months until the 4 Academies tournament. I hope I can break through before then. Lin Feng muttered. The 4 Academies tournament was a tournament between the 4 academies of the inner courtyard. It was held once every 3 years. The 4 Academies tournament would rank the geniuses of the inner courtyard. Those who were ranked at the top would not only win glory for their respective academies, but they would also receive a lot of rewards. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the monthly benefits they would receive from the academy. For example, Lin Feng could only receive 30 ordinary qi replenishing pills every month. However, those who were ranked at the top could receive the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill. If Lin Feng consumed 1 Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill every day, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill was personally refined by an elder of Jialan Academy. There was a limited supply of it, and it was simply priceless. No matter how rich one was, one could not buy it outside. Therefore, many students cultivated diligently, striving to get a good ranking in the 4 Academies tournament that was held once every 3 years. This would affect whether one would use the Qi replenishing pill or the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill to cultivate for the next 3 years. The difference between the two was unimaginable. Heh! Lin Feng did not dare to slack off. With a loud shout, he leaped out and punched out in all directions. He was practicing the crushing fist. After 2 hours, Su Zimo arrived at Lin Feng's place. Junior brother Lin, senior brother Zhong Yi asked me to look for you. He said that senior brother Hu Xuanli was looking for you. Su Zimo said. Hu Xuanli? The one who is ranked 7th in the inner courtyard? Lin Feng asked in surprise. That's right, it's him. Su Zimo nodded hurriedly. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. He did not seem to have any relationship with Hu Xuanli. Hu Xuanli was more mysterious in the inner courtyard and rarely appeared. Lin Feng had been in the inner courtyard for more than half a year, but he had never seen Hu Xuanli. As for why Hu Xuanli was looking for him, Lin Feng was naturally very puzzled. All right, let's go back and take a look. Lin Feng said and returned to the academy with Su Zimo. In the living room, Zhong Yi was carefully talking to a young cultivator. This person looked to be in his teens and was slightly skinny, with a resolute face. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This person should be Hu Xuanli, the young cultivator who was peddling black spirit roots a few days ago. Junior brother Lin, it's been a few days since we last met. How have you been? Hu Xuanli smiled and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Everything is fine. Forgive me for not recognizing you, brother Hu, said Lin Feng. It's been more than a year since I left the academy. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Hu Xuanli smiled and continued. I'm looking for you today because I have something to discuss with you. Senior brother Hu, junior brother Lin, I remember that Wang Xianming is looking for me today. It's almost time, so I'll go see him. Take your time. Zhong Yi smiled and stood up. Take care, junior brother Zhong. Hu Xuanli nodded. After Zhong Yi left, Lin Feng asked, May I know why senior brother Hu is here? Junior brother Lin, do you still remember the black spirit root? Hu Xuanli asked. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. It's the spirit root of the black underworld black flame fruit. I'm sure junior brother Lin knows about it. Hu Xuanli looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Hu Xuanli continued, to tell you the truth, I found a Xianming dark flame fruit when I was training outside, but it was protected by a ferocious beast. At that time, the Xianming dark flame fruit hadn't ripened yet. Now, half a year has passed, and I think it should have ripened by now. You and I are brothers, so I would like to invite you to go with us. A matured black underworld black flame fruit. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That was a rare treasure. Lin Feng was convinced that he would be able to break through to the martial master level. Then I'll have to thank you, senior brother Hu, Lin Feng said, suppressing his excitement. Haha, junior brother, there's no need to be so polite with me. We'll leave tomorrow. Get ready, Huishuanli said. All right, I'll prepare well. Lin Feng nodded. Chapter 58. The desolate forest that ran through the entire East region was a place that mortals would not be able to cross in 100 years. The desolate forest was boundless. Ferocious beasts roamed the place and it was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they could die. The Chilean mountain range was located at the border between the desolate forest and the central region. The Chilean mountain range spanned 800 miles. It was a place where ferocious beasts roamed freely and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng and Huishuanli arrived at the Chilean mountain range. Along the way, Lin Feng and Huishuanli conversed a lot. From Huishuanli, Lin Feng understood that the ferocious beast guarding the dark underworld black flame fruit was a terrifying existence. It was a red flame Chilean that had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate. This red flame Chilean was the king of beasts within a few thousand miles. No one dared to provoke this red flame Chilean. This time, Lin Feng and Huishuanli had come to steal the dark underworld black flame fruit that was guarded by the red flame Chilean. It was like plucking the hair off a tiger. It was an act of seeking death. However, in order to quickly break through to the martial master realm, Lin Feng decided to take the risk. Roar. Not long after they entered the Chilean mountain range, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Then, a snow-white tiger with many spots on its body jumped out. This tiger was 5 meters tall and 8 meters long. Its body was huge and its eyes were cold. It was filled with intelligence. When it looked at Lin Feng and Huishuanli, its eyes were filled with cruelty. Hanging golden-eyed tiger, Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen the introduction of this tiger in the classic of mountains and seas. The hanging golden-eyes tiger was an extremely rare breed of tiger. This type of tiger was huge and had great strength. Most importantly, this type of tiger had gained sentience from the day it was born, just like humans. It could absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate. It was not something that ordinary ferocious beasts could compare to. Roar. The hanging golden-eyes tiger roared and pounced towards Lin Feng and Huishuanli. Its huge claws slapped towards the two of them. Ha ha, junior brother Lin, step back. Let me fight with this hanging golden-eyes tiger. Huishuanli laughed. Lin Feng nodded and quickly retreated a dozen meters. On the other hand, Huishuanli went straight for the tiger. Although the difference in size between the two was huge, Huishuanli wasn't afraid at all. He threw a punch at the tiger. Bang! Both sides fiercely collided with each other. Tyrannical shockwaves swept out, causing the earth to shake violently a few times. Huishuanli was indeed worthy of being the 7th ranker of the Jialan Academy's inner courtyard. He was not at a disadvantage when clashing head-on with the golden-eyed tiger. One man and one tiger fought for dozens of rounds. Huishuanli seized the opportunity and jumped onto the golden-eyes tiger's body. He rode on the tiger's neck and smashed his fist towards the golden-eyes tiger's head, causing it to feel dizzy. The slant-eyed golden-eyed tiger let out a deep roar and suddenly swung its neck, sending Huishuanli flying. Then, it rushed into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Haha, it's so refreshing to have such a great battle. Huishuanli smiled and said, Brother, you're so strong. You're so strong. I admire you. Lin Feng said. I started cultivating a few years earlier than you. With your talent, as long as you break through to the martial master realm, you'll be able to catch up. Huishuanli said with a smile. Lin Feng and Huishuanli continued on their journey. A day later, they arrived at the depths of the Chilean mountain range. Huishuanli said, Brother, do you see that? That valley in front of us is the nest of the scarlet flame Chilean. The black underworld dark flame fruit grows there. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, 4 figures flew over from afar. Brother Hua, look. Lin Feng pointed at the 4 silhouettes in the distance. Damn, these people all know how to fly. Are they all yin-yang cultivators? Huishuanli was shocked. Lin Feng and Huishuanli hid themselves deep in the forest. They had a premonition that something was going to happen when the 4 strong cultivators arrived. There were 2 men and 2 women among the 4 cultivators. One of them was a knight wearing golden armor and holding a holy sword. He was riding a flying lion. The other was a mysterious person covered in a black robe. The last one was a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The last one was a seductive woman wearing a red dress. She looked like a vixen. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Chilean mountain range. Roar! Following that, a deep roar reverberated through the area. A huge ferocious beast with flames all over its body flew out. The beast was more than 10 meters tall and 20 meters long. Its body seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The scarlet flame Chilean had appeared. Human cultivators, you've overstepped your boundaries. The scarlet flame Chilean looked coldly at the 4 human cultivators floating in the air. The 4 human cultivators were obviously not from the same faction. They stood separately and were wary of each other. The seductive woman giggled and said, "Scarlet Flame Chilean, we've met before, haven't we? I remember when you transformed into a human and went out to train. We even explored the hidden treasures at the bottom of the sea. Fong Yaoreo, that was a long time ago. Don't try to be friends with me." The Scarlet Flame Chilean didn't want to give face to the woman. She narrowed her eyes and a cold light flashed in them. Said the other woman, "The Xianming dark flame fruit has matured. We've come here to exchange for a Xianming dark flame fruit with you." "Mph, don't even think about it. I won't agree to it," the Scarlet Flame Chilean rejected. "Could it be that you want to monopolize this kind of spiritual fruit?" The man in golden armor said coldly, "I've guarded this treasure for 100 years before it matured. Do you think it'll be so easy for you to get your hands on it?" The Scarlet Flame Chilean sneered. The woman in white said, "I'll give you enough treasures to exchange for it. You won't suffer a loss. I don't care. Leave now, or don't blame me for being merciless," the Scarlet Flame Chilean said coldly. The black-robed cultivator sneered. "Since you don't agree, we'll have to use force. Everyone, why don't we work together to deal with this Scarlet Flame Chilean before going for the dark flame fruits? What do you think?" "Okay, let's do it." The 4 cultivators agreed. Boom. The next moment, the 4 cultivators charged at the Scarlet Flame Chilean. The Scarlet Flame Chilean roared, "Since you want to die, I'll send you to the afterlife. Scarlet flame burns the sky." The Scarlet Flame Chilean roared. Rumbling sounds echoed through the clouds. Endless flames appeared in the sky and burned the earth, surrounding the 4 cultivators. The Scarlet Flame Chilean wanted to use its demonic flames to burn the 4 cultivators to death. Chapter 59. Bang bang bang. The battle in the sky was extremely intense. Just the shockwaves from the battle were enough to crush a mountain range. This was a battle between yin-yang realm experts. It could be said to be apocalyptic. Experts at this level were like gods to Lin Feng. He could only look up to them. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the forest, witnessed the terrifying battle. 5 extremely terrifying existences could destroy the world with a flick of their fingers. It was truly terrifying. But obviously, the Scarlet Flame Chilean was not easy to deal with. Even if the 4 experts worked together, it would not be easy to take down the Scarlet Flame Chilean in a short period of time. According to the Mountain and Sea scripture, the Scarlet Flame Chilean was a desolate beast. Its body contained the power of desolation. It could control the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. During a great battle, the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire could cover thousands of miles and destroy the world. It was naturally not easy to subdue such a beast in a short period of time. In fact, the 4 experts had indeed encountered trouble when they were attacking the Scarlet Flame Chilean. Because they were surrounded by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire released by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire, if they were not careful, they would be in danger of dying. Lin Feng said, "Senior Brother Hua, now that the 4 experts are attacking the Scarlet Flame Chilean, it's our chance." Hua Xuanli nodded, "I have the same idea. Let's quietly sneak into the valley, take the Xianming black flame fruits and leave immediately." The 2 of them reached an agreement and sneaked into the valley. Now that the 5 experts were fighting in the sky, they had no time to pay attention to the ground below. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli entered the valley. There was a huge cave in the depths of the valley. It should be the Scarlet Flame Chilean's cave. Outside the cave, There was a fiery red divine tree that was more than a meter tall. It must be the Xianming black flame fruit tree. There were more than 10 fruits on the divine tree. 5 of them were scarlet red, while the rest were as black as ink. Hu Xuanli said, "Brother, do you see that? Those are the Xianming dark flame fruits. Those pitch-black fruits are not ripe yet. Don't even touch them, they're extremely poisonous. If you eat them, even a great Luo golden immortal won't be able to save you. Those red fruits are ripe, they're not poisonous." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. The 2 of them sped towards the profound nether dark flame fruits. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Just as they were about to pick the profound nether dark flame fruits, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the cave. With a flash of fire, 2 ferocious beasts rushed out. These were 2 scarlet flame Chilean beasts, but clearly, compared to the scarlet flame Chilean beast king in the air, their bodies were much smaller. These 2 scarlet flame killins were 3 meters taller and 5 meters longer. They should be in their infancy stage. That was because an adult scarlet flame Chilean could reach a height of more than 10 meters, and its body length could reach more than 20 meters. It was a colossal creature the size of a mountain. After the 2 red flame killins rushed out, they immediately pounced towards Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli. There are actually 2 more. Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli's faces changed as they quickly dodged the scarlet flame Chilean's attack. The 2 scarlet flame killins locked onto Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli respectively. Lin Feng could even see a hint of mockery in the scarlet flame Chilean's eyes. This fellow already has its own intelligence. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Roar. The scarlet flame Chilean let out a low roar and rushed towards Lin Feng, swiping at him with its claws. Lin Feng dodged a few times, but he soon realized that dodging was not the way to go. He activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill and activated Crushing Blow, sending a punch towards the Scarlet Flame Chilean. Bang! Lin Feng and the Scarlet Flame Chilean collided violently. Instantly, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering force flowing through his arm and into his body. That force was too terrifying, as if it wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body in an instant. Lin Feng took the Scarlet Flame Chilean's attack and was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His body slammed heavily into a rock wall, as if his entire body had fallen apart. Damn, this Scarlet Flame Chilean is so powerful. Lin Feng was depressed. It had been a long time since he had suffered such a setback. This was a battle on a completely different level. The Scarlet Flame Chilean roared and pounced towards Lin Feng once again. On the other side, Hu Xuanli and the Scarlet Flame Chilean were engaged in a fierce battle. Hu Xuanli was a martial master cultivator, so he had the upper hand in the battle with the Scarlet Flame Chilean. The Scarlet Flame Chilean was sent flying by Hu Xuanli. This also infuriated the Scarlet Flame Chilean. The Scarlet Flame Chilean opened its bloody mouth and spat out clusters of fireballs towards Hu Xuanli. This was the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire that the Scarlet Flame Chilean race possessed. This demon fire was extremely terrifying. Once it touched the body, it would be difficult to extinguish it. It would burn for 10 days without weakening. Unless a yin-yang realm expert had a strong protective aura, he would not be burned to death by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. For cultivators like Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli, once they were hit by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire, they would be burned alive. Hu Xuanli did not dare to take the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire head-on, so he could only dodge quickly. Roar. The other Scarlet Flame Chilean roared and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was trapped in a corner, and the situation was very dangerous. Once the Scarlet Flame Chilean got close to him, his life would be in danger. Lin Feng was very clear about this. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated his 3 devouring martial spirits. At the same time, Lin Feng's 3 absorbing spirits started to revolve and a magnetic field started to appear around Lin Feng. This was one of Lin Feng's most powerful techniques. The confining magnetic field enveloped the Scarlet Flame Chilean. The Scarlet Flame Chilean was fixed in mid-air. Lin Feng shouted and sent the Scarlet Flame Chilean flying with a punch. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly rushed towards the Xianming dark flame fruits and reached out to grab a few ripe fruits. However, the Scarlet Flame Chilean that was sent flying by Lin Feng had already pounced on him. It opened its mouth and spat out the scarlet flame demon fire. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He grabbed 2 Xianming dark flame fruits and twisted his body in mid-air. He dodged the scarlet flame demon fire and landed steadily on the ground. I got it. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted. Great. Hu Xuanli's eyes lit up. He stopped fighting the scarlet flame Qilin and rushed out with Lin Feng. The 2 scarlet flame Qilins were unwilling to let Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli go. They chased after them but could not catch up. Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli escaped into the forest and disappeared. Chapter 60. One for each of us. Lin Feng gave one to Hu Xuanli. Haha, that's great. Our cultivation levels will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Even Hu Xuanli, who was usually calm, couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Feng said, let's find a place to refine it. It's better if we go further away. Hu Xuanli said. Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli quickly left the Qilin mountain range. Even if they wanted to refine the Xianming dark flame fruit in the wild forest, they couldn't do it here. This was the Red Flame Qilin Beast King's territory. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King probably knew everything about this place. Refining it here would be suicidal. However, Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli couldn't go back to the college to refine the Xianming dark flame fruit because it had to be refined within 3 days after being picked. Otherwise, its effects would be greatly reduced. Roar. Not long after Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli left the Qilin mountain range, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Endless flames burned the sky and an angry roar resounded through the clouds. Despicable human ants, how dare you steal my Xianming dark flame fruit? You're courting death. Oh no, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King is here. Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli's expressions changed drastically. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King must have heard from the other 2 young Red Flame Qilins that Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli had stolen 2 Xianming dark flame fruits. It was even angrier than if the Xianming dark flame fruit had been stolen by the 4 strongest cultivators. After all, the 4 strongest cultivators were all top cultivators. If the Xianming dark flame fruit had been stolen by them, it only meant that they weren't strong enough. However, Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli were just ants in the eyes of the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. The fire unicorn beast felt humiliated. It had chased after Lin Feng and Hu Xianli for a long time, and finally, it saw Lin Feng and Hu Xianli in the distance. Lin Feng was a tiny human being. Let's split up. Lin Feng said. Be careful. Hu Xuanli said solemnly. You too. Lin Feng and Hu Xuanli quickly separated and ran in 2 different directions. Not long after, a terrifying aura came from behind Lin Feng. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King had chosen to pursue Lin Feng. This lowly human makes me feel a bloodline power that makes my heart palpitate. Why is that? Could it be that this brat had some kind of great bloodline? I want to eat him. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King was ruthless. These ferocious beasts could devour the blood of cultivators to increase their strength and enhance the power of their bloodline. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King could clearly sense the powerful bloodline in Lin Feng's body. Therefore, it chose to chase after Lin Feng. Damn, this guy is so fast. Lin Feng's face was gloomy as he quickly flew through the forest. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. Lin Feng was running at full speed, but the distance between him and the Red Flame Qilin Beast King was getting shorter and shorter. If this continued, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King would catch up with him. Once the Red Flame Qilin Beast King caught up with him, he would die. No, I have to think of a way to avoid the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. Otherwise, I'll die, thought Lin Feng. After running for a few more miles, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. At this moment, it was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the Red Flame Qilin Beast King would catch up and kill him. However, at this critical moment, a cliff appeared in front of him. Lin Feng looked down and saw a gigantic tree halfway up the cliff. Lin Feng jumped down. Initially, he wanted to hide in that gigantic tree, but he hadn't thought that there would be a cave next to the gigantic tree. That cave was about 1 meter high and was extremely well hidden. Lin Feng jumped into the cave. When Lin Feng entered the cave, he realized that it was about a dozen square meters in size. It was quite large. Roar. At that moment, the red flame Chilean Beast King's roar resounded through the sky. The red flame Chilean Beast King was chasing after him. Even if Lin Feng hid in the cave, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to escape. He looked around and moved a rock from the cave to block the entrance. At that moment, the red flame Chilean Beast King chased after him. Lin Feng saw the red flame Chilean Beast King floating above the cliff, looking for Lin Feng. Lin Feng held his breath, afraid that he would attract the red flame Chilean Beast King's attention. Hiding in the cave, Lin Feng didn't move. He was afraid that the red flame Chilean Beast King would hear him. Luckily, the cave Lin Feng was hiding in was well hidden and the entrance was blocked by a rock. Otherwise, the red flame Chilean Beast King would have found him. The red flame Chilean Beast King couldn't find Lin Feng. It roared and flew away, continuing to look for Lin Feng. Phew, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely lucky to have been able to avoid the red flame Chilean Beast King's pursuit. He took out the dark underworld black flame fruit and smiled. I hope I can use the power of the dark underworld black flame fruit to break through to the martial master realm. Lin Feng swallowed the dark underworld black flame fruit. All of a sudden, surging waves of energy exploded within his body. This power, like a surging tide, instantly engulfed his entire body. Lin Feng's meridians had almost been destroyed by that monstrous strength. The dark underworld black flame fruit was indeed a rare treasure. The energy it contained was unimaginable. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He quickly activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill and devoured the energy in his body. The energy of the dark underworld black flame fruit was gradually devoured by Lin Feng. This energy was converted into the Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength and flowed through Lin Feng's body. When he was a martial artist at the 10th heaven, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength in Lin Feng's body flowed like a small stream. However, after refining the dark underworld black flame fruit, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength in Lin Feng's body converged into a river. The surging Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength flowed through his limbs and bones. Success or failure depends on this. Lin Feng roared and activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant strength in his body completely exploded. Lin Feng's body was filled with an earth-shattering energy. That energy was flowing through Lin Feng's body at an incredible speed. It circulated for a total of 49 major circulations. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded in Lin Feng's body. Roar! An ancient world appeared behind Lin Feng. An Archean Dragonesque elephant stood on the ground with its head facing the sky. It roared to the sky, shaking the heavens. The martial master realm. It's finally done. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. He waved his right hand in the air and a burst of true qi shot out. Puff! The true qi was like a sword, piercing through a rock more than 10 meters away. The release of true qi was a sign of the martial master realm. Chapter 61. Bang! 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 In the forest, a terrifying shockwave swept through the world. 3 powerhouses floated in the air as they fought fiercely. An enchanting woman in red and a black-robed man were attacking a white-robed woman. Why are the 3 of them fighting? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter as he watched the battle. He hid in the dark and observed. These 3 people were really powerful. Every move they made had the power to destroy the world. The 3 people fighting were none other than 3 of the 4 powerhouses that Lin Feng had met before. Back then, the 3 of them had joined forces to attack the Red Flame Chilean Beast King. Now, they were killing each other. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal alliance, only eternal benefits. A battle between powerhouses of this level had to have a motive. Boom! The black-robed man stretched out his right hand and uprooted a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. This technique was like the work of the gods. As expected of a yin-yang realm powerhouse, he had the power to destroy the world with a flick of his finger. The black-robed man grabbed the 10,000-meter-tall mountain and threw it at the white-robed woman. The void seemed to collapse from the impact. The white-robed woman swung her sword to block the attack and shattered the mountain. But at this moment, The red-robed woman rushed forward and stabbed the white-robed woman with her sharp weapon. Although the white-robed woman's reaction was fast enough, her abdomen was still torn open, and blood immediately gushed out. The white-robed woman swung her sword and repelled the red-robed woman. Then, she quickly flew into the distance. After her, we can't let her escape. The red-robed woman and the black-robed man quickly chased after her. In the blink of an eye, the three powerhouses had disappeared without a trace. What a powerful powerhouse! He could uproot a 10,000-meter-tall mountain with a flick of his finger. Is this a yin-yang realm powerhouse? Lin Feng felt his blood boiling and surging with excitement. This was a cultivator. This was a great powerhouse. Flying in the sky and hiding in the ground, covering the sky with a flick of his finger. This kind of realm was really something to look forward to. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He was filled with fighting spirit. He believed that one day, he would cultivate to this level. Lin Feng continued flying outside. At noon, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Crash! Not long after, heavy rain poured down. The dense curtain of rain made it impossible to see what was happening a few meters away. As the torrential rain fell, Lin Feng found a dry cave to take shelter from the rain. Suddenly, he saw a woman in white lying in the distance. Her body was already half buried by the rain. Lin Feng was shocked and hurriedly ran over. He came to the white-clothed woman's side and picked her up. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a beautiful face at such a close distance. It was a face so exquisite that it was breathtaking. However, her beautiful face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. It's her, Lin Feng was shocked. This was the woman who was besieged by the red-clothed woman and the black-robed man. His injuries were so severe that he fainted in the forest. Fortunately, she was discovered by him. Otherwise, she would have died. Lin Feng picked up the woman and quickly left. In a cave, Lin Feng started a bonfire. He placed the woman on the ground and touched her forehead. It was boiling hot. She was cut by a sharp blade. Her body is boiling and her fever is not subsiding. It's probably caused by the wound. This is troublesome. She won't lose her life because of this, right? Lin Feng looked at the woman and frowned slightly. It would be a pity for such a peerless beauty to die in such a place. I, Lin Feng, may not be a gentleman, but I'm not an evil person either. Everything I do is to save your life. Lin Feng muttered and reached out to take off the woman's clothes. Her injuries had to be treated quickly. She couldn't stay in the cold any longer. Her wet clothes had to be changed into dry ones. Lin Feng took off her clothes one by one. In the end, only her undergarments were left. Lin Feng could even see her full breasts, but Lin Feng had no intention of profaning her. His attention was quickly drawn to the wound below her chest. It was very deep, reaching her ribs. Even though so much time had passed, blood was still seeping out. An ordinary person would have died from such an attack, but this woman was extremely strong. Even though she had suffered such a severe injury, her body was extremely strong, and she had managed to survive until now. Lin Feng took off her undergarments, but at that moment, the woman woke up. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. She thought that Lin Feng was going to do something outrageous to her. After all, her clothes were all gone, and only her undergarments were left. In an era where women were very conservative, such a thing was unthinkable. Perhaps she would only do that to her husband. You evil thief, I'll kill you. The woman raised her hand and slapped Lin Feng. But her hand was weak and powerless. Lin Feng grabbed it and stopped it. Don't move, I don't have any evil intentions, I just want to save you, said Lin Feng. I don't need you to save me. The woman bit her red lips. At that moment, she was almost naked in front of Lin Feng's eyes. She was incomparably ashamed and angry, and she fainted again. Lin Feng took out some medicine and treated the woman's wound. He then bandaged it, took out his clothes, and helped her change into them. Night gradually fell, and the woman's scalding body temperature gradually returned to normal. She slowly opened her eyes, endured the pain, and hurriedly checked her body. She felt relieved when she didn't find anything strange, but when she thought about how her body had been completely seen by this man, She felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. "You're finally awake." Lin Feng saw that she had woken up and let out a long breath. Seeing the woman's beautiful eyes coldly looking at him, Lin Feng said, "I didn't mean to offend you before, I just wanted to save you. Don't worry, when you were unconscious, I didn't do anything to you that I shouldn't have done." Liu Piaoxue naturally knew what Lin Feng meant by shouldn't have done. Her beautiful face blushed, and the coldness in her eyes became much gentler. "It's a special situation, I don't blame you. Thank you for saving my life." Liu Piaoxue's voice was weak. That night, Liu Piaoxue was very weak. She fainted several times and woke up several times. Ice Blade, combined with the 13 glacial strikes, the ice chi has injured my internal organs. Help me find 3 kinds of young medicinal herbs. I want to use them to dissolve the ice chi in my body. Liu Piaoxue said weakly. She took out a map with 3 kinds of medicinal herbs and a detailed description. Then, she fainted again. Lin Feng knew that Liu Piaoxue's injuries weren't just external. The fatal thing was the ice chi that she had mentioned. It had injured her internal organs, which was very fatal. If he couldn't dissolve the ice chi in her body, Liu Piaoxue's life would be in danger. Lin Feng braved the rain and left. In a daze, Liu Piaoxue looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Warmth flowed in her heart. Lin Feng was in the forest looking for the things that Liu Piaoxue had mentioned. It wasn't until the afternoon that he found the 3 kinds of young medicinal herbs. Liu Piaoxue had listed them according to her injuries and the situation in the forest. She must have seen them before in the forest, which was why she had asked Lin Feng to look for them. Lin Feng quickly returned. On the way back, Lin Feng saw a woman in red clothes in the distance. That woman in red had an enchanting figure. Her graceful and exquisite body was simply the most perfect body. It made men's blood boil. She had a charming and seductive face. She was seductive like a fox spirit. Chapter 62. The woman in red was extremely alluring. She was definitely a beauty who could bring calamity to a country. However, when Lin Feng saw her, he quickly turned around and left in another direction. She was a terrifying woman. Liu Piaoxue had been injured by her. Whoosh! The woman quickly flew over and blocked Lin Feng's path. Although it was raining heavily, Feng Yaoreo was surrounded by a layer of earth energy. The rain couldn't touch her body at all. "Why are you leaving so quickly after seeing me? Little brother, am I not beautiful?" Feng Yaorao's seductive voice could be heard. It was a voice that could make a man's bones go soft. Lin Feng had always been on guard. He was afraid that he would fall into this woman's trap. However, he knew that he had to act calm at this time. Otherwise, if this woman noticed something strange, he would be in big trouble. "It's raining heavily in the forest, and I suddenly saw such a beautiful woman like Big Sister. I thought you were a fox spirit in disguise. I've read the classic of mountains and seas, and it says that there are fox spirits who cultivate their Tao and transform into beautiful women in the rain. They often appear in front of people to gain sympathy and then take people's lives. I'm alone in this wild forest, and I'm afraid. I hope Big Sister won't blame me." "Please don't blame me," Lin Feng said. "He, I didn't expect you to be a bookworm. Most of the ghost legends recorded in the classic of mountains and seas are fabricated. Don't believe them so easily. Besides, do you think a fox spirit is as beautiful as me?" Feng Yaoreo twisted her body slightly. Her body emitted an alluring fragrance. One had to admit that this woman was a femme fatale who could bring calamity to a country. "I've never seen a fox spirit before, but it's my first time seeing a woman as beautiful as you. I'm sure that even the fairies in the 9th heaven can't be as beautiful as you," Lin Feng said. "What a sweet mouth." Feng Yaoreo smiled. Which woman didn't like to hear such flattery? Peerless beauties liked it even more. Feng Yaoreo wasn't just a peerless beauty, she was also a peerless powerhouse. However, she was also a woman. As long as she was a woman, she would care about her appearance. "I'm telling the truth," Lin Feng said with a smile. Feng Yaoreo narrowed her pair of charming red phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng, then intentionally or unintentionally asked, "Why are you running around in the mountain forest in this heavy rain? Are you looking for something?" Lin Feng shivered in his heart. He feels that Feng Yarao might be suspicious of him. That seemingly casual question was filled with deep meaning. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. If Feng Yarao really found out that he was saving Liu Piaoxue, he would definitely die. She would definitely not let him off. This kind of peerless powerhouse, no matter how kind they looked on the surface, once they were angered, they would definitely not have a good ending. Especially an existence like Feng Yarao. If she wanted to do it, she could easily destroy Zhenwu country. Originally, I was hiding in a cave to avoid the rain, but I was attacked by a fierce beast. I ran out and looked for a new place to hide from the rain. Lin Feng said. Really? Feng Yarao narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Lying to a peerless powerhouse like Feng Yarao wasn't something an ordinary person could do. However, Lin Feng knew that he had to stay calm. He had to stay calm. He couldn't panic. Because once Feng Yarao saw through the flaw, with the ability of this kind of peerless expert, wanting to find out his secret would be as easy as blowing off dust. This mountain forest is indeed very dangerous. Your cultivation is still a bit lacking in this place. Feng Yarao said. I overestimated myself. When the rain started falling, I planned to leave. Lin Feng said. Where are you from? Feng Yarao asked. I'm a student of Zhenwu country's Jialan city's Jialan Academy, Lin Feng said. Zhenwu country's people? Your Zhenwu country's emperor is called Long Tianyu, right? A few years ago, he followed the Zhenwu country's old ancestor here to pay respects to sister. However, they overestimated themselves. How could a tiny mundane country's monarch and protector be qualified to meet sister? Feng Yarao said with a smile. She didn't put Zhenwu country in her eyes at all. This was the grace of a peerless powerhouse. In their eyes, a mundane country like Zhenwu country was indeed not worthy of their attention. Lin Feng said. Sister, are you an immortal? Even the monarch and protector of a country can't meet you. Today, I'm able to meet sister here. Is it because I did good deeds in my previous life? Did I have such a great destiny in this life? Hey, you really know how to talk. Although I know you're flattering me, I like it very much. Feng Yarao said with a smile. I also like sister like you. I will work hard to cultivate. In the future, I will definitely marry a beauty like you. Lin Feng said. What do you want to say? Do you want to marry me? Feng Yarao looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. I want to marry fairy sister. I believe that in the future, I will definitely have the ability to do so. Little guy, you've got guts. You dare to talk nonsense in front of me? Feng Yarao seemed a bit angry. She took a step forward, and Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. That pressure was about to crush his body. Who do you think you are? You dare to be impudent in front of me? Feng Yarao narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng coldly. When I first saw you, I admired you. Do you want to kill someone who admires you? If you want to kill me, I won't regret it because I told myself that what I said just now was the truth. I will definitely marry fairy sister. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and said. Feng Yarao humphed coldly and blushed. She dispersed her chi and looked at Lin Feng icily. Don't daydream. With your cultivation level, it'll take you hundreds of years to reach the yin-yang layer. You're far from being able to marry me. Lin Feng frowned. How about we make a bet then? Lin Feng said. What bet? Feng Yarao asked. I bet that I can reach the yin-yang boundary within 10 years. Lin Feng said. 10 years. Feng Yarao humphed coldly and said, do you think you're the reincarnation of a god? If I succeed, I will definitely go and ask for your hand in marriage. Lin Feng said. Hey, alright, I'll wait for you, Feng Yarao said with a smile. She turned around and walked away. Her swaying back view really gave people the urge to commit a crime. Fairy sister, what's your name? Lin Feng asked. Feng Yarao. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yarao soared into the sky and disappeared. Chapter 63. Phew. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Yarao had finally left. Just now, he was covered in cold sweat. Rumor has it that all yin-yang experts know how to search souls. Luckily, I was smart enough to distract her. Otherwise, she would have used the soul-searching technique on me. Wouldn't I be dead? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, when he thought of Feng Yaorao's peerless figure and devastatingly beautiful face, Lin Feng's heart palpitated. No man could resist such a woman. How interesting. Wu Yang actually made a bet with a femme fatale like Feng Yaoarao. 10 years. Within 10 years, I'll definitely become a yin-yang expert. At that time, I'll definitely go and find Feng Yaoarao. I'll definitely take her as my woman. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Feng Yaoarao was definitely a woman who could arouse a man's most primal desires. Lin Feng was no exception. He was tempted by Feng Yaoarao. He really wanted to experience what it felt like to have a femme fatale like her. A man should be happy to repay kindness and revenge. He should also sleep with the most beautiful woman. Feng Yaoarao was such a woman. Lin Feng quickly returned to the cave. Liu Piaomiao was still sleeping. Liu Piaomiao was also a peerless beauty. She was completely different from Feng Yaoarao. Feng Yaoarao was as charming as a vixen. On the other hand, Liu Piaomiao was as pure and holy as a fairy from the ninth heaven. They were two completely different types of women. However, both of them could be said to be peerless beauties. If possible, Lin Feng even wanted to take both Liu Piaomiao and Feng Yaoarao as his women. One dragon having two phoenixes was definitely a supreme pleasure. However, Lin Feng knew that he could only fantasize about it for now. Lin Feng took out a jar and filled it with water. Then, he put the ingredients he had found into the jar according to the ratio and placed it over the bonfire to cook. You're back. Liu Piaomiao looked at Lin Feng with a warm gaze. Yes, I've found everything. It's cooking now. We should be able to drink it soon, said Lin Feng. Did you encounter any danger? Liu Piaomiao asked with concern. I met Feng Yaoarao. Lin Feng said. Liu Piaomiao's expression changed slightly. How did you meet her? How did you escape? On the way back, we met by chance. I heard that experts at your level knew how to search souls, so I kept praising her beauty. She seemed to enjoy it, and in the end, she forgot to search my soul and left. Lin Feng said with lingering fear. You have a lot of ideas, but Feng Yaoarao is indeed a vain woman. Liu Piaomiao curled her lips and seemed to disdain Feng Yaoarao. But clearly, between women, especially between enemies, they naturally liked to belittle each other. It was absolutely impossible for Liu Piaomiao to praise Feng Yao. By the way, what's your name? Lin Feng asked. My name is. Liu Piaomiao's eyes flashed and she said, Liu Yi. Liu Yi. Lin Feng tried his best to recall that name. He had heard of some strong cultivators of the yin-yang layer in the East Province, but he had never heard of Liu Yi. But there was a woman whose surname was also Liu, but her name was Liu Piaomiao, not Liu Yi. Of course, in this world, there were many strong cultivators. How many strong cultivators had he heard of? Liu Piaomiao didn't want to talk about that topic, so she said, Your clothes are soaked. Take them off and change into dry clothes. When she finished talking, she blushed and closed her eyes. Lin Feng was changing his clothes. Of course, she didn't look at him. He looked really beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but compare Liu Piaomiao with Feng Yaoarao. He realized that both of them were peerless beauties, but they each had their own merits. Lin Feng quickly changed his clothes, and the medicine was ready. Lin Feng poured a bowl of medicine for Liu Piaomiao. Liu Piaomiao drank it, and her complexion became much rosier. The spiritual herbs used to brew the medicine were all items of extreme yang, and they could expel the cold energy in her body. Once the cold energy in her body was expelled, Liu Piaomiao's injuries would gradually heal. Don't suffer from the cold, drink a bowl too, Liu Piaomiao said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and poured a bowl. After drinking it, he immediately felt a wave of heat rising in his body. Have a good rest, Lin Feng said. Liu Piaomiao nodded and leaned against the rock to rest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged at the side, circulating the ancient dragonesque elephant art and silently cultivating. 3 days later, Liu Piaomiao recovered. When Lin Feng woke up this morning, Liu Piaomiao was already gone. She left without saying goodbye. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The beauty was gone, but the fragrance was still there. Liu Piaomiao left without saying goodbye. Was it because she felt that he and she were not from the same world? Lin Feng frowned, but he didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. In the distance, Liu Piaomiao looked over. Seeing Lin Feng leave, she felt a little sad. She was used to seeing scheming, but these few days, Lin Feng's meticulous care made Liu Piaomiao feel a trace of warmth. This trace of warmth caused Liu Piaomiao's calm heart to ripple. However, Liu Piaomiao knew that she could not continue to stay here. This was because she had been engaged to the young master of an ancient power that even the heaven-sacred city could not contend against since she was young. Although she was strongly against this matter, her strength was too insignificant compared to such a huge power. She was destined to accept the arrangements of her family. Otherwise, the entire family would be implicated. If he really had some emotional entanglements with Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would only have a dead end. Sigh. Chapter 64. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard echoing through the forest. Occasionally, powerful beasts could be seen roaming through the forest. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already reached the outer region. Although it was still very dangerous, there were no longer any beasts at the level of the Red Flame Chilean Beast King. This trip to the desolate forest with Hu Xuanli had been extremely dangerous, but the rewards were great. Lin Feng had already broken through to the martial master realm. Since joining the inner academy, Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than a year, he had broken through to the martial master realm. One had to know that Lin Feng was not even 16 years old yet. His talent was astonishing. Next, he had to prepare for the triennial Great Competition of the 4 academies. The Great Competition of the 4 academies was very important in Jialan Academy. Lin Feng also wanted to do well at the Great Competition of the 4 universities. When he passed by a valley, a dense number of arrows shot out from the valley, aiming at Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated and dodged the arrows. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? Lin Feng shouted coldly. Little bastard, today is the day you die. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Then, more than 10 cultivators rushed out of the forest. The leader was Song Tsunghai. Back then, he had killed Bai Ifei and Song Tsunghai. Lin Feng had never thought that Song Tsunghai, a deacon of Jialan Academy, would dare to attack him in the desolate forest. Apart from Song Tsunghai, there were more than 10 experts with him. They were all guards of the Song family and were very strong. They had obviously come prepared. Lin Feng looked coldly at Song Tsunghai and said, Song Tsunghai, you dare to attack a student of Jialan Academy? If the academy finds out, you won't be able to escape death. Song Tsunghai said disdainfully, this desolate forest is full of beasts. If you die here, who will know that it was me? Who knows, maybe you were killed by a powerful beast. Do you think you've got me? Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer. Back then, when he killed Bai Ifei, he was only at the 6th firmament of warrior and was not a match for Song Tsunghai. But now, Lin Feng had broken through to the martial master realm. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Feng was not the least bit afraid. Song Tsunghai sneered at Lin Feng. Do you really think you can escape? Did I say I was going to escape? I think that this place will be the place where you will die. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a dense killing intent. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Song Tsunghai's face was filled with murderous intent. You overestimate yourself. You're really courting death. Attack. Kill him. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, 4 guards immediately rushed out and surrounded Lin Feng. This time, Song Tsunghai had brought the Bai family's men of sacrifice. These people were all at the 10th firmament of warrior and were already very powerful. The 4 men of sacrifice surrounded Lin Feng. Some of them were holding swords, while others were holding sabers. The cold air was oppressive as they directly slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Facing the 4 men of sacrifice, he also moved. Lin Feng held his long sword and suddenly pulled it out. The sword light soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. The divine sun rose into the sky. It illuminated the heavens. Lin Feng used the scorching sun swordsmanship. The power of this swordsmanship was needless to say. Everyone felt that the dazzling light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes. The 4 men of sacrifice felt a pain in their necks. In the next moment, they lost consciousness and fell to the ground, dead. What? When Song Tsunghai saw this scene, he was full of disbelief. These were 4 experts at the 10th firmament of warrior. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had killed them so easily. This made Song Tsunghai angry and distressed. Even for a big family like the Bai family, it required a huge price to cultivate a man of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior. Song Tsunghai was naturally distressed that Lin Feng had killed 4 men of sacrifice at once. All of you, attack. I want his life. Song Tsunghai shouted coldly. There were still 10 men of sacrifice beside Song Tsunghai. At this moment, all of them moved out and surrounded Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had not broken through, he would have encountered a lot of trouble dealing with 10 experts at the 10th firmament of warrior. But now, Lin Feng had broken through to the martial master realm. His strength had reached an astonishing 1,280,000 jin of strength. When Lin Feng's 3 devouring martial souls were activated, his strength could reach up to 3.84 million jin. These men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior only had a strength of 100,000 jin. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were considered experts. But in Lin Feng's eyes, they were too weak. Swish. Lin Feng moved and rushed into the crowd. His speed was too fast. He was so fast that the men of sacrifice could not react in time. An afterimage flew through the crowd. Puff, with a tearing sound, the 10 men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior fell to the ground and died. They could not even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. This is impossible. Song Tsunghai roared in disbelief. 10 men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior, but they were killed by Lin Feng in seconds. Even Song Tsunghai felt that he might not be able to do it. Lin Feng held his blood-dripping battle sword and looked at Song Tsunghai coldly. Did you think that you would die under my sword one day? Kid, I have indeed underestimated you. But do you think that you can defeat me? What a joke. I am at the 3rd firmament of martial master. My strength has reached 4 million jin. So what if you have broken through to the martial master realm? In my eyes, you are still as weak as an ant. Song Tsunghai sneered. A light flashed in his hand and a blood-red long blade appeared. Song Tsunghai's frenzied blade cut was a very famous martial technique in Jialan Academy. Brat, to die under my blade, your death is not unjust. Song Tsunghai sneered. He held his blood-red long blade and used the frenzied blade cut to kill Lin Feng. The blade light was heavy and cold. It was as if it could split a 10,000-meter tall mountain in half. Is the 3rd firmament of martial master very strong? Lin Feng sneered, holding his battle sword. Whoosh. Lin Feng also moved. Scorching sun sword technique. Scorching sun in the sky. Divine sword unsheathed. The dazzling sun floated behind Lin Feng, illuminating the earth with its dazzling light. Clang. Lin Feng and Song Tsunghai fiercely collided with a sonorous sound. After the collision, the two separated. Whoosh. Lin Feng sheathed his battle sword in the scabbard on his back. How could this be? Song Tsunghai looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Pu. A sword mark appeared on Song Tsunghai's neck. Then, blood spurted out. Song Tsunghai fell to the ground and breathed his last. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of Lin Feng. Chapter 65. Jialan Academy was bustling with activity because the 4 Academies tournament was approaching. Every time the tournament was held, Jialan Academy would be at its busiest. In the courtyard outside the scripture pavilion, Lin Feng was sparring with Elder Tian Xian. Although it was called a sparring session, it was actually Elder Tian Xian giving Lin Feng pointers. Beside them, the strange bird shouted, "Fatso is going to lose. Fatso is going to lose." Elder Tian Xian was so angry that his eyes widened. After the battle, Lin Feng sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for your pointers, elder." "Haha, you don't need to be so polite. Besides, I didn't give you any pointers. Your understanding of the scorching sun sword technique is beyond my imagination." Elder Tian Xian smiled. Lin Feng said modestly, "You've corrected many of my mistakes. I'll be able to avoid many detours in my cultivation." Elder Tian Xian smiled and said, "The 4 Academies tournament is coming soon. You should know that with your talent, it would be a pity if you didn't learn a support skill. Do you have any plans for that?" There were many support skills, such as equipment forging, alchemy, and so on. Of course, there was also the formation of a spirit array master. The most difficult part was becoming a formation master, which required one to have an extremely strict soul power. Next was becoming an alchemist. Lin Feng said, "Vice Principal Gong Yangming told me that when the principal returns, he'll put in a good word for me in hopes that I'll be able to learn formations under him. That old bastard has a very strange temper. He should be back soon. When he comes back, I'll tell him about this matter." Elder Tian Xian said. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder." Lin Feng hurriedly thanked Elder Tian Xian. Lin Feng stayed at Elder Tian Xian's place until nightfall. He was very lucky to be able to join Changhe branch. The students here were harmonious, and there were a few seniors who cared about him. After returning to his residence, Zhongqi went to Lin Feng's room and said, "Junior brother, senior sister Xiao sent someone to look for you, but they couldn't find you, so they went back. They said that senior sister Xiao will be waiting for you." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll go to senior sister Xiao and see what's going on." Lin Feng went to Xiao Yafi's place. Gongsun Chang'e was there as well. "Brother, the great competition of the 4 academies is in half a month. It's your first time participating in it, so I called you here to tell you about the rules," said Lin Feng. Gongsun Chang'e said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Please tell me, senior brother." "Currently, there are less than 3,000 people in total. Our Chang'e branch has the least number of people, only 500. Among them, only senior sister Xiao and I are ranked in the top 20. There are 9 people in total who are ranked in the top 100. According to the rules of the 4 academies, the top 100 are seeded students. If the students below the top 100 have the confidence to challenge the top 100 students, they can challenge them. If they win, they'll be ranked in the top 100, but if they lose, they'll lose the right to participate in the great competition of the 4 academies." Lin Feng said, "That's a very harsh condition." Xiao Yafi said, "The academy is mainly considering if some students who aren't strong enough can challenge the top 100 students of the inner courtyard. It's okay to delay, but if the top 100 students of the inner courtyard don't hold back, they can easily injure the challengers. After all, swords have no eyes." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Gongsun Zhang'e continued, "Of course, the top 100 seed students can also challenge each other. As long as the other side agrees, they can fight. The first part of the exam is to challenge the top 100 seed students. After the challenge part, there will be a normal ranking battle. This kind of battle will be decided by drawing lots. The winner will advance to the next round. The more they win, the more points they will get. Then, they will be ranked according to their final points." "That's interesting. Every time the great competition of the 4 academies takes place, many students challenge the top 100 seeded students, right?" asked Lin Feng. "That's right. Every year, some people challenge the top 100 seeded students, but the success rate isn't very high," Gongsun Chang'e said. This was quite understandable, because the top 100 students were already strong enough. In addition, the benefits of the top 100 students in the inner yard were the great strength latent dragon pill, while the benefits of the students below the top 100 were the chi replenishing pill, which couldn't be compared to the great strength latent dragon pill at all. The students who used the great strength latent dragon pill to cultivate naturally improved their strength faster, and in this way, the top 100 students would become stronger and stronger. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses who overtook the top 100 students and successfully pushed them out of the top 100. However, there were only a few of them. Xiao Yafi said, "With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to push out one of the top 100 students. Therefore, when the great competition of the 4 academies begins, you can participate in the challenge and defeat one of the top 100 students. This way, you won't have to draw lots later. All right. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay, then I'll defeat one of the students. Lin Feng said casually. For him, this wasn't a difficult task because there were only 72 martial masters in Jialan Academy. Including Lin Feng, there were 73 students. If Lin Feng wanted to enter the top 100, it would be very easy for him. Xiao Yafi and Gongsun Chang'e didn't have any objections. Lin Feng left Xiao Yafi's place and spent half a month in seclusion cultivating. Lin Feng didn't just practice swordsmanship, he also studied the forbidden theurgy, the great covering the sky hand. On the night before the great competition of the 4 academies, Lin Feng suddenly felt a strong calling coming from the West Mountain. It's the 9 Emperor Avatar. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He had cultivated the 9 Emperor Avatar in the West Mountain. He had originally thought that it would only take 3 or 4 months for the 9 Emperor Avatar to take shape. He hadn't thought that it would take longer than he had expected. Now that half a year had passed, the 9 Emperor Avatar had finally started to move. Lin Feng took advantage of the darkness and went to the West Mountain. This was the burial ground of the Jialan Academy's ancestors. A cold wind blew and a baleful qi filled the air. At night, no one came to this place. Lin Feng quickly went to the depths of the West Mountain. He could feel the strong calling coming from the West Mountain. Master, Master. When Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the West Mountain, the calling became even more intense. In the depths of the West Mountain, demonic qi surged. Within the demonic qi, there were 9 terrifying existences. Each of the figures emitted an ancient qi. It was as if the qi had come from ancient times. The entire West Mountain was enveloped in that ancient and terrifying qi. Chapter 66. The West Mountain was the place with the densest yin qi. For thousands of years, countless experts had been buried here. Now, the avatar of the 9 emperors that was hidden in the black fog was madly absorbing the yin qi. Endless baleful yin qi gathered and formed a huge vortex above West Mountain. A terrifying suction force surged out and the baleful yin qi that filled the sky poured into the body of the 9 emperors' avatar. The avatar of the 9 emperors belonged to the demonic paths method of refining avatars. It was not tolerated by the righteous path. The avatars that were refined usually had evil attributes. According to rumors, the demonic paths method of refining avatars could easily allow the avatar to control the original body, causing the original body to become the avatar's slave. In the end, the original body would turn into an evil spirit. This was also the reason why the demonic paths method of refining avatars was not tolerated by the righteous path. Lin Feng naturally knew that refining the avatar of the 9 emperors was a huge risk. However, he believed that he could definitely suppress the avatar of the 9 emperors with his own strength. Finally, Lin Feng saw the 9 avatars in the black fog. The first avatar was a golden-winged rock with a pair of wings. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 108,000 miles. The second avatar was a spiritual creature formed by a combination of a turtle and a snake. It was called the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise was a legendary sacred beast. It had the longest lifespan and the strongest defensive power in the world. The third avatar was the size of a cow with a tiger-like appearance. It had the fur of a hedgehog and wings. It was the primordial fierce beast, Cheung Chi. It was rumored to be one of the 4 great primordial fierce beasts. It was ferocious and fed on gods. The fourth avatar had the body of a snake and the head of a human. It had 3 eyes. It was the heavenly eye demonic snake. It was rumored that the third eye of the heavenly eye demonic snake could see through the world of yin and yang and see through all illusions. The 5th avatar was a white tiger. The white tiger was also a sacred beast that specialized in killing. The 6th existence was a Chileen. It was covered in scales and had a pair of wings. It was known as the Dao Tai. It was rumored that the Dao Tai could swallow a star when it opened its mouth. The 7th existence was a void divine beast. It shuttled through the void. It had the ability to enter the boundless starry sky world. The 8th existence was shaped like a human, but it had 18 pairs of wings. It was rumored that this was the Angel of Light, and it possessed supreme and mysterious power. The ninth clone was a phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. It was said that phoenixes were immortal and possessed the body of a phoenix. They could transform into an immortal body. Right now, the 9 clones were rapidly condensing and growing. The 9 avatars all possessed unimaginable abilities. It was recorded in the 9 sovereigns diagram that the power of the 9 sovereigns was extremely terrifying. They could recover part of the power of the 9 great sage emperors. The great Peng divine bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 108,000 miles. The black tortoise sacred beast had a long lifespan and possessed the strongest defensive power. Cultivating the black tortoise avatar could not only increase one's lifespan, but it could also cultivate the strongest defensive power. The 4 ancient vicious Cheongchis had mastered the Cheongchi treasure technique. It was rumored that this was a secret technique that could slay gods in ancient times. By cultivating the Cheongchi avatar, one could comprehend this supreme secret technique. The 4th clone was the celestial eye demon snake avatar. It could cultivate the celestial eye and see through the world of yin and yang. It could see through reality and illusion. The 5th doppelganger, the white tiger doppelganger. The white tiger was in charge of killing. Once the white tiger doppelganger was activated, it could activate the world of massacre. It was said that anyone who was trapped in the world of massacre would be restrained by the world of massacre, and their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. As for the person who activated the world of massacre, their fighting strength would be greatly increased in the world of massacre. If it was used in a battle of life and death, it would have the effect of reversing the situation. The 6th clone was the Dao Tai avatar. It was rumored that the Dao Tai was the son of a dragon. The dragon had 9 sons, but the 9 sons were different. The Dao Tai was proficient in devouring. Once the Dao Tai avatar was activated, no matter what Lin Feng devoured, it could be transformed into his own power. The 7th clone was the Void Beast avatar. Once the Void Beast avatar was activated, Lin Feng could even leave the Sky Martial continent and enter the legendary Starry Sky world to travel through the starry sky. The 8th clone was the Radiant Angel avatar. It was rumored that the Radiant Angel was a deity who controlled the power of judgment. Once the Radiant Angel avatar was activated, Lin Feng would control the supreme power of judgment. The 9th clone was the Phoenix avatar. The Phoenix had an undying body. If Lin Feng controlled the Phoenix avatar, he would have an undying body. These were the 9 Emperor avatars. Each of the avatars could bring Lin Feng incomparable power. The 9 Emperor avatars were heaven-defying. Of course, after refining the 9 Emperor avatars, it was not easy to open all of them. Lin Feng needed to find the 9 Emperor soul fragments. Only by devouring these soul fragments could he open the 9 Emperor avatars. If Lin Feng opened the golden-winged rock avatar, he would have the same speed as the golden-winged rock. If Lin Feng opened the Phoenix avatar, he would have an undying body. Any ability could be said to be heaven-defying. Of course, the successful refinement of the 9 Emperor avatars was only the first step. Next, finding the 9 Emperor soul fragments was the most important thing. Lin Feng had to find the pieces of the 9 Emperor's soul, and then he would be able to use the 9 Emperor's clones. Rumble, that terrifying aura permeated the area as boundless baleful yin qi gathered together. Such a vast aura was naturally incomparably shocking. What's happening? Many of the upper echelons of the academy were alarmed. Even the old ancestor who was cultivating in seclusion was alarmed. It's the West Mountain. Let's go take a look. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one figure after another shot toward the West Mountain. Boom. All the baleful yin qi was devoured by the 9 Emperor avatars. The 9 Emperor avatars were successfully refined. They stepped out of the billowing demonic fog. The entire West Mountain seemed to be trembling at this moment. Ha, the ancient 9 Emperor avatar has finally been successfully refined. Lin Feng laughed. Come back. He established a connection with the 9 Emperor avatars. Upon receiving Lin Feng's command, the 9 Emperor avatars turned into 9 demonic lights and flew into Lin Feng's dantian. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the West Mountain. Which scoundrel dares to stir up trouble in my Jalan Academy? A low roar rang out. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Powerhouses from Jalan Academy quickly flew over. There was more than one of them. Obviously, the huge commotion in the West Mountain had attracted the attention of Jalan Academy's powerhouses. They might have thought that a demonic master had infiltrated the West Mountain. Only a demonic cultivator would be interested in the burial grounds of corpses. Phew! Lin Feng ran out of the West Mountain. He let out a long sigh. If he had been stopped by the Jalan Academy's powerhouses, his refining of the 9 Emperor avatars would have been exposed. Anyone who refined avatars using demonic methods would be killed. This was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. If he had been stopped by these people, Lin Feng knew that he would have died. Fortunately, he had escaped in time. Chapter 67. More than a dozen strong cultivators were hovering in the air. Some came on their flying swords, while others came on their magic robes. All of them were the upper echelons of the Jalan Academy. For example, the vice-deans of the 4 major departments, and even the deans of the 4 major departments and the 2 vice-deans of the 4 major departments had all arrived. What the hell is going on? Gong Yangming asked in a dignified voice. Vice Principal Wang Lin looked over to a tall and burly old man and asked, "Old man son, what do you think?" This old man was the principal of the Long River branch, Sun Tiantu. He was also the only formation master of the Long River branch. In the Zhenwu country, there were a total of 3 formation masters who had reached the advanced level, and Sun Tiantu was one of them. Even the royal family of the real Wushu country was extremely respectful to him. Countless people wanted to become Sun Tiantu's disciple to learn the art of spiritual array, but they were all rejected by Sun Tiantu. There are traces of a formation here. The person who set up the formation most likely didn't know how to set up formations, so he tried to imitate them but failed miserably. However, I don't think he wanted to set up a grand formation, but rather, he buried something here. Although the grand formation wasn't successfully set up, it's already enough. Look again, the baleful yin qi in the western mountains was originally very dense, but now, it's extremely thin. You mean to say that someone used some unknown method to devour all the baleful yin qi in this place? The other vice principal, Bai Chang Feng, asked with a gloomy expression. The principal of the Purple Light branch, Dongfang Ya, spoke up. Could it be a demonic cultivator has infiltrated our West Mountain? Only a demonic cultivator would be able to absorb the yin energy here. These bastards sure have guts. They actually dared to set their sights on the burial ground of our ancestors. Fortunately, the tomb hasn't been damaged yet. The most important thing right now is to send people to patrol the West Mountain to prevent the demonic cultivators from targeting the tomb. At the same time, we need to increase the number of patrols in the city to see if we can find any demonic cultivators. If we do, we must kill them without mercy. The principal of the Fallen Moon branch, Wang Yundi, spoke up. Vice Dean Wang Lin said, "We need to talk to the city lord about this. Now that the 4 Academies tournament is around the corner, we can't let anything go wrong." At this moment, Lin Feng had already returned to his residence. He naturally didn't know what the Academy's experts were talking about. Of course, he also didn't know what kind of undercurrent would be surging in Sangharan City because of this incident. After returning, Lin Feng was not in the mood to sleep. He was constantly sensing the 9 Emperor avatar. Now that the 9 Emperor avatar was floating in his dantian, the Saint Emperor's aura was boundless. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the 9 Emperor avatar, but failed. I need to find the 9 Emperor's souls to communicate with their clones. Next, I need to find the 9 Emperor's souls. Even though I won't be able to find all of them, I just need to find a few. Each of the 9 Emperor avatars possessed unimaginable power. Activating any one of them would give one a heaven-defying ability. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the 4 Academies tournament. On this day, the inner courtyard of Sangharan Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 2,300 inner courtyard students had signed up to participate in the tournament. Of course, there were still a few hundred people who hadn't signed up yet. Most of them were outside and hadn't returned in time. Hu Xuanli was one of them. Nobody knew where that guy had run off to. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that he hadn't come back. Hu Xuanli had left the academy for more than a year before returning. The tournament of the 4 academies was an extremely important event for Sangharan Academy. Vice Dean Wang Lin was in charge of it. In addition, all the deans and vice deans of the 4 academies had come to observe the students' cultivation and aptitude. Brother, do you see that? That's the dean of our Changhe branch, Sun Tiantu. Gong Sun Zhanga pointed at an old man on the main stage. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of Sun Tiantu. He was one of the top 3 Ling formation masters in Zhenwu country. Sun Tiantu's research on Ling formations had reached perfection. It seems like the dean attaches great importance to the tournament of the 4 academies. He even rushed back from outside. Lin Feng said. After all, it's a tournament that happens every 3 years. Gong Sun Zhanga said. Ladies and gentlemen, the great competition of the 4 academies is about to begin. This time, the great competition of the 4 academies will be divided into the challenge competition and the points competition. You can challenge any one of the top 100 students. If you can defeat them, you can replace them and enter the top 100. After the challenge competition, there will be the points competition. I want to challenge Dong Xian from Changhe branch. A student jumped onto the stage. His name was Zhong Di. It was said that he had recently obtained a great fortune and his cultivation level had increased by a lot. Dong Xian's face turned ugly when he was challenged. Dong Xian was one of the 9 top 100 students of Changhe branch. He was ranked 97th. His strength wasn't to be underestimated. Brother Zhong, please. Dong Xian bowed hand over fist. Zhong Di and Dong Xian started fighting. Zhong Di was a student of Purple Light University. The students of Purple Light University cheered for Zhong Di while the students of Changhe branch cheered for Dong Xian. Gong Sun Zhanga sighed. Changhe branch is the weakest of the 4 universities. We only have 9 people in the top 100. Apart from me and Sister Xiao, the others are ranked at the bottom. We haven't had any outstanding students recently. I'm afraid that the Purple Light University's ranking will be even worse than last time, said Lin Feng. Everybody thinks that Sword Dao is a small Dao, but they don't know that there are tens of thousands of Daos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. As long as you practice Sword Dao to the peak, you can explode with incredible strength. There aren't many people who can see things as clearly as you, said Gong Sun Zhanga. Lin Feng nodded. On the stage, Dong Xian and Zhong Di exchanged over 100 blows. Dong Xian was punched in the stomach by Zhong Di, and his pure qi dispersed. He couldn't fight anymore. Thank you for letting me win. Zhong Di had a smile on his face. This was the attitude of a victor. Dong Xian was defeated. His expression was extremely gloomy. He clasped his fists and walked down. Brothers, sister, I've embarrassed Changhe branch, said Dong Xian. Dong Xian said guiltily. Xiao Yafi said, brother, don't worry. Winning and losing are normal in battles. Gong Sun Zhanga said, that's right. Besides, you're about to break through to the greater qi layer. When you do, you'll be able to soar into the sky. I'll do my best. Dong Xian clenched his fists and left. People kept going up to challenge the top 100 students, but it was obvious that they were all defeated. It was very rare to be able to defeat one of the top 100 students. At that moment, Bai Yilong jumped onto the stage. He was a martial master and ranked 47th in the inner courtyard. Now that he was on the stage, it caused a huge commotion. Bai Yilong looked coldly at Changhe branch. He paused for a moment on Lin Feng's face and then looked at Gong Sun Zhanga, who was next to Lin Feng. Bai Yilong said, Gong Sun Zhanga, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare fight me? Boom. Suddenly, the crowd exploded. Nobody had thought that Bai Yilong would challenge Gong Sun Zhanga, who was ranked 19 in the inner courtyard. It was definitely going to be a showdown. Why should I be afraid? Gong Sun Zhanga was obviously stunned for a moment, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. He leaped out and landed on the arena. Chapter 68. Bai Yilong had obtained an immortal flying sword some time ago and had practiced the sword control technique, which had greatly improved his cultivation. This time, Bai Yilong naturally wanted to improve during the 4 Academies tournament. His target was Gongsun Chang'e. Among the top 20, the top 10 were too strong. Bai Yilong wasn't sure if he could defeat the top 10, so after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up. And between the 11th to 20th place, the students ranked 20th and Bai Yilong were all students of the Violet Light Institution. Naturally, Bai Yilong wouldn't engage in internal strife with his fellow disciples. Thus, Bai Yilong targeted Gongsun Chang'e. Of course, there was another reason besides strength. Gongsun Chang'e and Lin Feng were very close, and the Bai clan and Lin Feng were mortal enemies. Bai Yilong couldn't wait to kill anyone related to Lin Feng. Bai Yilong has obtained a flying sword and has cultivated the sword control technique. His cultivation base has improved greatly. I wonder who will win if he fights Gongsun Chang'e. Gongsun Chang'e's solar unending river sword has already reached perfection. It won't be easy for Bai Yilong to defeat Gongsun Chang'e, even if he has an immortal flying sword. Below the stage, many students were discussing spiritedly. The upper echelons of Jialan Academy who were seated on the main stage also looked over. This battle could be said to be the most eye-catching battle of the 4 academies so far. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh! Only to see Bai Yilong move, his figure was like a ghost, quickly flashing across the stage. He moved left and right, erratic and unpredictable. Ghostly steps. Many people cried out in surprise. Ghost Shadow Steps was famous in Sangharan City. Ghostly Steps was one of the secret techniques passed down by the Bai clan, one of the 10 great clans of Jialan City. It was a mystic class movement technique. Once used, one's movements were like a ghost. Most people wouldn't even be able to see the opponent's figure clearly before being struck. Bai Yilong quickly moved around Gongsun Chang'e. His speed was so fast that he actually left behind after images. Heavens, which one is Bai Yilong? It's too fast. I can't even tell which one is Bai Yilong's real body. In the surroundings, discussions broke out. Many people were shocked by the might of Bai Yilong's ghostly steps. It truly surpassed their imaginations. Junior brother, what do you think? Zhong Kai looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Su Zimo had a worried look on his face as well. This Bai Yilong is truly formidable. Senior brother Gongsun, it won't be easy for you to deal with him, right? Lin Feng said. Gongsun was able to stand out among over 100,000 students and enter the top 20 of the inner court. How could he be defeated so easily? Lin Feng's voice fell. Bang! On the stage, the sound of an incomparably violent collision rang out. Everyone saw that Gongsun Chang'e had locked onto Bai Yilong's real body and punched out. Bai Yilong was taken aback. He countered Gongsun Chang'e's attack with his own fist, colliding fiercely with Gongsun Chang'e. Deng 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 deng, when the two sides collided, Bai Yilong was forced back by Gongsun Chang'e's punch. Many people were shocked, but at the same time, they sighed with emotion. Gongsun Chang'e was truly worthy of being one of the top 20 geniuses of the inner court. He was actually able to see through Bai Yilong's ghostly steps. Furthermore, he was able to break through Bai Yilong's ghostly steps with a single punch. After succeeding in his attack, Gongsun Chang'e quickly rushed forward. Gongsun Chang'e was extremely experienced in battle, so he naturally understood the principle of beating a drowning dog. He pressed forward, not giving Bai Yilong any chance to retaliate. He completely suppressed Bai Yilong. Bai Yilong was suppressed to the point that he could only defend himself. He had no ability to retaliate at all. For a moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. Good job. Senior brother Gongsun is mighty. The students of Chang'e branch cheered loudly. Lin Feng said, Bai Yilong's most powerful technique is his flying sword technique. Senior brother Gongsun, if you can defeat Bai Yilong in a spurt of energy and don't give him time to use his flying sword, then you'll win this battle. If Bai Yilong uses his flying sword to fight, then it'll be troublesome. Xiao Yafi nodded and said, that's right. Flying swords can kill enemies from a distance. It's indeed troublesome. Gongsun Changa obviously understood this, so he continued to attack Bai Ilong. He wanted to completely defeat him. Bai Ilong was surrounded by danger, and he was on the verge of collapse. Just as Gongsun Changa was about to win, Bai Ilong suddenly took out a talisman. That talisman turned into a ball of light and smashed towards Gongsun Changa. Not good, it's a magical talisman. Senior brother Gongsun, be careful. Many students of Chungha branch cried out in alarm. Magical talismans were talismans drawn by spiritual formations masters. They possessed extremely powerful destructive power. Once a fireball talisman was activated, the ball of light it produced could instantly raise a 1,000-meter tall mountain to the ground. It was obvious how powerful this talisman was. Despicable and shameless. Many people cursed Bai Ilong. However, the grand tournament of the 4 academies depended on one's ability. There were no rules that forbade the use of magical talismans. Although it was despicable to use magical talismans, it was still within the rules. Gongsun Changa's expression changed slightly, but his reaction was extremely fast. Gongsun Changa moved to the left. The ball of light flew past Gongsun Changa's body, then suddenly exploded in mid-air. A heat wave swept out. The earth trembled violently from the energy released by the explosion of the fireball. However, Gongsun Changa dodged in time, and the explosion of the ball of light was unable to harm him. Whoosh! In the void, a cold light flashed, and a flying sword quickly flew out, slashing towards Gongsun Changa. The flying sword was so fast that it was almost impossible for people to react. Many people's expressions changed greatly. Immortal flying swords could kill people from a distance. Once a flying sword was used, blood would definitely be spilled. Many people started to worry for Gongsun Changa. Great Sun River. At that moment, Gongsun Changa let out a long roar, drew his sword, and slashed out. Rumble. A long river appeared in the void, sweeping through heaven and earth. At the end of the long river, a great sun slowly descended, as if the sun was setting. The flying sword that was slashing down from the void was actually suppressed by the huge sun in mid-air, unable to move at all. What a great Sun River sword technique. Senior brother Gongsuan's sword technique is unparalleled in the world. He directly broke through Bai Ilong's sword control technique, Zhong said in pleasant surprise. The students of Chungha branch cheered. Lin Feng nodded. Gongsun Changa was indeed powerful. As long as he captured Bai Ilong's flying sword, Bai Ilong would definitely be defeated. Gongsun Changa stepped forward, grabbing the flying sword suppressed by the great sun. At that moment, Bai Ilong's face revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh! A second cold light soared into the sky, slashing towards Gongsun Changa. What? There's a second flying sword? Many people cried out in surprise. One had to know that immortal flying swords were priceless. Many of the upper echelons of Jialan Academy did not have one. Yet Bai Ilong had 2 flying swords. It was simply inconceivable. Back on the main stage, Vice President Bai Changfeng's face showed a trace of a smile. This person was also a member of the Bai House, an elder that held an important position within the Imperial Academy. As for the second flying sword, it was given to Bai Ilong by Bai Changfeng prior to the competition. Humph. The principal of the Long River Branch Academy, Sun Tiantu, and Gong Yangming, the vice principal of the Long River Branch Academy, both made a cold snort. Of course they recognized the origin of the second flying sword, but out of consideration for their relationship as colleagues, they didn't name Bai Changfeng. Not good, senior brother Gongsun is in danger. Seeing the second flying sword, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. The second flying sword quickly came slashing over, forcing Gongsun Changa to retreat. But it was already too late. Puff! The second flying sword left a huge wound on Gongsun Changa's left ribs. Blood immediately gushed out as Gongsun Changa was sent flying. He had been severely injured by the sword. He couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. Damn it, this Bai Ilong is too despicable. He must have borrowed a second flying sword from his family before the competition. Senior brother Gongsuan's loss is too unjust. The students of the Chungha branch were all filled with righteous indignation. Originally, everyone thought that the battle was over. After all, Gongsun Zhanga was injured and had no more strength to fight. However, no one expected that Bai Yilong had no intention of stopping. He controlled the flying sword and once again slashed towards Gongsun Zhanga. In the air, Gongsun Zhanga had completely become a live target. Bai Yilong didn't intend to let Gongsun Zhanga go so easily. Since his already defeated Gongsun Zhanga, Bai Yilong intends to make sure this competitor doesn't have a chance to make a comeback. Although he can't kill Gongsun Zhanga. But so what if he can cut Gongsun Zhanga a few more times? In any case, swords and sabers don't have eyes. It would be best if he can use sword chi to injure Gongsun Zhanga's meridians and make it difficult for him to progress in the future. At that time, Gongsun Zhanga won't be able to challenge him anymore. It had to be said that Bai Yilong was quite sinister. It was just a competition, nothing more. In order to prevent Gongsun Zhanga from challenging him in the future, he wanted to cripple Gongsun Zhanga. What is Bai Yilong doing? Damn it, Bai Yilong is too despicable. Senior brother Gongsun is already injured, and is still using a flying sword to attack him. The students of the Changhe Branch University were all infuriated. Bai Yilong's face was filled with a sinister smile. He controlled the flying sword to slash at Gongsun Zhanga. Just as the sword was about to land on Gongsun Zhanga's body, a figure suddenly appeared. An afterimage that was as fast as lightning flashed onto the arena. Its junior brother Lin Feng. Zhong Shili and the others cried out in alarm. Lin Feng blocked Gongsun Zhanga's flying sword. He raised his right fist and punched towards Bai Yilong's flying sword. A fist had shaken a flying sword. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Old son, that boy is Lin Feng. Gong Yangming said to Sun Tiantu. Oh, his Lin Feng. Interesting. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by Dracophant energy. Clang. He threw a punch at the flying sword. Bai Yilong's flying sword was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. What a guy, Lin Feng is so strong, many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng supported Gongsun Zhanga and asked with concern, "Senior brother, are you alright?" "Don't worry, I won't die," Gongsun Zhanga said with a pale face. "Senior brother, go and treat your injuries. Leave the rest to me. I'll make this guy pay for his despicable actions." Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. Chapter 69. Lin Feng, I didn't look for you, but you came here to die. Bai Yilong's face was filled with a sinister expression. He and Lin Feng could be said to be enemies on a narrow road. The hatred between them was getting deeper and deeper. Lin Feng is going up. Is Lin Feng crazy? How could he possibly be a match for Bai Yilong? Yeah, it feels like he's just courting death. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Almost no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances of victory. After all, Bai Yilong was a martial master. As for Lin Feng, although he was known as a genius, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It wouldn't be easy for him to fight against Bai Yilong. Of course, the most important thing was that Bai Yilong was controlling two flying swords. Even someone as strong as Gongsun Zhanga had been defeated by Bai Yilong. How could Lin Feng fight against Bai Yilong? In an instant, the crowd below the stage was discussing spiritedly. The higher-ups of the academy who were watching the battle from the main stage also looked over. That person is Lin Feng. In the crowd, a tall and sturdy young man slightly raised his eyebrows. That person was Shenyuan Zhon, who was ranked second in the inner courtyard. His strength was unfathomable. That's right, senior. A student next to Shenyuan Zhon said. He has some guts. No wonder he dared to attack Shenyuan Yu. However, we still have to see if he can defeat Bai Yilong. If he can't even defeat Bai Yilong, then he doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. A cold smile appeared on Shenyuan Zhon's face. On the stage, Lin Feng looked at Bai Yilong and sneered, "It's too early for you to be complacent. We still don't know who will be the winner. Could it be that you think you can defeat me? How laughable. I don't even need to use my flying swords to defeat you. No, more accurately speaking, I can defeat you with one hand." Bai Yilong's face was filled with disdain. He immediately put away his flying swords. The spectating students and even the higher-ups of the academy didn't think that Bai Yilong was arrogant. Bai Yilong was a martial master. Dealing with Lin Feng, a martial warrior cultivator, wasn't it a piece of cake? Swoosh! Bai Yilong moved, rushing towards Lin Feng. There was a cold light in his eyes. Bai Yilong directly used Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens and charged towards Lin Feng. He swung his body and exerted force through his arms. He was like a giant dragon, swinging his body and then suddenly erupting with terrifying power. Boom! An explosive sound rang out in the air. From this, one could see how terrifying Bai Yilong's attack was. I'm afraid that Lin Feng won't even be able to withstand a single attack from Bai Yilong, right? That's right. With Bai Yilong's strength, dealing with Lin Feng would be a piece of cake. Many of the students were discussing animatedly. Everyone felt that there was no suspense in this battle of great disparity in strength. Even Xiao Yafi and the others frowned. After all, Bai Yilong's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He raised his right fist and punched towards Bai Yilong. Bang! Lin Feng and Bai Yilong fiercely collided. That tyrannical power suddenly exploded, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone saw that Lin Feng was standing in his original position, not moving an inch, while Bai Yilong was actually forced to retreat continuously. How is this possible? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. Everyone looked at the handsome young man in the ring with astonishment in their eyes. Bai Yilong was a famous expert in Jialan Academy. He was a powerful martial master at the third firmament, and his strength had reached 2 million jin. However, when he clashed with Lin Feng, he was actually at a disadvantage. This was simply unbelievable. Dean, what do you think of this kid? Gong Yangming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and looked at Sun Tiantu beside him. Sun Tiantu replied, quite interesting, let's continue watching. On the battle stage, the expressions of the higher-ups of the universities were all different. The higher-ups of Long River looked happy, while the higher-ups of the other 3 universities looked sad. If Lin Feng had joined their universities, wouldn't that have been great? Humph. Only the vice dean Bai Changfeng's face was very ugly. Because he was from the Bai house, he naturally hoped for Bai Yilong to defeat Lin Feng. After Lin Feng forced Bai Yilong to retreat, he didn't stop, he quickly moved towards Bai Yilong. He was getting closer and closer. Currently, Lin Feng's strength had reached 1,280,000 jin. When he used his earth-level skill, Exploding Fist, he could completely surpass the level of his opponent. Being able to suppress Bai Yilong was not a difficult matter. Lin Feng once again sent out a punch. In a hurry, Bai Yilong countered with a palm strike and collided with Lin Feng for the second time. This time, Bai Yilong was even worse off than the first time. He was directly sent flying a dozen meters away by Lin Feng's punch and fell to the ground with a thud, his hair disheveled. Ah, this can't be real, this can't be real, how can I lose to you? Bai Yilong couldn't accept all of this. Just a moment ago he said he could deal with Lin Feng with one hand, but now he was being suppressed by Lin Feng to the point where he couldn't even fight back. This was simply a slap in the face. Bai Yilong had already become hysterical. Quickly climbing up from the ground, he summoned a flying sword and rushed towards Lin Feng. Not good, another flying sword. This Bai Yilong has 2 flying swords. Gong Sun Zhanga lost to Bai Yilong just like that. I'm afraid Lin Feng won't be able to withstand the attack of 2 flying swords. Many people cried out in alarm. Bai Yilong could control 2 flying swords at the same time, but the lethality was extremely terrifying. Everyone had already seen it before. The 2 flying swords slashed towards Lin Feng, one in front and one behind. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't retreat, instead, he moved forward and punched the flying sword. Many people shouted in astonishment, does Lin Feng want to die? He's using his flesh and blood to block 2 flying swords. Does he think his flesh and blood can withstand the power of the flying swords? In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng's actions were equivalent to suicide. At that moment, Bai Yilong's 2 flying swords slashed towards Lin Feng. Dracophant strength. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and circulated the ancient Dracophant strength. The ancient Dracophant strength instantly erupted. Lin Feng punched Bai Yilong's flying sword. Clang! Bai Yilong's flying sword and Lin Feng collided fiercely. The ancient Dracophant strength instantly poured into Bai Yilong's flying sword. Crack! Bai Yilong's flying sword was actually broken by Lin Feng's punch. Immediately after, Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the second sword. Crack! The second flying sword was also broken by Lin Feng's punch. What? This can't be real. Many people shouted in astonishment. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. 2 punches. Lin Feng actually broke Bai Yilong's 2 flying swords. This was too inconceivable. Of course, these people didn't know that Lin Feng's ancient Dracophant formula had condensed the strength of the ancient Dracophant formula. It had a monstrous destructive power. Ordinary flying swords were nothing to worry about. Even legendary treasures could be destroyed. Swoosh! Before Bai Yilong could recover from his shock, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Bai Yilong and punched Bai Yilong. With a loud bang, Bai Yilong was sent flying by Lin Feng. Pu! In mid-air, Bai Yilong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying out of the stage by Lin Feng and fell to the ground, unconscious. Bai Yilong was instantly killed by Lin Feng. Chapter 70. The entire plaza was deathly silent. Nobody had thought that Bai Yilong, who was controlling 2 flying swords, would lose so miserably. Breaking a flying sword with a fist, that little guy is incredible, said Gong Yangming with a smile. Haha, it seems like our Changhe branch has a monstrous genius, said Sun Tiantu with a smile. While the crowd was still recovering from the shock of seeing Lin Feng defeat Shenyuan Zhon, a silhouette jumped onto the battle stage. Shenyuan Zhon. Xiao Yafi and the others were astonished when they saw the silhouette on the battle stage. Shenyuan Zhon was the second strongest disciple of the inner courtyard. It was said that he had broken through to the 5th celestial layer of the martial master layer. His punch could reach 10 million jin. When he saw Shenyuan Zhon, Lin Feng frowned and said, "Brother Shenyuan, do you want to challenge me as well?" Said Shenyuan Zhon. "You humiliated my little brother, is that true? It's Shenyuan Yu, right? He brought this upon himself." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "If you apologize to me, I'll forget about this matter and forgive you," said Shenyuan Zhon indifferently. Many people were astonished. So Lin Feng and the Shenyuan family had a conflict, which had led to Shenyuan Zhon attacking. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what Lin Feng would do. Apologize? Or fight? If he apologized, he would lose face. If he fought, even though Lin Feng was very strong, nobody believed that Lin Feng could defeat Shenyuan Zhon. How laughable! Shenyuan, you wanted to buy my blood pill for a mere 1 million taels, and now it's my fault. Besides, if you want to defeat me, it won't be that easy. I've heard that you've been using the Vigor Demon God to train your cultivation for a long time. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Let me see how strong you are," said Lin Feng coldly. When Lin Feng finished talking, a monstrous battle energy emerged from his body. Tempage Shenyuan Zhon coldly snorted. He leaped out like a ferocious tiger and punched towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally had no fear on his face. He also brandished his fist and charged towards Shenyuan Zhon. Bang! Lin Feng and Shenyuan Zhon fiercely collided. In a flash, Lin Feng sensed a strength which could topple mountains and overturn seas penetrate into his body. That terrifying power was about to instantly destroy all life in his body. Lin Feng's body flew back more than 10 meters. Shenyuan Zhon is too strong. He completely crushed Lin Feng. There was no suspense in this battle. No one in Jialan Academy is a match for Shenyuan Zhon except for that freak who is ranked number 1. Some of the students were discussing among themselves, but when they mentioned the freak who was ranked first, their voices became much softer. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of that existence. "I only used 30% of my strength and you already can't take it. You're too weak. I overestimated you before." Shenyuan Zhon's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "You used 30% of your strength. Just now, I only used 10% of my strength." Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. "Even now, you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll completely trample you under my feet." Shen Yuanzhong said very casually. Defeating Lin Feng seemed to be an insignificant matter to him. Lin Feng also moved, taking the initiative to charge towards Shen Yuanzhong. Buzz. The long sword on his back was unsheathed, and Lin Feng grasped it in his hand. Lin Feng directly used the sun sword technique and slashed towards Shen Yuanzhong. No matter what weapon you use, it's useless in front of me. Shen Yuanzhong was very disdainful of Lin Feng. He took out a halberd, held it in his hand, and stabbed it towards Lin Feng. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Feng brandished his sword and clashed with Shen Yuanzhong. In the air, sword qi shot out in all directions. Its power was astonishing, but it was all blocked by Shen Yuanzhong's halberd. Rise of the blazing sun, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He was using one of the most powerful sword skills of his scorching sun sword technique. The sun rose into the sky. Light filled the sky. Behind Lin Feng, a gigantic sun slowly rose into the sky. The blinding light made many people unable to open their eyes. Ah, what kind of sword technique is this? Many people exclaimed, and could only close their eyes. Once they opened their eyes, they would feel a piercing pain. Shen Yuanzhong's vision was also greatly affected, and he had no choice but to close his eyes. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved, and instantly appeared in front of Shen Yuanzhong, waving his sword and slashing towards Shen Yuanzhong. Pu! Shen Yuanzhong couldn't dodge in time, and Lin Feng's sword slashed his arm. Blood immediately flowed out. You hurt me. Shen Yuanzhong shouted angrily. Shen Yuanzhong is injured. Lin Feng's sword technique is too powerful. Some of the students could barely see the scene in the arena. When they saw that Shen Yuanzhong was injured, they were incomparably shocked. No one had thought that Lin Feng would actually injure Shen Yuanzhong. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and brandished his sword, once again slashing towards Shen Yuanzhong. Shen Yuanzhong naturally wasn't easy to deal with. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Shen Yuanzhong simply closed his eyes. He used his ears to listen to the sounds of Lin Feng's movements. A martial master could hear the sounds of ants fighting 100 meters away. His hearing was very sharp. Shen Yuanzhong knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought Lin Feng with weapons, so when he attacked again, he didn't even think about fighting with moves. Strength overcomes everything. Shen Yuanzhong's method was very simple. He wanted to use absolute strength to crush Lin Feng. He moved the halberd in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards Lin Feng. That attack contained an incomparably ferocious sound. That powerful strength made Lin Feng's expression slightly change. Lin Feng didn't directly resist Shen Yuanzhong's attack. He could feel that if he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Go! After Lin Feng dodged Shen Yuanzhong's attack, he flicked his wrist and the sword in his hand flew towards Shen Yuanzhong like a flying sword. It was extremely fast, and Shen Yuanzhong quickly dodged. However, a wound appeared on his right hand, and the halberd in his hand flew out. This made Shen Yuanzhong incomparably furious. This was the second time he was injured by Lin Feng. Before this, Shen Yuanzhong had never been defeated. But now, he was injured twice in a battle with Lin Feng. For the proud and arrogant Shen Yuanzhong, this was naturally unacceptable. Many of the spectators were also abnormally shocked. Originally, everyone thought that Shen Yuanzhong would completely crush Lin Feng in this battle. But now, Shen Yuanzhong was actually the one injured. It was simply inconceivable. Whoosh! The instant the sword injured Shen Yuanzhong, Lin Feng instantly moved and quickly arrived beside Shen Yuanzhong. Then, he waved his right fist and used the earth-rank martial art, collapsing fist, to attack Shen Yuanzhong. Lin Feng wanted to use this extremely rare opportunity to defeat Shen Yuanzhong in one strike. Chapter 71. Lin Feng's punch was filled with a powerful force. Bang! That punch ruthlessly landed on Shen Yuanzhong's body. Success! Lin Feng looked delighted. He was very confident in his own strength. He had thought that his attack would definitely injure Shen Yuanzhong. But what Lin Feng hadn't thought was that when his punch landed on Shen Yuanzhong's body, Shen Yuanzhong's qi was protected by Lin Feng's qi. Shen Yuanzhong's body was protected by his qi. Lin Feng's punch was completely dispersed by Shen Yuanzhon's qi. Not good. Lin Feng's expression slightly changed. He had a bad feeling and quickly retreated. Shen Yuanzhon smiled evilly. Little brat, eat my punch. Boom. Shen Yuanzhon's fist blasted over, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Peng. A deafening explosion spread through the air. Lin Feng and Shen Yuanzhon had fiercely collided. That tyrannical strength spread through the air. Lin Feng, who had received Shen Yuanzhon's attack, was pushed back. Shen Yuanzhon sneered, "You won't have any chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuanzhon rushed towards Lin Feng. After being continuously injured by Lin Feng, Shen Yuanzhon was on the verge of exploding with rage. Therefore, he hadn't held back at all. He threw another punch at Lin Feng. That guy's punch had the strength of 10 million jin. It was terrifying. If it had been anyone else, even if they were at the same level as Shen Yuanzhon, they would have been crushed. At Shen Yuanzhon's level, his strength was around 8 million jin. But Shen Yuanzhon was a monstrous genius, so he was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. But Shen Yuanzhon's opponent was Lin Feng. Facing Shen Yuanzhon's attack, Lin Feng used his 3 devouring martial spirits. His strength instantly rose to 3,840,000 jin. At the same time, Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant skill, and the ancient dragonesque elephant's strength flowed through his body. Crushing fist. Lin Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced towards Shen Yuanzhon. When the primordial dragonesque elephant's power activated the crushing fist, Lin Feng's battle prowess also rose to the peak. Is Lin Feng crazy? He actually took the initiative to attack Shen Yuanzhon. Isn't he courting death? Many people were discussing animatedly with astonished expressions on their faces. Shen Yuanzhon was an undefeatable existence in the inner court. Of course, that was apart from the guy who was ranked first. It was said that that guy was a martial general and was even more powerful than many of the academy's elders. His strength was comparable to the vice principal. The number 1 freak did not return to the academy to participate in the grand competition of the 4 academies. Even if he did return, no one would dare to challenge him. Apart from this existence, Shen Yuanzhon could definitely be called an undefeatable war god. Presently, Lin Feng had taken the initiative to charge towards Shen Yuanzhon, and as far as everyone was concerned, it was indeed no different than courting death. Bam! Lin Feng and Shen Yuanzhon collided once again. Thud thud thud, both of them took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Many people cried out in disbelief. Shen Yuanzhon was someone who could punch out with a force of 10 million kilograms. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was only a 6th firmament martial artist a year ago. In just a short year, he was actually able to fight on par with someone of Shen Yuanzhon's level. Junior brother Lin is too powerful, right? Su Zimo and the others cried out in shock. Xiao Yafi, Gong Sun Changa, and the other inner court experts were also dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not expect Lin Feng to have the ability to fight with Shen Yuanzhon. Everybody was stupefied by Lin Feng's strength. Shen Yuanzhon's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Shen Yuanzhon's body. His dantian was emitting a bright light. Martial soul. Is Shen Yuanzhon going to activate his martial soul? Many people cried out in alarm. Little brat, I really underestimated you. However, once I activate my martial soul, you will definitely lose. Shen Yuanzhon said coldly. Lin Feng surprisingly forced Shen Yuanzhon to use his spirit, whispered the crowd. His speed of growth is too fast. The higher-ups of the 4 campuses were also discussing spiritedly. Shen Yuanzhon has a gigantic divine spirit. It's an extremely powerful martial soul. Lin Feng's martial soul is a black hole martial soul. It can increase one's cultivation speed. It's similar to an auxiliary martial soul. Against Shen Yuanzhon, he will be at a disadvantage. Gong Yangming frowned and said, no wonder his cultivation level was able to increase by leaps and bounds in just a year. It seems like his martial soul is extremely powerful. Sun Tiantu said. During the test, It was a 10th grade martial soul. Gong Yangzhan said. 10th grade? Sun Tiantu's face suddenly changed. He had seen many things. He had traveled outside for many years and had seen many strong cultivators, as well as countless geniuses. However, Sun Tiantu had never seen a 10th grade martial soul. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded in the arena. Behind Shen Yuanzhan, a gigantic silhouette appeared. That silhouette was 100 meters tall and was wearing battle armor. It gave people an incomparably heavy and oppressive feeling. That was Shen Yuanzhan's martial soul. It was called the gigantic divine spirit. The gigantic divine spirit had boundless strength. According to legends, the gigantic divine spirit was one of the gods in the celestial world. Shen Yuanzhan was able to suppress cultivators of the same level as him because of the gigantic divine spirit. Little brat, it's time to end this. Shen Yuanzhan smiled coldly and walked towards Lin Feng. Boom. Shen Yuanzhan attacked and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The gigantic divine spirit who was standing behind him also attacked. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Their movements were completely synchronized. The gigantic divine spirit's punch seemed to be able to destroy a 10,000-meter tall mountain in an instant. Many students who were closer to the stage felt the chi emitted by the gigantic divine spirit. Their faces were incomparably pale and they couldn't even breathe. How terrifying was the gigantic divine spirit? Many students found it difficult to withstand the gigantic divine spirit's chi, not to mention that Lin Feng was facing the gigantic divine spirit's attack. Lin Feng is going to be defeated. Many people were shouting with pale faces. Boom. When the gigantic divine spirit's punch arrived, Lin Feng also moved. Lin Feng crazily circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill. Immemorial dragonesque elephant, Holy Emperor Bo. Behind Lin Feng, a silhouette also appeared. That silhouette was standing on the ground and its head was in the sky. It was impossible to see where it ended. In front of that silhouette, the gigantic divine spirit was like an ant in front of a gigantic dragon. What's that? Many people looked at the immemorial dragonesque elephant behind Lin Feng. Heavens, what's that? The faces of the higher-ups of the college were filled with incomparable shock. They felt as if their souls were trembling in front of that terrifying silhouette. Roar. The immemorial dragonesque elephant roared. Bang. Shen Yuanzhan's gigantic divine spirit exploded. Shen Yuanzhan was also sent flying. Puff. In the air, Shen Yuanzhan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew a dozen meters before falling to the ground. Lin Feng stepped forward and coldly looked at Shen Yuanzhan. You've lost. Chapter 72. I actually lost. Shen Yuanzhan couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that this was real. The ancient dragonesque elephant had already disappeared. However, the shock that the primordial dragonesque elephant brought to everyone was difficult to dissipate. Shen Yuanzhan had actually lost. It seems like Lin Feng has some secrets, said one of the higher-ups. Shen Yuanzhan nodded. Which genius doesn't have secrets? Asked Sun Tiantu. Many of the higher-ups nodded. If one wanted to stand out in front of countless cultivators, they had to be extremely talented. Most of them had come across miraculous things. Amazing. Junior brother Lin is amazing. Even Shen Yuanzhan wasn't a match for junior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin is amazing. The students of Long River Institution cheered. Shen Yuanzhan had been defeated by Lin Feng. For Long River Institution, it was an honor. Shen Yuanzhan crawled up from the ground and said in a resounding voice, Lin Feng, I'll fight you again. After saying that, Shen Yuanzhan jumped off the battle stage and walked out of the college. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Shen Yuanzhan's back. Shen Yuanzhan was pretty straightforward. Lin Feng also jumped off the battle stage. Naturally, many people came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied modestly. After Lin Feng and Shen Yuanzhan's battle ended, another 10 students challenged the top 100 students of the inner courtyard. However, only one of them succeeded. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to defeat one of the top 100 students and enter the top 100. 10 days later, the great competition of the 4 universities came to an end. Lin Feng had defeated Bai Yilong and Shen Yuanzhong during the great competition of the 4 universities. The only pity was that Gongsun Zhanga had been defeated by Bai Yilong. Bai Yilong's victory was disgraceful, but the result couldn't be changed. According to the rules of the academy, defeated students couldn't challenge other top 100 students again. Because of this rule, Gongsun Zhanga could only wait until the next 4 academies tournament to challenge other students again. In truth, Gongsun Zhanga didn't care much about this honor. He was planning to leave Jialan Academy next year. He had already been cultivating there for 10 years. During Lin Feng's conversation with Gongsun Zhanga revealed that he would be going out with an elder of his family to gain experience. That elder was a deacon of an ancient sect. Gongsun Zhanga's family hoped that he could use this opportunity to enter that ancient sect to further his studies. Therefore, Gongsun Zhanga didn't need to be obsessed with the ranking in Changhe branch. This is the reward for 1,000 great strength hidden dragon pills. The vice dean personally gave the reward to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very excited. 1,000 great strength hidden dragon pills would definitely help him break through again. Apart from the pills, Lin Feng's benefits in the inner courtyard had also greatly increased. Every month, he could receive 50 great strength hidden dragon pills as cultivation resources. The 4 academies tournament had ended, but there was still a lot of discussion in the academy. Whether it was the inner courtyard or the outer courtyard, everyone was talking about Lin Feng's extraordinary performance and how he had defeated Bai Yilong and Shen Yuanzhong. However, Lin Feng's life hadn't changed much because of the 4 academies tournament. He still worked hard every day. Just as Elder Tian Xian had taught him, cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. He could not relax his expectations of himself. Otherwise, he might be stuck at a standstill. "Little Lin Feng, are you there?" A pleasant voice came from outside. "Who is it? Why are you being so rude? How dare you talk to Brother Lin like that?" Zhongqi ran out and said angrily. But soon, he came back with a drooping face. Behind him was a cute, and mischievous girl. "What brings you here, Sister Xiaoxian?" asked Lin Feng with a smile. It was Gongyang Xiaoxian, the vice dean's granddaughter. "Hehe, you still remember me? I thought you had forgotten about me," said Gongyang Xiaoxian with a smile. "Sister Xiaoxian, you're such a beautiful woman. I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. You've been imprinted in my soul for a long time," said Lin Feng. "You're such a sweet talker." Gongyang Xiaoxian was in a good mood. Everyone liked to hear compliments, and Gongyang Xiaoxian was no exception. "I left the college for more than half a year, and when I came back, I heard that you defeated Shen Yuanzhong during the great competition of the 4 academies. You've made our Long River branch proud," said Gongyang Xiaoxian. Obviously, she didn't believe that Lin Feng was strong enough to defeat Shen Yuanzhong. Even Xiao Yafi might not be a match for Shen Yuanzhong, but Lin Feng had really defeated Shen Yuanzhong. When Gongyang Xiaoxian heard about it for the first time after returning to the college, she thought that it was a joke. Later, she found out that it was true. "I was just lucky," said Lin Feng modestly. "Hehe, you're so modest. I've decided to accept you as my follower," said Gongyang Xiaoxian with a smile. Said Lin Feng, rolling his eyes. He glanced at Gongyang Xiaoxian's body and said, "If there's a reward, maybe I'll agree." "What reward do you want?" asked Gongyang Xiaoxian. "For example, a chance to get intimate with a woman," said Lin Feng straightforwardly. Lin Feng was getting bolder and bolder. "Mph, I didn't know that you were such a pervert." Gongyang Xiaoxian groaned and blushed, but she didn't look angry. She just looked a little shy. If it were someone else, Gongyang Xiaoxian would have already punched them. However, in front of Lin Feng, Gongyang Xiaoxian felt shy. That feeling made Gongyang Xiaoxian's heart flutter. "A fair and graceful girl is a gentleman's wife," said Lin Feng with a smile. Gongyang Xiaoxian groaned and said, "Actually, I have something to tell you. The old man asked me to call you over. The vice principal is looking for me." "All right, I'll go and see what it is." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng went to the main palace of the Long River branch. Not only was the vice principal Gong Yang Ming there, but also the scripture pavilion's elder Tian Xian and the principal, Sun Tiantu. Disciple Lin Feng greets the elders. Lin Feng bowed to the three of them. Haha, we're all family, don't be so polite, said Gong Yongming with a smile. Elder Tian Xian also smiled and said, Lin Feng, old man's son wants to test your soul strength. Test my soul strength? Lin Feng was confused. Elder Tian Xian said, test your soul strength to see if you have the talent to learn spirit arrays. Hearing Elder Tian Xian's words, Lin Feng immediately became excited. Spirit array masters were extremely rare. As for spirit array masters, they possessed many unimaginable abilities. A spirit array master was an honored guest in any faction. It wasn't easy to become a spirit array master. Lin Feng naturally wanted to become a spirit array master, but without the guidance of a powerful spirit array master, it was impossible to become a spirit array master just by relying on his own cultivation. Sun Tiantu took out a crystal ball and said, this is a soul-testing crystal ball. Place your hand on it and try to sense it. If the soul-testing crystal ball resonates and changes, you will have an innate gift for learning spirit arrays. Yes. Lin Feng walked forward and took a deep breath. He placed his hand on the spirit-testing crystal ball and closed his eyes, carefully sensing the spirit-testing crystal ball. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yongming, and Elder Tian Xian also looked at the spirit-testing crystal ball nervously. Out of 1,000,000 cultivators, there might not even be one cultivator with the talent to learn spirit arrays. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would have such talent, but they also knew that the probability wasn't very high. In fact, it was very slim. However, the three of them were soon shocked, because after 10 seconds, the crystal ball emitted a wave. It moved! Exclaimed Elder Tian Xian. He managed to communicate with the soul-testing crystal ball so quickly. Lin Feng definitely has the talent to become a spirit array master, but I don't know what level his talent is at. Gong Yongming said expectantly. The talent to learn spirit arrays was inextricably linked to the spirit attribute and soul power. The spirit attribute was also easy to understand. It was self-confidence, strength, or inferiority. As for soul power, it was innate and couldn't be changed. Unless one cultivated to the yin-yang realm, one's soul power could not be improved. A cultivator's soul power was divided into 10 different colors: white, silver, cyan, dark gold, yellow gold, dark purple, purple gold, and orange. The deeper the color, the stronger the innate soul power, and the greater the talent on the path of a spiritual array master. Look, the crystal ball is starting to change. Elder Tian Xian said. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yongming, and Elder Tian Xian stared at the crystal ball without blinking. They saw that the crystal ball's color increased from white to silver white, cyan, and all the way to dark purple. It showed no signs of stopping. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yongming, and Elder Tian Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The crystal ball's color continued to increase. From dark purple, it turned purple gold, and finally, it turned orange. Only then did it stop. Orange, the highest level of orange in the transmission. The faces of the three of them were filled with incomparable shock. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng and said excitedly, "Genius, you're awake." Chapter 73. It wasn't easy to become a qualified spiritual array master, so Lin Feng had to start off as a spiritual array apprentice. Every day, he would spend a lot of time listening to Sun Tiantu's lectures on spiritual arrays. At the same time, whenever Sun Tiantu was drawing a spiritual array, Lin Feng would be present. Sun Tiantu allowed Lin Feng to observe and memorize the method. Lin Feng was very diligent in his studies. He naturally knew that spiritual array masters were 1 in a million, and only 1 in a million would have the talent to become a spiritual array master. However, even with talent, it didn't mean that one would become a spiritual array master. Out of 10 cultivators with the talent to become a spiritual array master, it was already an extremely high probability. This was also why Sun Tiantu was the only spiritual array master in the entire Sangharan city. While learning about spiritual arrays, Lin Feng didn't stop cultivating. He continued to work very hard. Lin Feng would refine the vigorous dragon pills he had obtained every day, and Lin Feng could clearly feel that his cultivation was slowly increasing. Day after day, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Boom! A tyrannical aura spread out from Lin Feng's room. That terrifying aura startled even Zhong Chili, who was resting. "Junior brother Lin, are you alright?" Zhong Chili asked when he arrived outside Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng walked out with a smile on his face. "I'm fine. I just had a breakthrough." "Ah, junior brother, you had a breakthrough again?" Zhong Chili cried out in surprise. Lin Feng smiled. "I obtained so many vigorous dragon pills, so of course I had a breakthrough. I have to cultivate too. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live under the same roof as junior brother Lin." In the middle of the night, Zhong Chili left his room and ran to the cultivation courtyard. Lin Feng shook his head and then burst into laughter. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Only with motivation could he work harder and improve. The next day, Lin Feng went to the main hall to continue listening to Sun Tiantu's lectures on spiritual arrays. Sun Tiantu said, "You have already studied the basics of spiritual arrays for 3 months, and you have also observed them for 3 months. Today, you will try to draw a spiritual array." Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had been studying for 3 months, and he had been waiting for this moment. Even though Lin Feng was young and mature, he still couldn't help but feel excited. A great array is spiritual arrays. Today, we will draw a spiritual array. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng and continued, "Drawing a spiritual array requires full concentration. When we work hard for a spiritual array, we don't draw a spiritual array for the sake of drawing a spiritual array, but we draw it with our heart. Only this kind of spiritual array can have life. It is the same for drawing spiritual runes. You need to draw with your heart to give life to the spiritual runes you draw. Close your eyes, calm yourself down, and slowly remember how I taught you how to draw spiritual runes." Lin Feng closed his eyes. His originally excited emotions gradually calmed down. Spiritual runes were alive. Only by drawing with one's heart could one give life to the spiritual runes. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious world. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be countless densely packed small particles. These small particles were the spirit array factors that were floating in the void. If one wanted to condense spiritual runes, they needed to filter out the spiritual array elements and then fuse them together to form various spiritual runes. When the spiritual tattoos were intertwined with each other through a special method, they would form a dense and intertwined array diagram. This was the so-called spiritual array. Of course, what Lin Feng needed to do now was to condense the spiritual runes. The drawing of spiritual runes required the use of a talisman brush, talisman paper, and talisman liquid. These things could help a spiritual array master condense the spiritual array elements. Lin Feng captured the small particles in his mind. Slowly, he seemed to feel the emotions of these small spiritual array elements. Some were excited, some were sad, and some were silent. Everything had its own emotions, and the small spiritual array elements were no exception. Lin Feng felt their emotions and used his heart to infect these small spiritual array elements. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes became clean and pure. Lin Feng picked up the talisman brush. With the talisman brush in his hand, he drew a distorted spiritual rune on the talisman paper. This spiritual rune was like a slithering snake. It seemed to have its own life as it swam on the talisman paper. Sun Tiantu, who was watching from the side, revealed a trace of surprise. He did not expect Lin Feng to be able to draw a spiritual rune on his first try. This was completely out of Sun Tiantu's expectations. If one wanted to draw a spiritual rune, not only did one need talent, one also needed a deep understanding and comprehension of spiritual runes. This required comprehension. Now, Lin Feng had successfully drawn a spiritual rune on his first try. In Sun Tiantu's opinion, not only did Lin Feng have talent, but he also had a deep understanding of spiritual runes. This made Sun Tiantu very happy. Some people with amazing talent could not go far on the path of spiritual array masters. Sun Tiantu had seen too many of these people. The main reason was that they lacked comprehension, so they could not continue on the path of spiritual array masters. However, Lin Feng did not belong to this kind of person. At this moment, Lin Feng still did not stop. He began to draw the second spiritual rune. Sun Tiantu was looking forward to it. He did not know how many spiritual runes Lin Feng could draw. According to Sun Tiantu's knowledge, Jiyu Tianhe, the #1 spiritual array master in the divine land of the East County, who had reached the legendary Earth Master level, had drawn 17 spiritual runes on his first try. Of course, in Sun Tiantu's opinion, if one could draw a spiritual rune on his first try, he would be considered a top genius. As for Lin Feng's later performance, no matter what kind of results Lin Feng could produce, he would be very satisfied. However, the ability and talent that Lin Feng had displayed had completely overturned Sun Tiantu's understanding. It also made Sun Tiantu fall into an unbelievable shock. Spiritual runes appeared on the paper one after another. Soon, there were 17 spiritual runes. This was already comparable to Jiyu Tianhe's achievement when he first drew a spiritual rune. The most important thing was that Lin Feng still did not stop. Lin Feng continued to draw the spiritual rune. Only when the 24th spiritual rune was successfully drawn did Lin Feng let out a long breath and put down the talisman pen in his hand. 24 spiritual runes. Even though Sun Tiantu was experienced and knowledgeable, at this moment, his right hand trembled slightly. Obviously, he was deeply shocked by Lin Feng's performance. Chapter 74. Lin Feng had been studying under Sun Tiantu for half a year. In this half a year, Lin Feng's talent in spiritual arrays had been fully revealed, and even Sun Tiantu was shocked. In just half a year, Lin Feng had grown from a noob with no knowledge of spiritual arrays to a beginner intermediate spiritual array master who had mastered 12 types of spiritual arrays. In just half a year, Lin Feng had walked the path that many people would take 10 years to walk. Of course, other than Lin Feng's great talent and comprehension, Lin Feng's hard work and the guidance of a teacher had a lot to do. Spiritual array masters were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Each level was further divided into beginner intermediate, advanced. There were 3 levels. In more detail, they were further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Lin Feng was currently at the first level, which was the beginner intermediate spiritual array master of the yellow rank. For a 16-year-old youth, this level was already very shocking. After teaching Lin Feng for half a year, Sun Tiantu received a letter saying that he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave. Lin Feng, after I leave, you must remember not to slack off. You must continue to study hard. You must practice 100 times a day to be able to learn new things. Sun Tiantu warned. Teacher, this disciple understands. I will definitely not slack off. Lin Feng said respectfully. Good. Sun Tiantu had a lot of faith in Lin Feng's character. He nodded and guided Lin Feng one last time before leaving Jialan Academy. In the next 2 months, Lin Feng spent all his time studying spiritual arrays other than cultivating. Every day, he would draw 100 diagrams to hone his control over spiritual arrays. This was extremely good for mental strength. Every time he finished drawing, Lin Feng would feel deeply exhausted. However, the results of his hard work were also great. After 2 months, Lin Feng finally broke through again. He reached the beginner intermediate and advanced spiritual array master of the yellow rank. In less than a year, Lin Feng had crossed 3 levels. This was completely unimaginable. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because even the Geomaster Jiyu Tianhe, who was revered as a god in the divine land of the East Province. He had spent a total of 3 years to advance from yellow, beginner, and elementary spiritual array master to yellow, beginner, and advanced spiritual array master. At night, after drawing 100 diagrams, Lin Feng dragged his tired body, tired, and lay on the bed to rest. Lin Feng, come out. At that moment, Lin Feng heard a familiar voice. It was a method to send a message into the room. It's teacher. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly got up and went outside. A burly old man in white was waiting for Lin Feng under a big tree not far away. When he saw Lin Feng arrive, he quickly rushed into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind, and the two of them arrived at the back mountain of the academy. "Teacher, you're back." After seeing Sun Tiantu, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Lin Feng only felt gratitude towards Sun Tiantu. It was Sun Tiantu who had brought him into the palace of spiritual array masters and taught him carefully. Now that he was able to become a spiritual array master, it was all thanks to Sun Tiantu. Lin Feng would always remember this kindness. Lin Feng also treated Sun Tiantu as his most respected teacher. "Feng, I can only stay for a short while. I will leave soon. I have returned this time because there is an important matter that I need you to do," Sun Tiantu said. "This disciple will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation," Lin Feng said. "It's not that serious. It's a letter. Deliver this letter to the Dragon Sun City's city lord, Long Tianyu, who is 3,000 miles away." Sun Tiantu took out a letter and handed it to Lin Feng. He solemnly said, "You must deliver it within 3 days. You must leave now." "Yes, this disciple will definitely do it." Lin Feng put the letter away. "All right, I can't stay for long. I will leave now. Feng, the journey is long, so you must be careful," Sun Tiantu said before leaving. Lin Feng raised his eyes and said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. This disciple will remember." Whoosh! In the next moment, Sun Tiantu shot up and turned into a ray of light, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng returned to his residence and told Zhongqi that he would be away for a while. He then left for Dragon Sun City. Dragon Sun City was one of the 10 main cities of Zhenwu country. The Dragon Sun City's city lord, Long Tianyu, was a relative of the imperial family. It was said that he was the uncle of the current emperor. Lin Feng didn't know the contents of the letter, so he naturally wouldn't open his teacher's letter and secretly read it. Lin Feng bought a bunch of wild horses and rode them out of the city in the middle of the night to Dragon Sun City. The horse he was riding was a cross between a Fergana horse and a demonic beast. It could travel 1,500 miles in a day, and it could run for 3 days without stopping. Not only was it fast, but its endurance was also astonishing. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to deliver the letter to Dragon Sun City within 3 days. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Feng, other than eating and drinking, basically ran all the way. One afternoon, Lin Feng arrived at the marked Gui Jianchou. It was a long and narrow valley with steep terrain and incomparably dangerous terrain. There were bandits in this place all year round, but they had mostly been cleared out in recent years. Lin Feng rode the wild horse through Gui Jianchou. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. He looked up and saw a huge boulder that was hundreds of meters tall coming down at him. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly jumped into the distance to avoid the huge boulder. However, the wild horse he was riding wasn't so lucky. It was smashed into meat paste. "Kid, you're quite agile." Cold laughter spread in the air. A dozen cultivators jumped out of the mountain and blocked Lin Feng's path. Besides, a dozen cultivators jumped down from the top of the mountain and blocked Lin Feng's path. One in front and one behind, they blocked Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng asked, "Who are you people?" "Naturally, we're bandits from Gui Jianchou." The leader of the cultivators said coldly. "You're not." Lin Feng shook his head. "Bandits are exposed to the elements. How can they be as clean as you? I think you're more like experts raised by a large family." A cold killing intent flashed in the leader's eyes. He sneered and said, "Kid, you have sharp eyes." Lin Feng sighed. "I should have guessed that this was a trap." He took out the letter. "You." The leader's expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, "How did you find out?" "I've been learning from my teacher for more than half a year. My teacher is a very strict person. He always calls me by my name and not affectionately calls me Feng. That fake teacher imitated him very well, and I almost couldn't find any flaws. However, my instincts told me that he was fake, so I beat him at his own game," Lin Feng said indifferently. The cultivator's expressions changed. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would be as intelligent as a demon. If this kid was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying existence. The leader sneered and said, "How stupid. Since you suspected him, You shouldn't have come. Since you're here, only death awaits you. He waved his hand, and more than 30 cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 75. The other party had a large number of people, and they were all very powerful. There were no less than 3 martial masters, especially the leader of the cultivators. Even Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura from him, which meant that this person's cultivation was definitely extremely shocking. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of those people. He smiled coldly. I just came to see who you are. I want to know who you are. I want to know who you are. Now, I have an answer. Lin Feng had already guessed the identity of these people. They should be experts from the Bai family, because Lin Feng and the Bai family had already reached the point where they could not tolerate each other. The Bai family naturally would not allow Lin Feng to continue growing. They wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Brat, then you have to die even more, said a strong cultivator who was holding a gigantic axe. He used the Hua mountain splitting technique to attack Lin Feng. Swish. Lin Feng unsheathed his sword. Fast. His speed was simply too fast. It was like an afterimage. It flashed in front of his eyes. Puff. Following that, blood spurted out. Before the giant axe in the cultivator's hand could fall, he had already been killed by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's current battle strength was no longer the same as before. With his tyrannical strength, Lin Feng was confident that he could face any danger. Surround and kill this brat. The leader of the cultivators shouted in a deep voice. The rest of the people spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. Then, they launched a crazy attack on Lin Feng. From all directions, there were people attacking Lin Feng, wanting to make Lin Feng pay attention to one thing and lose sight of the other. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. As soon as he used the scorching sun sword technique, the sun rose into the sky. Following that, rays of sword chi shot out. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated to the martial master realm, he could already fuse sword chi and true chi together, making it even more powerful. Streaks of sword chi shot out. Clang, clang, clang. These cultivators were all in a sorry state as they blocked Lin Feng's sword chi. Lin Feng's wrist shook again. Swish, 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 another ray of sword chi shot out. Puff. Next, the sound of tearing could be heard one after another. The cultivators' necks were directly cut by Lin Feng's sword chi. One by one, the cultivators fell to the ground and breathed their last. These ordinary cultivators couldn't even last 3 rounds against Lin Feng. The Bai clan is underestimating me. Did they send a bunch of trash to kill me? Lin Feng said coldly. Aside from the 3 martial masters, the rest of the 30+ people were all killed. Brat, how arrogant. Let's see how you'll die in our hands today. The leading cultivator shouted coldly. He drew the 2 swords on his back. This person's weapon was a broadsword. This type of broadsword was longer and wider than ordinary swords, and its thickness was twice that of an ordinary longsword. This kind of broadsword was suitable for extremely powerful cultivators. Normally, cultivators would only use 1 broadsword. However, this person was using 2 broadswords. Clearly, this person had extraordinary combat strength. The second martial master used a long spear. The third martial master's weapon was a giant bow. The giant bow was used together with arrows to attack from a distance. Among the 3 martial masters, one was responsible for close-range attacks, while the other was responsible for long-range attacks. It could be said that this was the most perfect combination. Attack! The leading cultivator shouted coldly. He and the second martial master quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The 2 swords in their hands were directly aimed at Lin Feng. The second martial master's long spear was aimed at Lin Feng's chest. The 2 of them cooperated very well. Moreover, they attacked from the left and right. An ordinary person would have a hard time dealing with their attacks. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. While the 2 of them were attacking Lin Feng, the third martial master also drew his giant bow. Whoosh! A magic arrow shot towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. This magic arrow had a speed spirit rune drawn on it, which could increase its flying speed. Moreover, this magic arrow also had an explosion spirit rune drawn on it. This kind of explosion spirit rune was even more terrifying. Once it pierced through Lin Feng's body, the explosion spirit rune would be stained with blood and directly explode. With just one arrow, Lin Feng would be blown to smithereens. The three of them cooperated seamlessly. Two of them were responsible for restraining Lin Feng's movements, while the other was responsible for launching a surekill attack on Lin Feng. Of course, even though the first and second martial masters were responsible for restraining Lin Feng, as long as Lin Feng revealed even the slightest flaw, they would definitely unleash a torrential barrage of attacks, aiming to kill Lin Feng in a single strike. The three martial masters had cold and cruel expressions on their faces. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. They did not believe that Lin Feng could deal with the three of them working together to kill him. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Boom! At this critical moment, Lin Feng directly activated his devouring martial spirit. The three devouring martial spirits revolved. The confining magnetic field immediately enveloped an area of more than 10 meters. The three martial master powerhouses were all enveloped within it. Lin Feng's confining magnetic field was extremely terrifying. Once trapped, it would be difficult to move. When the magic arrow was shot, its speed became extremely slow in Lin Feng's confining magnetic field, as if it was moving in slow motion. Its power was also greatly reduced. "I can't move." The martial master holding the long spear cried out in horror. The unknown was the most terrifying. "Die," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He took a step forwards and slashed at the spear-wielding cultivator with his sword. Puff! Lin Feng's sword cut open his neck. Blood spurted out. The martial master was killed by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng grabbed the long spear in his hand and threw it at the martial master holding the huge bow. The martial master's face was filled with fear. He wanted to dodge, but his body was confined by the confining magnetic field. It was difficult for him to dodge the attack. The long spear directly pierced through his chest, sending his body flying dozens of meters away. The long spear then stabbed into the rock wall. The cultivator's body hung in midair. Blood flowed down the long spear and dripped onto the rock wall. After killing two experts in a row, Lin Feng did not stop. He quickly swept towards the third expert. The leading cultivator was obviously the most powerful of the three martial masters. He actually overcame Lin Feng's confining magnetic field. Holding two swords, he stabbed towards Lin Feng. Twin dragons emerging from the sea. This person's swordsmanship was extremely domineering. The two swords were like two ferocious dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Scorching sun swordsmanship. Lin Feng roared and slashed out with his strongest sword. The power of an earth-rank swordsmanship was completely displayed at this moment. Lin Feng was standing under the scorching sun. He looked like a sun god. Pu. When the light fell, Lin Feng's sword had already pierced through the leading cultivator's neck. Lin Feng suddenly pulled out his long sword. The leading cultivator continuously retreated, using his hand to cover his neck that was spurting blood. "I didn't expect you to be so strong at the age of 16. What kind of person did my Bai clan provoke?" The cultivator fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he died with grievances. Chapter 76. "Alright, come with me, I'll bring you to see the expert in charge of the certification." Shangguan Fei brought Lin Feng to an empty room. In the middle of the room was a row of weapons, and besides that, there was nothing else. Clearly, this was the certification area. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you here to bring me to see the expert?" "Where is the expert?" Shangguan Fei strode to the center of the room. She looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "That expert is me. If you can defeat me, you can pass the second-order mercenary certification." Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Fei in surprise. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like an absolute beauty, and he could not tell that she was an expert. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. Shangguan Fei gave a cold humph and said, "You dare to doubt this young lady? This young lady has already passed the second-order mercenary certification test a year ago. In that case, I'll offend you then." Lin Feng nodded and leaped forward, arriving in front of Shangguan Fei and punching out towards her. Shangguan Fei also attacked. Her palm was moving towards Lin Feng. Her palm technique was extremely mysterious. It contained an extremely soft and yin strength. In a flash, it neutralized Lin Feng's attack, and then suddenly, it moved towards Lin Feng's chest at full speed. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging Shangguan Fei's blow. That should be some kind of soft technique, right? This young lady is trained in the 1,000 soft palms. Shangguan Fei gave a cold humph and leaped forward, charging towards Lin Feng once more. She was extremely confident in her 1,000 soft palms. As for Lin Feng, Shangguan Fei did not place Lin Feng in her eyes at all. A mere 15 or 16-year-old youth, could it be that he wanted to defeat her? That was just a fool's dream. Shangguan Fei's second palm struck out towards Lin Feng, a smug look on her beautiful face, as if she was extremely satisfied with her own palm strike. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Instead, he activated the Archean dragon-esque elephant art. Then, Lin Feng activated his collapsing fist and punched out. Presently, this earth-rank martial technique had long been cultivated by Lin Feng to the extent of being as pure as fire. When the collapsing fist was executed, there were even bursts of sounds of rushing thunder in the air. Bang! Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei clashed together. Lin Feng remained unmoved. As for Shangguan Fei, she was knocked back by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? Shangguan Fei bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had always prided herself as a genius, and now she had actually been forced back by a youth who was several years younger than her. How could the proud and arrogant Shangguan Fei accept that? That caused Shangguan Fei to fly into a rage. Fairy picking flowers. Shangguan Fei struck out once more, a finger pointing towards Lin Feng. This fairy picking flowers finger had a strong penetrating power, and its power was astonishing. Within the borders of the Zhenwu country, it was one of the 72 absolute arts. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. However, when Shangguan Fei used this fairy picking flowers finger, Lin Feng did feel a trace of danger. What a powerful finger technique! Lin Feng was slightly shocked, but his movements didn't have the slightest hesitation, and there was no fear in his heart. This was because Lin Feng had absolute confidence in his own strength. Facing Shangguan Fei's attack, he also struck out with his collapsing fist. His fist flew towards Shangguan Fei. Lin Feng had already mastered the 9 forms of the collapsing fist. Against a martial master, the collapsing fist was more than enough. Bang! Both sides collided once more, and just like the first time, Shangguan Fei was once again knocked back by Lin Feng. How can your strength be so strong? Shangguan Fei looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, naturally, it's because this young master's cultivation is heaven-defying and profound. You actually dare to show off your strength in front of this young lady. Today, this young lady will let you know how powerful I am. Shangguan Fei snorted. In the next moment, a light flashed, and a flaming whip appeared in her hand. This flaming whip was obviously a powerful treasure. Pa! Shangguan Fei made her move. She directly used the whip in her hand and lashed it towards Lin Feng. The whip was like a snake as it lashed towards Lin Feng, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. Shangguan Fei's whip was called the Fire Snake Whip. It was said that it was fused with the soul essence of a 1,000-year mysterious snake, and was made with the tendons of a flood dragon. A powerful spiritual array master had drawn a spiritual array on it, and it was an extremely terrifying weapon. As the whip lashed out, Lin Feng immediately felt as if he was facing a ferocious beast. Screech! An incomparably huge python phantom appeared, opening its bloody maw as it tried to swallow Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei cried out proudly, "Little brat, let's see how you block the power of my fire snake whip." Swish! Lin Feng gripped the sword on his back and drew it, slashing out. Clang! Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip clashed with Lin Feng's sword, and a powerful sound of impact rang out. A terrifying scene appeared as a dense mass of flames instantly enveloped Lin Feng's sword, spreading towards Lin Feng's body. Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip was extremely strange. Not only was it powerful, but the flames it released were also able to harm the opponent. At this moment, Lin Feng was being threatened. Slap, slap, slap. Shangguan Fei Er's face was filled with pride. She had never lost when using the fire snake whip because it was a powerful treasure that could suppress the opponent. After Shangguan Fei Er's attack, she did not stop, continuing to attack Lin Feng with the fire snake whip. Just a mere flame, suppress it for me. Lin Feng sneered as he activated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. The archaic dragonesque elephant's power surged out and was poured into Lin Feng's sword. With a sudden shake, the raging flames were instantly extinguished. Archaic dragonesque elephant skill, even gods and demons could be suppressed, let alone mere flames. After suppressing the flames, Lin Feng quickly dashed forward, dodging Shangguan Fei Er's whip. Shangguan Fei Er's expression changed slightly. She had not expected that Lin Feng would actually be able to neutralize her fire snake whip's flame attack. Seeing Lin Feng dashing over, she quickly retreated. Shangguan Fei Er, who was using the fire snake whip, needed to put some distance between her and Lin Feng to be able to unleash the full power of the fire snake whip. However, even though Shangguan Fei Er wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Shangguan Fei Er, his sword pointed at her slender, snow-white neck. Beauty, don't move. My sword has no eyes, and it can easily hurt you. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Shangguan Fei Er. Shangguan Fei Er's expression was uncertain. Even now, she had not regained her senses. She had never imagined that she would actually lose to a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She was at the 4th heavenly stage of the martial master stage, and even had the flame snake whip in her hands. Yet, she had still lost. Chapter 77. Alright, come with me, I'll bring you to see the expert in charge of the certification. Shangguan Fei Er brought Lin Feng to an empty room. In the middle of the room was a row of weapons, and besides that, there was nothing else. Clearly, this was the certification area. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you here to bring me to see the expert?" "Where is he?" Shangguan Fei Er strode to the center of the room. She looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "That expert is me. If you can defeat me, you can pass the second-order mercenary certification." Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Fei Er in surprise. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like an absolute beauty, and he could not tell that she was an expert. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. Shangguan Fei Er gave a cold humph and said, "You dare to doubt this young lady? This young lady has already passed the second-order mercenary certification test a year ago. In that case, I'll offend you then." Lin Feng nodded and leapt forward, arriving in front of Shangguan Fei Er and punching out towards her. Shangguan Fei Er also made her move, a palm striking out. Her palm technique was extremely mysterious, bringing with it an extremely soft and yin energy, instantly dissolving Lin Feng's blow. After that, she abruptly gathered her strength and struck out towards Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging the blow. That should be some kind of soft technique, right? This young lady is trained in the 1,000 soft palms. Shangguan Fei Er gave a cold humph and leapt forward, once again charging towards Lin Feng. She was extremely confident in her 1,000 soft palms. As for Lin Feng, Shangguan Fei Er did not place Lin Feng in her eyes at all. A mere 15 or 16-year-old youth, could it be that he wanted to defeat her? That was just a fool's dream. Shangguan Fei Er struck out a second palm strike towards Lin Feng, a smug look on her beautiful face, as if she was extremely satisfied with her own palm strike. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Instead, he activated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Then, Lin Feng activated his collapsing fist and punched out. Presently, this earth-rank martial technique had long been cultivated by Lin Feng to the extent of being as pure as fire. When the collapsing fist was executed, there were even bursts of sounds of rushing thunder in the air. Bang! Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei Er clashed together. Lin Feng remained unmoved. As for Shangguan Fei Er, she was knocked back by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? Shangguan Fei Er bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had always prided herself as a genius, and now she had actually been forced back by a youth who was several years younger than her. How could the proud and arrogant Shangguan Fei accept that? That caused Shangguan Fei to fly into a rage. Fairy picking flowers. Shangguan Fei struck out once more, a finger pointing towards Lin Feng. This fairy picking flowers finger had a strong penetrating power, and its power was astonishing. Within the borders of the Zhenwu country, it was one of the 72 absolute arts. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. However, when Shangguan Fei used this fairy picking flowers finger, Lin Feng did feel a trace of danger. What a powerful finger technique! Lin Feng was slightly shocked, but his movements didn't have the slightest hesitation, and there was no fear in his heart. This was because Lin Feng had absolute confidence in his own strength. Facing Shangguan Fei's attack, he also struck out with his collapsing fist. His fist flew towards Shangguan Fei. Lin Feng had already mastered the 9 forms of the collapsing fist. Against a martial master, the collapsing fist was more than enough. Bang! Both sides collided once more, and just like the first time, Shangguan Fei was once again knocked back by Lin Feng. How can your strength be so strong? Shangguan Fei looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, naturally, it's because this young master's cultivation is heaven-defying and profound. You actually dare to show off your strength in front of this young lady. Today, this young lady will let you know how powerful I am. Shangguan Fei snorted. In the next moment, a light flashed, and a flaming whip appeared in her hand. This flaming whip was obviously a powerful treasure. Pa! Shangguan Fei made her move. She directly used the whip in her hand and lashed it towards Lin Feng. The whip was like a snake as it lashed towards Lin Feng, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. Shangguan Fei's whip was called the Fire Snake Whip. It was said that it was fused with the soul essence of a 1,000-year mysterious snake, and was made with the tendons of a flood dragon. A powerful spiritual array master had drawn a spiritual array on it, and it was an extremely terrifying weapon. When the whip lashed out, Lin Feng immediately felt as if he was facing a wild beast. Screech! An incomparably huge python phantom appeared, opening its bloody maw as it tried to swallow Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei cried out proudly, "Little brat, let's see how you block the power of my fire snake whip." Swish! Lin Feng gripped the sword on his back and drew it, slashing out. Clang! Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip clashed with Lin Feng's sword, and a powerful clang rang out. A terrifying scene appeared as a dense mass of flames enveloped Lin Feng's sword, spreading towards Lin Feng's body. Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip was extremely strange. Not only was it powerful, but the flames it released were also able to harm the opponent. At this moment, Lin Feng felt threatened. Pa! Shangguan Fei's face was filled with pride. She had never lost when using the fire snake whip. That was because the fire snake whip was such a powerful treasure that it could suppress any opponent. After that attack, Shangguan Fei didn't stop, continuing to attack Lin Feng with the fire snake whip. Just a mere flame, suppress it. Lin Feng sneered and activated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. The power of the archaic dragonesque elephant surged out and was poured into Lin Feng's sword. With a sudden shake, the raging flames were instantly extinguished. Archaic dragonesque elephant skill, even gods and demons could be suppressed, not to mention mere flames. After suppressing the flames, Lin Feng quickly dashed forward, dodging Shangguan Fei's whip. Shangguan Fei's expression changed slightly. She had not expected that Lin Feng would be able to neutralize her fire snake whip's flame attack. Seeing Lin Feng dashing over, she quickly retreated. She had to put some distance between her and Lin Feng to be able to unleash the full power of the fire snake whip. However, even though Shangguan Fei wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Shangguan Fei and pointed his sword at her slender, snow-white neck. "Beauty, don't move. My sword has no eyes, and it can easily hurt you." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Shangguan Fei. Shangguan Fei's expression was uncertain. Even now, she had not regained her senses. She had never imagined that she would actually lose to a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She was at the 4th heavenly stage of the martial master stage, and even had the flame snake whip in her hands. Yet, She had still lost. Who was this youth in front of her? How could he be so powerful? Chapter 78. What's your name? Shangguan Fei looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei tried to recall if there was a Lin family in the Zhenwu country. The Mercenary Association had a lot of information, and she knew about all the large families and powers in the Zhenwu country. However, she could not find any information about the Lin family. This made Shangguan Fei curious. If he wasn't from a large family, could he be from one of the 9 great academies? It had to be said that Shangguan Fei was a beautiful and intelligent woman. Otherwise, she would not have been able to become the branch president of the Mercenary Association at such a young age. Lin Feng smiled at Shangguan Fei and asked, Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Shangguan Fei. Lin Feng said, a beautiful name, and a beautiful person. Shangguan Fei was rather pleased with Lin Feng's praise, but she did not seem to be sincere. She snorted and said, You dare to tease me, are you seeking death? Dying under a peony flower is still a good thing, much less dying at the hands of a peerless beauty like Fei. Lin Feng said. Who allowed you to call me Fei? Shangguan Fei said unhappily, I'm a few years older than you should call me Big Sis Fei. Age is often not a barrier between men and women. Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Fei with his black eyes. Looking at Lin Feng's bright eyes, Shangguan Fei suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. She forced herself to remain calm and said, Since you have already passed the second-rank mercenary exam, you can now come with me to apply for the badge. Thank you, Fei. Lin Feng said with a smile. But Shangguan Fei was still unhappy with the way Lin Feng addressed her, and she snorted, but this time she did not refute Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei brought Lin Feng to another room, and after registering some necessary information, an old man helped Lin Feng apply for the second-order mercenary badge, and Lin Feng left. Miss, who is this person? At the age of 16, he has already broken through to the martial master realm, and even defeated you. The old man said in shock. Shangguan Fei narrowed her eyes and said, What an interesting fellow. Uncle Qingyuan, please send someone to follow him and keep an eye on his every move and report back to me. At the same time, find out where he lives. Yes, miss. I'll do it now. The old man replied and then walked out. After leaving the auction house, Lin Feng headed to his residence. Now that he had become a second-rank mercenary, Lin Feng planned to go and find out more about the fire unicorn. Hunting and killing the fire unicorn was an important matter. Lin Feng was very interested. The fire unicorn's entire body was a precious treasure, especially its blood. If he could obtain a drop, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. If he could obtain a drop of the fire unicorn's blood, it would definitely be worth it. Just then, a group of people rushed over from afar. The cultivator in the lead shouted coldly, Look, it's Dugu Guangdao. Who's that kid? Dugu Guangdao and his group don't have good intentions. Did he offend Dugu Guangdao and his group? If he offends Dugu Guangdao, he won't have a good ending. Many mercenaries looked over, pointing and discussing. It was obvious that this Dugu Guangdao had an extraordinary reputation in Mercenary Town. Lin Feng looked at that group of people. The leader of the group was holding a blood-red blade. That person was probably Dugu Guangdao. Lin Feng also saw Zhu Hu in that group of people. Zhu Hu had tried to rob Lin Feng, but he had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't expect him to not only be unrepentant, but also find helpers. Lin Feng looked at Dugu Guangdao indifferently and said, What? Are all of you here to seek revenge? I heard that mercenaries are a group of men with backbone. Your brother can't do it. After I taught him a lesson, he called people to seek revenge. What a coward, haha. Many people's mouths twitched when they saw Lin Feng laughing and mocking Zhu Hu. This kid actually didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Maybe he didn't know how powerful the person in front of him was. Now they were laughing. They would probably cry later. Kid, you've got guts. You hit my brother and still dare to mock us. Dugu Guangdao's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Feng smiled. Your brother wanted to rob me, but he wasn't as strong as me. I didn't kill him, but that's already the best I could do. Mph, kid, you're too arrogant. I want to see what makes you so arrogant. Dugu Kwangdao's face was gloomy as he drew his blood-red blade. There's no need for Big Brother to do it. Just leave this kid to us. A few mercenaries said. Dugu Kwangdao said, all of you, step back. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Do you still want to fight with me? How would we dare? Big Brother, take it easy. Don't cut this kid in half. A mercenary said with a smile. Obviously, they didn't put Lin Feng in their eyes. Don't worry, such a brat isn't worthy of dying in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Kwangdao roared and rushed towards Lin Feng with his blood-red blade. Dugu Kwangdao is making his move. I wonder how many moves that kid can take. How many moves? Aren't you overestimating that kid? He looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. How powerful can he be? I think he only needs one move and Dugu Kwangdao will be able to cut this kid in half. In the surroundings, the sound of discussion resounded. More than a dozen mercenaries who followed Dugu Kwangdao were cheering. 13 slashes of the berserk blade. Dugu Kwangdao let out a long howl and slashed out with his saber. Rays of resplendent blade light shot out. Blade chi shook the void. The terrifying aura emitted from Dugu Kwangdao's body made many people feel suffocated. It was difficult for them to get close and they were all forced to retreat. Boom! Dugu Kwangdao's blade that could split Mount Hua instantly slashed down. Swish! At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back and suddenly pulled it out. Everyone felt a flash of cold light. Then, the clanging sound of swords clashing could be heard. Lin Feng's move was too fast. He pulled out his sword and unsheathed his sword. The sword was sheathed again. It was done almost overnight. What happened? Many people still looked at Lin Feng and Dugu Kwangdao in confusion. Because Lin Feng's sword was already sheathed. As for Dugu Kwangdao, he had a dull expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe it. Look! Someone cried out in alarm. Dugu Kwangdao's hair was cut off and slowly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. One sword strike. Dugu Kwangdao, who was a martial master, was defeated. Because everyone knew that the youth could have cut off Dugu Kwangdao's head with that sword strike, but he only chose to cut off a handful of Dugu Kwangdao's hair. Who was strong and who was weak? It was clear at a glance.